Chapter 2569 Catastrophe of Ziwei. After Wang Xiao was defeated, the city lord of Tianyan, fearing that he would be severely discouraged, tasked him to use the imperial arms to overpower Ziwei and slay Yi Futian to redeem himself. Wang Xiao could communicate with the imperial arms, he said, and that Wang Xiao was still the unraveled under the great emperors. He used this to encourage and inspire Wang Xiao. The entire city lord's office was totally depressed. This centennial feast of Tianyan City was perfect until Yi Futian showed up. Everything was going in the direction expected by the city lord of Tianyan. However, after Yi Futian showed up, everything went sideways, big time. Now, they hoped that by razing Ziwei to the ground, Yi Futian's blood would be enough to make up for the damage he caused at the feast of Tianyan City. Many cultivators in the Divine Prefecture looked at the city lord of Tianyan. This decision was made so quickly that it came somewhat unexpected in its sheer cruelty. No wonder he was the one in command of the ancient god clan. At this moment, the city lord of Tianyan surveyed the crowd and said, "As you have said before, Yi Futian is now a concern for everyone in the Divine Prefecture and must be killed. If not, he will be a great threat to the Divine Prefecture in the future. And who knows how many holy lands of Taichu are in the making? Even now, he had already ambushed the Shen clan and the Sun God Mountain, and who knows how many casualties this has incurred. Tianyan City will fulfill our previous promises. Wang Xiao, as the heir of Tianyan the Great, is the only person who can communicate with the imperial arms. He will bring the imperial arms and lead the cultivators of Tianyan City to vanquish Ziwei. If any forces in the Divine Prefecture wish to join us in the effort of razing Ziwei to the ground, please mobilize your people immediately. We will be gathering in Tianyan City before embarking to Ziwei Segmentum." The city lord of Tianyan's voice shook the void, and his indifferent voice echoed in the entire Tianyan City, rife with an intense murderous intent. Wang Xiao would lead Tianyan City, with the imperial arms, to go on an expedition to destroy Ziwei Segmentum. "If we go to destroy Ziwei, will Yi Futian lead his people to continue these ambushes, just like he did today?" someone asked. "No, Ziwei Segmentum is his lair right now. There, he can urge the will of Ziwei the Great. Now that he knows of our attacks, Yi Futian will not easily leave the Ziwei Segmentum. Otherwise, it would be as if he has completely given up Ziwei Segmentum, and then what would become of the cultivators in Ziwei Segmentum?" The city lord of Tianyan continued. "Unless he rebels and decides to side with the Dark World or the evil Emperor realm." "Unha." All the cultivators nodded. In the Ziwei Segmentum, Yi Futian was able to use the will of Ziwei the Great to kill those who had survived the second divine tribulation of the Great Path, which they had already known. With such a powerful defensive force, Yi Futian would not be willing to leave the Ziwei Segmentum. If it was not to join the two other principalities, leaving the Ziwei Segmentum was akin to suicide. Principalities in the Divine Prefecture wanted to destroy them. Yi Futian himself aside, what about the other? How would they escape? As for Four Corner Village, the teacher and Dong Huang the Great had reached a compromise. As long as the teacher would not intervene, Dong Huang the Great and the Imperial Palace would not interfere either. However, if the teacher from the Four Corner Village wanted to meddle, he would have difficulty explaining it to Dong Huang the Great. There was no need to worry about all of these, however. Now, it depended on whether Wang Xiao, with the help of the imperial arms, would overpower Yi Futian, who had the will of Ziwei the Great. As long as he could, then Ziwei Segmentum would be destroyed. Perhaps the Ziwei Segmentum had the power to destroy one principality in the Divine Prefecture, such as the Holy Land of Taichu. But with a conglomerate of the forces within the Divine Prefecture, the power of Ziwei Segmentum was far from enough to overcome them all. There was only death in their future. Shi Qiao frowned slightly. This time the feast at Tianyan City was meant to create the momentum for Wang Xiao to destroy Ziwei. Yi Futian may have suppressed this momentum, but it did not dampen the city lord's determination. The outcome had not changed. Under this condition, it was hard for her to help Yi Futian. "The Ziwei Segmentum must be destroyed," said a cultivator from Haotianken and Nantian domains spoke at this time. "If that's the case, we will have to look to Tianyan City in leading the effort," Yuanshi Palace of Yuanshi Domain added. Successively, one after the other followed to express similar sentiments. It was the ancient god clan first who wanted to destroy Ziwei. With the participation of several major ancient god clans, some other major forces immediately pledged their allegiance in joining the army of this operation of suppression. Shichiao sat there quietly and watched all this taking place. She understood that these ancient god clans were so proactive in the elimination of Futian was not only because of their grievances. In truth, their grievances with Futian were not as deep as imagined. It was just at one time, and could be resolved if they wanted to. The motivation to destroy Ziwei, grievances aside, was because Futian's growth would make the Ziwei segmentum, which he ruled, become a significant threat to the rest of the ancient god clans. Then, there was also the matter of the many divine treasures that Futian possessed. The cultivation world was operated on survival of the fittest, and acts of plunder were common. They wouldn't mind suffocating a peerless genius talent before his time. Furthermore, unlike the Shin clan and the Sun God Mountain, they were not afraid of Futian's ambush and revenge. It was relatively simple to kill Futian before he had completely developed all his potentials, as there was not much threat. If they waited until Futian survived the divine tribulation of the Great Path, it would be conceivably much more difficult. How about the West Imperial Palace and the other forces? Don't you want to participate? It was the clan leader of Futian clan. His eyes fell on the palace lord of West Imperial Palace. He asked, "Now that Ziwei Segmentum is a common enemy of the Divine Prefecture, all forces of the Divine Prefecture ought to join hands in their punishment. As one of the ancient god clans of the Divine Prefecture, does the West Imperial Palace really intend to side with Futian against everyone? And all the domain chiefs' manors and other principalities of the Divine Prefecture as well? The great Emperor is merciful and agreed not to get involved, but all of you, don't you want to help the Imperial Palace in getting rid of this thorn?" Now that these forces decided to participate themselves, it seemed that they loathed seeing anyone else watching from the sidelines, intending to strong-arm the entire Divine Prefecture. This way, Futian and Ziwei Segmentum would be facing all of the Divine Prefecture, thus reducing any threat from him. Even if they couldn't take him, with Futian being the public enemy of the entire Divine Prefecture, could the Imperial Palace still stand by and do nothing? A look of annoyance flashed through Shichiao's beautiful eyes. This Futian clan was a little too nosy. The palace lord of the West Imperial Palace glanced at him, only to hear Chief Shihai of the West Sea Domain interrupted at this time. "I heard that Futian personally went to the West Imperial Palace to deliver elixir, and was received by the palace lord personally. Are the two parties now in an alliance?" "Just for mutual benefits, nothing more." The palace lord of West Imperial Palace looked nonchalant as he continued, "Would any of you refuse the offering of subdivine elixir?" Shichiao had consented to the cooperation with Futian, which made the mutual benefits possible later, but there is no alliance. However, because of this relationship, it is inconvenient for West Imperial Palace to do anything at the moment. We can only wish all of you the best in your endeavor." Naturally, the palace lord of the West Imperial Palace knew what to say and what not to say. Futian was being ostracized by the entire Divine Prefecture, so he couldn't very well divulge the fact that they were in an alliance. But if it was just mutual benefits, who in Divine Prefecture could do anything about that? Now that things are coming to an end, West Imperial Palace must be leaving. Thank you for the invitation. We are all very impressed. The palace lord of West Imperial Palace put his hands together in respect for the city lord of Tianyan. He then looked at Princess Dongwang. "Your Royal Highness, we will take our leave presently." Having said that, the palace lord of West Imperial Palace left with the cultivators from West Imperial Palace, not willing to jump into this muddy water with the rest of them. Shichiao left with them, but she was a little worried. The alliance among all the significant forces in the Divine Prefecture to initiate the subjugation of the Ziwei Segmentum would be extremely dangerous this time. This was the first time anything of this kind had ever happened since Dongwang the Great had unified the Divine Prefecture. Right after she left, Shichiao immediately notified Futian regarding this latest development. Although he knew in advance that this might be the outcome of the armor competition at Tianyan City, Futian still had a heavy feeling after its confirmation. Next, Ziwei Segmentum would be besieged by all of the Divine Prefecture. However, he would have no thoughts of compromise. Things as they were, he would have to face them head-on. It was not as if he had never experienced this kind of crisis. If he were to survive this major catastrophe, in the future, he would make each and every one of these forces in the Divine Prefecture pay, especially Tianyan City. Futian hurried back to Ziwei Segmentum. At the same time, all the major forces in the Divine Prefecture began to mobilize their forces to meet at Tianyan City. The stage seemed to be set for an impending great battle that would surely shake all of the Divine Prefecture. The cultivators of Tianyan City were all trembling in their hearts, facing the unknown of this predicament. They could have never expected that the once-a-century armor competition in Tianyan City would evolve from a celebration to the dire situation they found themselves in. After Futian returned to Ziwei Imperial Palace, he waited quietly. Lord Qin and Hua Jiyu also returned one after another and brought with them many cultivators. They were primarily important figures from the Shin clan and the Sun God Mountain. However, most of the key figures in these two forces had gone to Tianyan City, thus escaped the invasion and were not captured. Futian looked at the group of cultivators in front of him with a cold expression and said, "Imprison them. If the Shin clan and the Sun God Mountain behave themselves, they will be imprisoned here in Ziwei Segmentum. If the two forces attack, they will be the first ones to die." "Yes, Palace Lord." At this time, Futian was filled with murderous intent. How could he be peaceful when the forces of the Divine Prefecture had launched an attack on him? "What's the situation over there?" Lord Chen asked Futian. Futian frowned slightly and said, "The situation is not good. We must prepare for war. Ziwei Segmentum will face its greatest catastrophe in history." Lord Qin looked solemnly at Futian. From Futian's tone, he could tell the seriousness of the matter. This time, all the principalities in the Divine Prefecture, including all the ancient god clans, will ally for the sole purpose of attacking Ziwei Segmentum. "They are already gathering their forces in Tianyan City," said Futian. Not long before he left, Shi Qiao had informed him of this news. Chapter 2570, One Man's Battle. In Tianyan City, the feast had concluded, but no one left the city. As countless cultivators looked up into the sky, they saw in the area close to the city lord's office that cultivators had descended successively from the sky. They came down with brilliant divine light and gathered in the city lord's office. Outside the city lord's office, where the most crowd gathered, there was a sea of people with no end in sight. They all rushed to get a look inside the city lord's office and saw that formation of camps had appeared in the sky above the city lord's office. Each camp represented a peak force from the Divine Prefecture. All the principalities in the Divine Prefecture had converged to Tianyan City with the greatest speed. They did not intend to give the Ziwei Segmentum any time for preparation. They did not want to repeat the Holy Land of Taichu's mistakes, and wanted to flatten the Ziwei Segmentum as soon as possible. Princess Dongwang, Diu, and other cultivators from the Imperial Palace did not leave, however. They sat there, watching everything that took place in front of them. Not even when the powers of the Divine Prefecture were dealing with the Dark World and the empty Divine Realm had acted this quickly. The city lord of Tianyan City did not sit down but stood there, waiting for the arrival of cultivators from all sides. This battle was unavoidable, and Ziwei Segmentum must be destroyed, just like Futian must be destroyed as well. He would be the stepping stone for Wang Xiao, who was on his way to becoming an emperor. Slaying Futian would dispel the remaining dark clouds over Wang Xiao's head. Watching the arrival of all the major forces, the city lord of Tianyan was also looking solemn at this moment, and there was a slight disturbance in his heart. He cast a glance at Wang Xiao. Though he was defeated in the last battle, it would not affect his future. He, who was able to control the imperial arms, would be invincible under the great emperor. Gradually, all the participating forces from Divine Prefecture completed their assembly and gathered inside the city lord's office. The entire Tianyan city was incredibly quiet. This would be the greatest war since the unification of the Divine Prefecture. Unfortunately, they would not be witnessing it. "Everyone is here. Let's get ready to depart. The city lord of Tianyan surveyed the crowd, then said to Princess Dongwang next to him, "The great emperor is merciful and agreed not to act against Ziwei. But today, Wang Xiao will lead the cultivators of the divine prefecture to flatten the Ziwei segmentum, ridding them of the imperial palace." His words had put Wang Xiao at an extremely high level by letting him be the head of all the powers of the divine prefecture. Furthermore, in the presence of so many top figures from the divine prefecture, he did not feel any impropriety in the slightest. As the most powerful man under the great emperor, his grandson, Wang Xiao, was definitely qualified. Princess Dongwang glanced in the direction where Wang Xiao was and said, "If so, you have my best wish to Tianyan City and all the forces of the divine prefecture to take down Futian. However, there are countless living creatures within the Ziwei segmentum, and they are innocent cultivators. As all of you go forth to conquer, refrain from killing indiscriminately, lest you hurt the innocents. Your Royal Highness, rest assured, this time we will only slaughter the cultivators of Ziwei Imperial Palace and take down the Ziwei segmentum. No innocent people will be harmed," the city lord of Tianyan said. Then, he looked at Wang Xiao and said, "Wang Xiao, remember well the words of the princess." "Yes," Wang Xiao nodded. "Go and fetch the imperial arms so you can be on your way," the city lord of Tianyan said. Immediately Wang Xiao left, heading deeper into the city lord's office. Inside the city lord's office, there was a passage to the original realm. After a moment, the cultivators of Tianyan City saw an imperial glory and shot into the firmament in the direction of the city lord's office. It was as if the sky had been pierced through. At the same time, an incomparable imperial might shrouded Tianyan City. After another moment, the imperial glory disappeared. A brilliant spatial divine light appeared inside the city lord's office. All those powerful formations disappeared from the city lord's office to conquer the original realm. In the Ziwei segmentum and inside the Ziwei Imperial Palace, everyone was busy with their assignments. Many cultivators had been sent away, temporarily leaving Ziwei segmentum. Those below the realm of Upper Rehuang had been sent away to other parts of the Ziwei segmentum. In case they lost, these people may still have a chance at survival. Of course, all the key players of Ziwei Imperial Palace were still there. They planned to live and die with the Ziwei Imperial Palace. Futian was standing together with Hua Jiyu, inspecting Ziwei Imperial Palace. He looked at Zhuge Mingyu and said, "Second senior sister, how is the arrangement of everything?" "Don't worry. Everything has been arranged," Zhuge Mingyu said with a smile. It seemed as if she did not feel any stress at all, she seemed quite at ease. The other cultivators were there as well. They looked at Futian with trust in their eyes. Futian felt the gaze from everyone, and there was a hint of guilty in his heart. He said with a smile, "Everyone has been through a hard time following me. There were not many peaceful days all along this journey. The cultivation world has always been like this. It's the same everywhere. If not you, there would have been other calamities," Lord Taishan said. "When I was cultivating in Taishan Mountain, I was also attacked. Then I watched you endure these catastrophes because you have been growing. In the process of growth, there are many dangers and hardships. That's right, every day of my life is a bonus after being saved from so many situations like this. They are nothing new and certainly nothing to worry about." The Sky River Great Elder also piped up nonchalantly. They had been through so many dangers with their lives hanging by a thread that nothing was very significant. They were not afraid of death. They just wanted to go out in a blaze of glory, following Futian to go to the higher highs. Futian smiled and nodded. He then looked at Lord Qin and Murong Yu and said, "Ziwei Imperial Palace does not belong to me. If it is really sacked, you can choose to surrender. There is no need to consider in regards to me. It is better to be alive than dead." Those cultivators who were part of the Ziwei Imperial Palace before him did not have as deep a relationship with him as others. He would not force anyone else to die if he were defeated this time. "The Palace Lord is the heir chosen by Ziwei the Great, and we are all descendants of Ziwei. We have followed the Palace Lord because the Palace Lord has inherited the will of the Great Emperor. Now that the forces of Divine Prefecture have come for the kill, there is absolutely no reason for us to surrender. Any suggestion of that is an insult to us, Lord Chen said. His tone was not so friendly anymore. Back then, Yi Futian had slew the original palace lord of Ziwei Imperial Palace so that the Ziwei Imperial Palace would surrender to him. Still, they didn't submit because of fear alone. It was essential to note that Yi Futian had already inherited the will of Ziwei the Great at that time. Hence, their submission to the manifestation of the Great Emperor was understandable. After all, the entire Ziwei segmentum worshipped Ziwei the Great, and that was their belief. But this time was different. Yi Futian would use the will of the Great Emperor to fight this battle. If he lost, the Emperor's will would be broken, and Ziwei would be destroyed. How could they possibly submit in that case? Although we are not a noble brood, we have chosen to stay, and we will follow the palace lord and live and die with the imperial palace, Morong Yu also said. Yi Futian looked at those faces, and warmth filled his heart. He proceeded. As the palace lord of Ziwei Imperial Palace, I cannot guarantee anything else, but in this battle if the forces of Divine Prefecture want to invade the Ziwei segmentum and raze Ziwei Imperial Palace to the ground, they will have to step over my dead body first. Although Tianyan City came with the imperial arms, the palace lord can use the will of the great emperor to unite the heavens. Surely this battle will be won, and the people of the Divine Prefecture will not be able to sack Ziwei, Lord Chen said. Yi Futian nodded and said, I have never felt the power of the imperial arms, so this battle is a battle of the unknown. Right now, I'm just planning for the worst-case scenario. With his current realm of strength, using the will of Ziwei the Great, he was also an invincible existence under the Great Emperor. In the Ziwei segmentum, he could slay even those who had survived the second divine tribulation of the Great Path. But this time, he would be facing the imperial arms. With a wave of Yi Futian's hand, a treasure mirror appeared. A divine consciousness entered into it, and the mirror flickered with light inside. An image appeared. In the boundless space outside the Ziwei segmentum, there was a place where the divine light was shining radiantly, and a mighty group of cultivators was heading towards the Ziwei segmentum. They are here, Yi Futian said. I'm going. After that, he levitated into the air and headed higher up into the sky. May the palace lord return in victory. Lord Chen raised his head and looked at the departing figure of Yi Futian, bowing. May the palace lord return in victory. One after another, voices resounded throughout Ziwei Imperial Palace. Inside the Imperial Palace, all the cultivators bowed, wishing Yi Futian a triumphant return. They knew that Yi Futian would either win or die in this battle. There was no third choice. With Yi Futian's personality, defeat meant death because he would not want to live to see the people from Divine Prefecture sack Ziwei segmentum. This was not a war between the Divine Prefecture and Ziwei segmentum, but a war between the forces of the Divine Prefecture and Yi Futian. Today's Ziwei segmentum, in front of such a mighty army of Divine Prefecture, could not withstand a prolonged battle. As soon as the army entered Ziwei segmentum, Ziwei Imperial Palace would be razed to the ground in a short time. This was a war for Yi Futian alone. In the boundless starry sky, standing outside the Ziwei segmentum, the entire Ziwei segmentum seems to be shrouded by an endless light screen. All the stars in the segmentum were linked as one, emitting infinite starlight that was continuously circulating. At this time, rays of light dazzled, descending in one area and turning into formations. Each of these formations was extremely powerful, with a terrifying aura of the Great Path permeating from them. The men of each formation stood in the boundless space, their eyes on the segmentum before them. It was a spectacular sight. Starlight flowed in the periphery of the segmentum, circulating it as if to pave the sky with stars. At this moment, their eyes were focused in one direction. In that direction, amid the flowing starlight, a gigantic elusive figure manifested. A very familiar figure in white garments and with white hair, it was none other than Yi Futian. At this moment, Yi Futian's will had been merged with Ziwei's segmentum already and turned into a part of this endless starry sky. Just as Lord Qin and the others had anticipated, this war was a war for Yi Futian alone. Chapter 2571, Imperial Arm Below the Starry Sky. A figure dressed in white sat in a cross-legged stance. In the boundless universe, he appeared especially tiny. His eyes were shut tight, and his spiritual soul had merged into one with the starry sky. He had forgotten about himself. This was Yi Futian's true self, but his consciousness was not inside of his true form. Above the celestial skies, the enormous phantasm appeared in the vast starry space. It looked like the projection of Yi Futian in the starry skies. This was a manifestation of his consciousness. The eyes of the projection looked toward the divine prefecture cultivators who came to attack. He stood before the powerful cultivators of the divine prefecture alone, on his own. He intercepted them outside of the Ziwei segmentum. The divine prefecture cultivators paused in their tracks. The aura from each of the camps was extremely terrifying. Their gazes were fixed on the phantom figure before them. Indeed, as the rumors had it, Yi Futian could utilize the will of Ziwei the Great to fuse his spiritual soul into the starry skies and control the trillions of celestial stars. At this moment, Yi Futian represented the will of Ziwei the Great and guarded this place. In the middle of the various divine prefecture factions were the cultivators from Tianyan City, of which the leading figure wasn't the lord of the Tianyan City, and it was his heir, Wang Xiao, who had been defeated by Yi Futian. The divine prefecture crusade this time was led by Wang Xiao for an assault on the Ziwei segmentum. Wang Xiao looked in front of him as well, and he stared at Yi Futian's phantom figure. His gaze was ice-cold, while murderous intent burned inside his eyes. "Young city lord, please break open this defense of the Ziwei segmentum. As long as we shatter the will of Ziwei the Great, we can directly charge into Ziwei and wipe out the Imperial Palace," the chief of the West Sea Domain Chief's manor said. He had an intense hatred for Yi Futian. Yi Futian killed a significant number of people from his West Sea Domain Chief's manor. Although he was the chief of the Domain Chief's manor under the jurisdiction of the Imperial Palace, he joined this war against the Ziwei segmentum. The various cultivators all looked toward Wang Xiao. The only one capable of breaking through this defense and destroying the will of Ziwei the Great was Wang Xiao. Although the lord of the Tianyan city was arrogant to say that Wang Xiao was invisible amongst cultivators below the great emperor, in some sense, he was right. With the imperial arm, very few people in the divine prefecture could hold their own against Wang Xiao. His own power level was, of course, out of the question since he had been defeated by Yi Futian not long ago. "All right." Wang Xiao nodded and walked forward. It stepped on the void and stood in the middle of the boundless starry skies. With a turn of his mind, a ray of light appeared above him in the vast starry skies. As the light rained downward, it illuminated the vast space. That was the imperial glory, supremely divine and holy, and even the apex overlords didn't dare to look into it directly. Wang Xiao went up into the air and moved in that direction. He stood in the boundless starry skies. Before him was a divine hammer. The one who was holding the divine hammer was a supreme, holy phantasm. The phantasm was extremely oppressive and had an unparalleled aura of might and majesty. It was almost as though it contained vitality and looked down upon all beings in the world. "Tianyan the Great!" The hearts of the cultivators quivered. This divine hammer was one of the imperial arms forged personally by Tianyan the Great. It was the divine attacking arm of Tianyan the Great, a divine weapon known as the Sky Tremor. This was the imperial arm that Tianyan the Great explicitly forged to be compatible with the divine technique, Sky Tremoring Hammer, which he had created. In the boundless void, waves of tremoring pulses swept out from above the Sky Tremor. The cultivators from the divine prefecture all felt a suffocating aura. The waves of terrifying tremors continued to expand while growing stronger. It covered a nearly endless area, perhaps even the entire Ziwei segmentum. Boom! Dull thumps could be heard in the skies. As waves after waves of the tremoring pulses swept across the air and landed on the light screen outside the Ziwei segmentum, rigorous booming sounds erupted from the impact. Moreover, it was as though those tremoring pulses were endless, impacting the light screen over and over. Retreat! The divine prefecture cultivators flew into the air and went even higher to evade those tremoring pulses. They looked down toward the segmentum. The tremoring pulses of the Sky Tremor seemed to transform into tangible attacks. As it tremored down on the light screen one round after another, It was as though it had no end. Legend has it that every attack of the sky tremor contained hundreds of millions of tremoring pulses, containing enough power to obliterate anything in this world. A powerful cultivator from the Divine Prefecture said as he looked in Wang Zhao's direction. It was as though Wang Zhao's body had fused into one with the phantasm of Tianyan the Great. When he reached out his hand, he gripped onto the sky tremor together with the arm of the phantasm. Yi Futian's phantasm naturally felt this overwhelming pressure as well. With a turn of his mind, the celestial stars in the skies outside of the Ziwei segmentum started to revolve and rotate. It was as if the entire segmentum transformed into one complete star with trillions of stars merging into one to protect the Ziwei segmentum from obliteration. As the divine light rained down from the celestial skies, it blinded the eyes of those who looked toward it. Wang Xiao raised his hand. The phantasm of Tianyan the Great raised the sky tremor and slammed it down. At this instant, trillions of tremoring pulses swept downward, shrouding the vast celestial skies. Within the vicinity of these tremoring pulses, it was as though no living being could exist. Regardless of who stood below, he would be shattered and killed by the tremoring pulses. Boom! A dull, heavy thud echoed through the celestial skies. It was as though space itself was being crushed and shattered, giving rise to an endless array of dark cracks in space. At the same time, the waves of tremoring pulses attacked against the outside of the body of the star. The tremoring even seeped in indirectly, trying to shatter the entire Ziwei segmentum. At this moment, inside one of the cultivation stars inside the Ziwei segmentum, all of the cultivators suddenly heard the terrifying noises coming from atop the celestial skies. It rumbled their eardrums, causing the ground to shake and tremor as though there was an earthquake. Buildings collapsed while the wild roars of the demonic beasts could be heard. At this moment, every single person inside the Ziwei segmentum felt this tremoring pulse attack coming from outside of the segmentum. Regardless of cultivation level, a shocked expression spread across all of their faces. They raised their heads to look toward the sky while the ground was quaking. What in the world is happening? No one knew. Only the people of the Ziwei Imperial Palace knew what happened. At this moment, the Imperial Palace was tremoring as well. They raised their heads to look toward the outer skies, and waves of shock went through their hearts. It was such a terrifying attack that impacted the entire segmentum. Just how frighteningly powerful was it? If it weren't for Yi Futian with the will of Ziwei the Great controlling the celestial stars, these tremors would be able to obliterate countless lives from the Ziwei segmentum. This is the attacking power of an imperial arm? The hearts of the cultivators quivered. Being able to cover the entire segmentum. That was such shocking power. Just how terrifyingly powerful could the great emperors be? In the eyes of a great emperor, all cultivators below the great emperor level were likely no different from ants. Regardless of how powerful a tribulation plane cultivator was, there was no way he could even conceive an attack this terrifyingly powerful. And Yi Futian, what kind of pressure was he under now? Boom! Another sky-shaking noise echoed through the air. People in the entire segment could hear this extremely horrifying noise. Outside of the Ziwei segmentum and outside of the tremoring pulses from the attacks of the sky tremor, a ray of divine light shot down from the sky tremor, colliding in one direction to form a terrifying pillar of light attempting to pierce through the defense. Around the light pillar were ominous cracks in space, even tearing open tunnels connecting to the original realm and the Divine Prefecture. On the other end of the space cracks, Divine Prefecture cultivators sensed the situation and were all equally shocked, not knowing what was happening. He didn't break through. The Divine Prefecture cultivators saw that below them, the Ziwei segmentum defensive light screen was not broken under the attack of the Imperial arm. However, cracks appeared on the flowing starry light screen, and they were expanding. The truly terrifying thing was that the tremoring pulses still hadn't dissipated. It was as though there was no limit of end to them. Finally, as the cracks spread through the light screen, the outer starry light screen was torn apart, and as the cracks continued to grow, the defensive light screen was also breaking. Yi Futian witnessed all of this happening. He looked toward Wang Xiao and the sky tremor above him, the power of an imperial arm, as expected. It was truly as terrifying as it could get. But it wasn't unmatchable. With a turn of his mind, the divine lights from the stars of the celestial skies converged together. The phantasm of Ziwei the Great manifested behind Yi Futian's figure, and then it fused together with his apparition. Yi Futian raised his head and looked toward the phantasms of Wang Xiao and Tianyan the Great high up in the skies. This was no longer a battle between Wang Xiao and him. It was a battle between the wills of two great emperors. The sky tremor was once again raised, then slammed down. Trillions of tremoring pulses swept out, attempting to shatter the entire Ziwei. In the ancient era, Ziwei the Great was the apex great emperor. His powers should be above that of Tianyan the Great. However, the imperial arm left by Tianyan the Great contained the attacking will of Tianyan the Great himself, while the Ziwei segmentum did not. Instead, it required Yi Futian's control. Hum! A starry divine light erupted to transform into a starry divine sword, colliding directly with the light ray from the sky tremor that was slamming down. High up above the sky, two light pillars of golden and purple colors appeared, tearing apart the space around them. It was as though the entire world was collapsing. It was extremely terrifying. At the same time, the stars of the celestial skies revolved and once again blocked those terrifying tremoring pulses. But when the trillions of tremoring pulses swept downwards, many stars exploded and were shattered, allowing the terrifying tremoring pulses to invade the Ziwei segmentum. Yi Futian could sense that inside the Ziwei segmentum, countless living beings were affected. Many people were even injured due to these terrifying tremoring pulses. Ancient great emperors were able to obliterate an entire world on their own. That was certainly not fiction. Yi Futian raised his head and looked in the direction which Wang Xiao was in. The attacks of the imperial arm were so powerful. He couldn't just allow him to strike over and over again. Otherwise, even if he managed to fend against his attacks, the cultivators of the Ziwei segmentum wouldn't be able to bear it. Chapter 2572 Confrontation. The overlords of the divine prefecture stood atop the skies, separating into different formations. Just then, the lord of the Tianyan city lowered his head to look below him and said, "The star defense light screen had already been broken through. We can charge in and enter the Ziwei segmentum, dismantling the enemy from inside, and leave the straight-on attack for Wang Xiao." Although their power wasn't as terrifying as Wang Xiao with the imperial arm, many of them were still apex cultivators who had overcome the second divine tribulation of the Great Path. Even across the entire divine prefecture, they're still considered top-tier cultivators. Even on such a terrifying battlefield, they were qualified to participate. All right. Several of them nodded. Then, the top forces of the divine prefecture went downward. The divine lights of the great paths circled them, transforming into rays of light and bolting down. They went straight for the inside of the shattered starlight screen, attempting to charge straight into the Ziwei segmentum. Yet just as they charged downward and were about to enter between the countless stars and into the Ziwei segmentum, a face appeared atop every single celestial star surrounding the segmentum. They were all Yi Futian's face. At this moment, it was as though countless faces were staring at them, which evoked an uncanny feeling in them. Hum! As the starlight flowed and spun, the celestial stars revolved in a specific orbit, slamming toward them in the revolution. Immediately, terrifying noises were emitted, and all of them felt a suffocating divine might. "Careful!" the lord of the Tianyan city yelled. All of the cultivators unleashed the most powerful might of their great paths. Then, the celestial stars collided with them. The Tianyan city lord dealt one thrust of his spear, striking onto the huge star, causing cracks to appear before it shattered. At the same time, the other cultivators also launched their attacks against the stars and caused them to shatter one after another. But it was as though they had sunken into a dominion of stars and were engulfed by the revolving stars of the skies. Countless stars smashed down onto them endlessly. One after another, each attack forced them into passive defense. The Tianyan city lord frowned. This was still just a slither of Yi Futian's consciousness dealing with them. Yi Futian's main consciousness was fending against Wang Xiao. But even then, it was still so astonishingly powerful, which was a testament to his powerful control over the stars of these skies. The entire Ziwei segmentum was under his control. Just like the rumors said, Yi Futian was the king of Ziwei. Here, he was God. Wang Shao saw this too. He wielded the sky tremor and slammed toward there. The tremoring pulses swept out, causing enormous noises to echo the skies. Many of the stars were crushed and obliterated, which finally allowed the cultivators to dash out. But they didn't dare to continue going deeper. Instead, they returned to the celestial skies. The auras of the Tianyan City Lord and the other cultivators fluctuated, and the auras of their great paths were also unstable. Although it was just a short while just now, it was extremely dangerous. And that tremoring pulse just now impacted them as well. If they weren't tribulation plane cultivators and were instead just Renhuangs, these tremoring pulses alone would be enough to kill them. However, the thought of charging into the Ziwei segmentum was extinguished. It seemed to be extremely difficult. Unless Wang Shao completely tore open the defense, they wouldn't be able to enter. Wang Shao, it's all yours! The Tianyan City Lord roared to Wang Shao. Wang Shao was invincible below the Great Emperor level. This battle belonged to him. As long as he could crack open Ziwei and eliminate Yi Futian, so what if Tianyan City lost? No one cared about the process. They would only see the outcome. Okay. Wang Shao nodded. At this moment, it was as though the Great Emperor had descended upon the world. It was as if he was the real Tianyan the Great, wielding the sky tremor and looking down on the Ziwei segmentum. The only acceptable outcome for him is victory. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to wipe out the humiliation of Tianyan City. One after another, wave of terrifying pulses came sweeping down the sky tremor. Deep thumping sounds echoed out continuously. One pulse after another, endlessly tremoring onto the Ziwei segmentum. Wang Shao stared at Yi Futian's apparition and said, "This battle between you and me is a clash of fate. I answered to the will of Tianyan the Great and gained the approval of the Great Emperor. I was granted the imperial arm. Today here I will wipe out Ziwei." His voice rumbled through the boundless celestial skies and echoed through the vast world. Yet a cold humph could be heard as though containing some disdain and contempt. Then Yi Futian said, "Does this power of the imperial arm belong to you? You're simply relying on the acknowledgement of the imperial arm. Even the attacks belong to the imperial arm and not you. Without the imperial arm, who are you? Just one spear thrust. How dare you claim to be invincible below the great emperors? Who are you to proclaim a clash of fate? All of your glory was bestowed by the lord of the Tianyan city. A person who can't even bear one thrust of a spear, do you think you have unparalleled talent?" Yi Futian's voice echoed through the celestial skies, which made Wang Zhao's face turn ugly. He was always groomed as the heir of Tianyan city. Just as Yi Futian said, all of his values were imbued in him by his grandfather, the lord of Tianyan city. He was born extraordinary, destined for greatness. This had reached the peak after receiving the inheritance of Tianyan the Great. It wasn't just his grandfather, everyone thought so too, even himself. The path that he was going to walk was the path of a great emperor. He wants to affect your state of mind. The Tianyan city lord said loudly. Wang Shao, the world only sees results, not process. You've inherited the imperial arm, and now you're unparalleled below the great emperor. With this battle, you'll trample Ziwei and then obliterate Yi Futian. Then, you will be number one in this world below the great emperors. Yi Futian sneered inside. The Tianyan city lord had always imbued this concept into him, Wang Shao, the greatest below the great emperors. In fact, Wang Shao had been under that perception all along, and it had never wavered. Until that thrust of a spear at the Tianyan city lord's office, that was when he wavered. That strike made him feel defeated. It made him see someone that was more outstanding than him. When reality is presented right in front of him, how could he not become doubtful? But now, he needed to forget all of this and put away the doubts toward himself. To walk the path of the great emperor, one must be willing to move forward no matter what. Wang Zhao's gaze suddenly became incredibly firm. He looked down toward Yi Futian's phantasm and said, "Anyone who stands before me shall perish." As his voice sounded, the sky tremor once again slammed down. Tremoring pulses of obliteration swept across everything. It was almost as though this entire space of the original realm would be destroyed as a dark hurricane formed. At the same time, the light pillar pierced through the boundless celestial skies and shot toward Futian. It was unstoppable. As the divine lights of the celestial stars flowed and turned, the projection of Ziwei the Great manifested. Infinite starlight merged in a sword, a killing sword that contained the aura of the great emperor. It collided with the light pillar, and once again intercepted it. Wang Zhao's attack couldn't penetrate it one bit to impact the Ziwei segmentum. As long as I'm here, Ziwei will be too. Futian's voice sounded unassailable. But he too was pondering. Although he could fend off Wang Zhao's attacks, it wouldn't work if he had to keep doing that. I needed some other way to threaten him to stop. He fused into the will of Ziwei the Great to control the Ziwei segmentum. He commanded the power of the stars of the skies, and that was the path of Ziwei the Great. However, that power wasn't entirely his. As he thought about this, the revolving stars of the skies and the boundless celestial space erupted even more magnificent divine lights. Futian's face appeared atop all of the stars, and it was as though his consciousness had completely fused into the celestial stars. Hum hum hum! Rays of starlight lit up and shone. The celestial stars all started to deal out terrifying sword wills of the stars at the same time. These sword wills contained the unparalleled might of the great emperor. It was almost as if they were the sword wills of the great emperor himself. As the celestial stars revolved, an endless array of divine swords appeared in different positions, but they all pointed in the same direction. That was where Wang Xiao was. Wang Xiao frowned. What was Futian trying to do? His spiritual soul was fused into the boundless celestial skies in a decentralized state. Yet now, he wanted to perfectly control the orbits of the celestial stars. This would cause a significant burden on this spiritual soul and cause his powers to be scattered and unfocused. Futian seemed to want to gamble with him. Under the celestial skies, a white-haired figure sat in a cross-legged stance. His eyes were shut tight as the starlight of trillions of stars spilled onto him as though connecting with his body. At this moment, it was almost as though Futian no longer belonged to himself. Inside his mind, he was no longer himself as an individual. Instead, he was the world of the stars of the celestial skies. Wang Xiao wielded the sky tremor and continued to sweep across the area using the tremoring pulses. Yet, when the pulses landed on the celestial stars of the skies, it was completely dissolved. It was as though the pulses were pierced through by countless divine swords and could no longer continue invading below the skies. The celestial skies sank into an eerie silence. Wang Xiao didn't continue attacking. Futian didn't continue attacking either. This strike could break through the barrier of the segmentum and enter the inside of the Ziwei segmentum. The light pillar of the sky tremor will pierce through the entire Ziwei segmentum, and countless cultivators will lose their lives as a result. And all of this will be your fault, Wang Xiao thundered. Futian's apparition disappeared. Ziwei the Greats will seem to have fused into the boundless celestial skies as well and no longer existed in any particular location. So, no power could block the bolting light pillar of the sky tremor, and it would pierce through the Ziwei segmentum directly. It could even pierce through the land of the stars inside the segmentum where the cultivators resided. After this strike, perhaps, you will die alongside them, Futian replied. His voice was ice-cold. It was as though he would do it no matter what, even at the expense of countless lives. At this point, he had no choice. He had to sacrifice. If all he did was brace and block, it could only lead to obliteration. When that happened, it would all be out of his control. Chapter 2573 Internal Conflicts. In the silence of the starry battlefield, Wang Xiao hesitated. He looked at the divine starry light of the heavens and saw that every one of those lights was pointing at him. Every starry divine light contained incomparable sword will. It was as if as soon as he attacked, these swords in the heavens would converge upon him at the same time. The shockwaves from the sky tremoring hammer swept down again and again, but when each shockwave landed in front of the starry swords, it was neutralized by the sword will. It seemed that even with the imperial arms, it was not an easy task to invade Ziwei's segmentum. Wang Xiao thought of the words spoken by the city lord of Tianyan. With the imperial arms in hand, he was the unraveled. As such, how could he even contemplate retreat? If he couldn't manage to get inside Ziwei today and slaughter Yi Futian, that, compounded with the defeat suffered at the city lord's office, he would no longer have the audacity to call himself the unraveled. He would be forever cowering in the shadow of Yi Futian. When he thought of this, Wang Xiao raised his arm, bathing in imperial glory. As if he had made a decision, he held the sky tremoring hammer high above his head, looking down at the stars in the heavens below. He spoke loudly. Under the great emperor, I am invincible. The moment his voice fell, the divine light descended from the sky, piercing the boundless space. The shockwaves of destruction swept out, and its intensity had multiplied with the help of the imperial arms. Billions of shockwaves descended at the same time with an explosive force. The beam of light went directly towards the space below, attempting to penetrate the Ziwei segmentum. Above the stars in the heavens, Yi Futian's phantoms were lit up at the same time. It was as if he had transformed everything. Infinite starlight bloomed at the same time, transformed into the starry divine swords. There was also a terrifying spatial divine light that appeared, ignoring space and distance. The starry divine swords in the heavens pointed to one direction alone, Wang Zhao's direction. At this moment, the endless starry sky was illuminated, blinding everyone. At the same time, there was an ultimate destructive power that was lurking. At the periphery of the Ziwei segmentum, the beam of light directly pierced the light screen of the segmentum. The ruinous beam of light penetrated heaven and earth, tearing through the space, making its way down into Ziwei's segmentum. At this moment, in Ziwei's segmentum, on different starry continents, many cultivators had seen the pillar of light. This pillar of destruction was like a pillar from the gods, illuminating the world, carrying with it the power that could destroy the world. Wherever the light went, everything was gone like smoke and dust, and no one could stop it. When the cultivators in Ziwei segmentum saw the scene in front of them, they were greatly shocked. What is happening? The hearts of so many trembled. An earthquake had occurred on the starry continent where they were located. Now, a pillar of apocalyptic light appeared and penetrated the heavens. Wherever the light passed through, all living beings were destroyed indiscriminately. It's the end! Some, when they saw the sight in front of them, felt a little hopeless and silently prayed that this beam of light that had pierced the segmentum would not pass through the starry continent where they were. Within Ziwei segmentum, the cultivators on one of the continents seemed to be right under this beam of light. In an instant, they felt the aura of desperation. Many of them even wept as if they had seen the end of days. When such a beam of light fell, they would not have the slightest chance of survival. Before they had time to think too much, the beam of light descended upon them, but they were not destroyed. Because of the way the spaces were staggered, it looked as if the beam of light was coming towards them, but there was still a certain distance between the two. The beam of light landed quite far away from the continent where they were. Nonetheless, the aftershocks of destruction swept towards them, causing the continent to vibrate violently. Near the edge of the continent, many people perished in those spatial cracks. But even more people's lives were saved, fortunately. Who was it that launched this devastating attack? Cultivators on the continent looked at that ruinous beam of light passing by from a distance. The space had collapsed, unable to block the incomparable light. Everyone trembled in their hearts. Even those powerful cultivators shook in their boots, weak in their knees. This was more than just fear. How much damage would be caused by this beam of light? At the same time, outside of the Ziwei segmentum, there was a terrifying scene being played out as well. When that beam of light slammed into Ziwei segmentum, the light of countless divine swords directly swept toward Wang Xiao. The starry divine swords ignored the distance between them and seemed to be released by Yi Futian to rush through that terrible shockwave. It descended in just an instant, and did not allow Wang Xiao to attack with the sky tremoring hammer. Wang Xiao! The city lord of Tianyan and many other cultivators were repelled by the sword light and appeared in different directions. He looked at where Wang Xiao was and shouted, only to see countless horrific black fissures had appeared in that area, along with an infinite destructive sword will. The eyes of the city lord of Tianyan glued on that side, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of trepidation. An attack of such intensity, even with the help of the imperial arms, would not be easy for Wang Xiao. Upon the dissipation of this destructive attack, Wang Xiao appeared, and the imperial glory that he was bathed in before had dimmed considerably. The imperial arms held in his hands seemed a little unsteady, and there was blood all over his body as if he had been injured severely. In a quick glance, he looked like a recognizable man covered in blood. Moreover, Wang Xiao's breath was very shallow, as if he had suffered a serious injury. If it weren't for the imperial arms, that blow would have killed him long ago, and it would have been impossible for him to block it. Wang Xiao glanced down at the space below. He couldn't see Futian anywhere, as Futian's actual physical presence was not here. Wang Xiao had no way to attack any specific target because Futian seemed to have immersed himself into the galaxy in the heavens, and there were countless phantoms of Futian. Wang Xiao was pretty certain that such attacks by Futian must have cost him a lot, as it had to impose a tremendous physical load on him, but Wang Xiao could not be sure of Futian's actual condition. On the contrary, he was in a place of visibility while Futian, as the master of the Ziwei segmentum, was in the shadows. "Do you want to continue?" said an icy voice, containing an unmistakable murderous intent. Many stars had already shattered and collapsed, but of all the rest of the stars that remained, there were still countless phantoms of Futian that were above them, as if he was everywhere, and he could unleash another attack just like the one before. As long as Wang Xiao was bold enough to continue attacking Ziwei segmentum, he would blast out another devastating blow again. Wang Xiao had a terrible look on his face. Was he unable to achieve his objective, after all? He was not sure if the whole things were to repeat itself again, that he would be able to block the attack. A repetition of the same attack was likely to kill him here and now. "You are the unraveled under the great emperor?" Futian's voice spread across the endless starry sky as he said. "If so, let us do it again here so I can really see what exactly the unraveled is." His voice was filled with a potent murderous intent. Wang Zhao's attack had penetrated the segmentum, and many cultivators lost their lives under that one attack. Princess Dong Wang had specifically told Wang Xiao not to kill indiscriminately. However, Wang Xiao failed to follow this command. To make his way into the Ziwei segmentum, he had killed many innocent cultivators in the Ziwei segmentum. "If you can't sack Ziwei today, I will most definitely destroy Tianyan City one day." A voice full of murderous intent resounded through the void as if provoking Wang Xiao to make his move. The cultivators of various major camps from the Divine Prefecture stood in different directions, their eyes fixed on the stars in the heavens, looking humiliated. If Ziwei could not be defeated today, they would face certain danger in the future. Especially those forces that did not belong to any of the ancient god clan. This kind of danger may descend upon them at any time, and unlike the ancient god clans, they wouldn't be able to stop the ambush from Ziwei Imperial Palace. Wang Xiao was hesitating, and he struggled in his heart. It was true that Futian was provoking him to take action, but did he want to continue? How long could either one of them sustain this kind of exchange, whether it be Futian or Ziwei segmentum? "If we don't destroy Ziwei today, there will be no more chance in the future." A cultivator from the Divine Prefecture was heard speaking. "City Lord, make a decision right now, and we will ensure Wang Zhao's safety." They came with the City Lord of Tianyan this time and brought imperial arms with them, intending to flatten Ziwei. If they return without success, a sharp sword would forever hang above all of their heads. Of course, they didn't think they should withdraw. However, the City Lord of Tianyan did not think like them. This was Wang Xiao they were talking about. He was the most powerful genius talent of the Wang family in Tianyan City, the only one who could communicate with the imperial arms. If something were to happen to Wang Xiao, what would their future be? He had such high hopes for Wang Xiao. Futian and his antics did not mean that Wang Xiao was weak or incapable. "City Lord, if he's allowed to continue today, he will threaten all of the Divine Prefecture in the future. City Lord, we have allied to come here, and today we must sack Ziwei, or else it would all be for naught. We will be the laughingstock of all of the Divine Prefecture." All these voices rang one after another as cultivators of the divine prefecture attempt to persuade the city lord of Tianyan to permit Wang Shao to continue, in the hopes of vanquishing Ziwei and slaying Yi Futian. The city lord of Tianyan was agitated by all these chatter, as his eyes, now sharper than ever, assessing the battlefield. However, some cultivators appealed directly to Wang Shao. Wang Shao, as you command the imperial arms, you are invincible under the great emperor. He has nowhere to go now, and his words are as good as that of a dead man. If you continue the attack, he will surely die. This person who spoke was a cultivator from Futian clan, part of the ancient god clan. Shut up! The city lord of Tianyan scolded the speaker and cut him off. The clan leader of Futian clan looked askance at the city lord. Even though they all belonged to the ancient god clans, they were, in fact, always secretly vying for power. By goading Wang Shao to make a move, the Futian clan would be in a position to profit no matter the result. Actually, it was best that both sides lose, Ziwei sacked and Wang Shao dead. The city lord of Tianyan was a scheming old fox and knew very well the motivations behind the other's rhetoric, which accounted for his blunt reproach. What does the city lord mean by this? The clan leader of Futian clan pressed coldly. Before our departure, even the city lord has said that the goal for the alliance is to rid of Ziwei and Yi Futian, and that is why Wang Shao, invincible under the great emperor, brought the imperial arms with him, isn't that so? This remark silenced the city lord of Tianyan, and he had no good answer. Other cultivators were looking at him too and gave the city lord of Tianyan a slight pressure. He silently cursed these bastards inside, but this was the situation in front of him. Invincible under the great emperor? A burst of sarcastic laughter came out, and he said, Are you still deceiving yourselves? Without the imperial arms, killing him is as easy as killing an ant. Such a character dared to claim that he was invincible under the great emperor? How shameless! Were all the cultivators in the divine prefecture already turning on each other? If so, it couldn't be better. These principalities of divine prefecture had all hatched their plan, and a true alliance was impossible. They would crumble at the slightest sign of infighting and be defeated. Chapter 2574 Heaven Tempering Enumeration. Wang Zhao's eyes focused on the Ziwei segmentum below. In those eyes, divine flames seemed to linger, as he raised his arms slightly. It seemed as if he couldn't hold back the urge to continue the fight. But at that very same moment, the stars in the sky lit up brightly as the radiant sword light permeated the heavens. This would be a battle that neither would win. Wang Shao wanted to get inside the Ziwei segmentum, and he may be killed by Yi Futian in the process. Perhaps Wang Shao could break through their defense and invade the Ziwei segmentum to conquer it, but at what price? No one had the answer. Wang Shao. Just as everyone from the divine prefecture persuaded Wang Shao to take action, the city lord of Tianyan called out to him. Immediately Wang Zhao's arms stopped in the air, and he looked in the direction of the city lord of Tianyan. The city lord of Tianyan said, loud and clear, With the will of the great emperor, Ziwei will be imprisoned. If Yi Futian is too stubborn to repent, let the Ziwei segmentum live and die as it chooses. Wang Shao understood what the city lord of Tianyan meant. The Wang family of Tianyan City was directly descended from Tianyan the Great. Among the ancient god clan of Wang, they had more than just one imperial arm. Previously, the cultivators of the divine prefecture wanted Tianyan City to take action, bring the imperial arms, and imprison Ziwei segmentum because they knew that the city lord's office was in possession of terrifying imperial arms that could imprison everything. However, if they were imprisoned, they wouldn't be able to take down Yi Futian, and they probably wouldn't be able to get the divine treasures he possessed. Moreover, it may cause the entire Ziwei segmentum to weaken and its eventual destruction. Doing so may very well attract criticisms from all sides because even Princess Dongwang had cautioned them not to take such extreme actions. Imprison Ziwei! When these top forces from the divine prefecture heard the words of the city lord of Tianyan, they immediately knew what it was that he wanted Wang Shao to do. Many people couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Of course, they were hoping for an all-out invasion of Ziwei segmentum. They wanted to step into Ziwei, capture Yi Futian, seize the divine treasures, rule Ziwei segmentum, and control the starry cultivation court. But if Ziwei were to be imprisoned, everything would be a pipe dream, and none of the things they wanted would be realized. Of course, then there was the question of how the city lord of Tianyan would want to accomplish this. In the case of imprisonment, they would need to leave imperial arms here at Ziwei's segmentum, and wouldn't take it away. Otherwise, how could they imprison an entire segmentum if the imperial arms were absent? Would Tianyan City be willing to relinquish imperial arms for that? But things had gotten to this point, and it had to end somehow. They couldn't let Futian and the Ziwei segmentum off the hook and return home with their tails between their legs. None of the forces from the Divine Prefecture could accept this ending, but especially not Tianyan City. They could not possibly take an ending in which they failed to break through the defense of Ziwei's segmentum and returned in defeat. Therefore, something had to be done. Imprisonment! Wang Zhao's countenance did not look so great when he heard the words of his grandfather, the city lord of Tianyan. The suggestion of imprisonment implied that the attack this time was a total failure, and he could not overpower Futian. Even with the imperial arms, he was unable to sack Ziwei's segmentum. However, they may not be able to get inside Ziwei. Still, they couldn't leave just like that either, letting both Ziwei's segmentum and Futian go free, so imprisonment was the only other alternative. He needed to leave imperial arms behind and use them to shut down the Ziwei segmentum. This was not the outcome that Wang Zhao anticipated, but he didn't seem to have a better choice at the moment. The cultivators of the Divine Prefecture stood quietly in the boundless void and did not speak. The situation was such that it was meaningless for them to say anything more. Tianyan City would have to decide on its own, but this alliance was a failure. All the great forces in the Divine Prefecture, including the ancient god clans, banded together to come for the kill, but they could not take a step into Ziwei. Very well, Wang Zhao responded. As soon as his voice faded, he gave a wave of his hand, and suddenly, a second imperial arm appeared in the endless starry sky. These imperial arms hovered in the boundless void and were expanding rapidly. It was a picture scroll, and the scroll was covered with golden divine flames devouring the great path. Wang Zhao raised his head and looked at the scroll in the void. A divine light between his brows fell on the picture scroll. His expression was solemn as he said, "Disciple Wang Zhao asks my ancestor to reveal his spirit to temper this corner of the sky." Upon him, the divine light penetrated the picture scroll, and suddenly little spots of light lit up the scroll, becoming more and more radiant until a holy phantom appeared. The phantom turned into a face, and it was the face of Tianyan the Great. An incomparable aura enveloped the boundless space between heaven and earth. In an instant, the entire atmosphere was saturated with that aura. Then, the picture scroll seemed to replicate itself, converting that infinite starry sky into a part of it. This horrific scene continued to spread, extending into the direction of Ziwei's segmentum. When Futian perceived this, he was not particularly pleased. Another imperial arm was at work. Futian, you still have a chance to repent. Otherwise, once the heaven-tempering enumeration is unleashed, Ziwei will no longer exist. Wang Zhao's voice was cold as ice, ringing through the space. This imperial arms was the heaven-tempering enumeration, capable of tempering a world, and was once the treasure of Tianyan the Great in refining divine arms. The starlight circulated, and the starry light screen continued to move and flow, providing cover for the Ziwei segmentum, shrouding the entire Ziwei segmentum within so that it would not be corroded by that divine flames from the outside. The heaven-tempering enumeration continued to expand along with the starry light screen, getting larger until it gradually covered all of the Ziwei segmentum. If it weren't for the defense that was already set up, heaven-tempering enumeration would be able to gain a foothold inside the segmentum and incinerate it. Buzz! Once the heaven-tempering enumeration was in place, the phantom of the great emperor disappeared as well. However, that heaven-tempering enumeration, which shrouded the Ziwei segmentum, had already begun tempering all existence within this world, including the power of the Great Path, which had been refined. Divine flames rained down from the heaven-tempering enumeration and fell on the starry light screen. The golden divine flames covered the light screen, wanting to worm their way in, but could not burn through it immediately. Futian, under the heaven-tempering enumeration, How long do you think the Z-Way segmentum can persist? Wang Xiao continued. If you stand down, I can let the cultivators of Z-Way segmentum go, including your family. He wanted Yi Futian to bow his head and admit defeat. It was only Yi Futian that he wanted. He couldn't care less about everyone else. Under the heaven-tempering enumeration, the entire world became blazing hot. If it weren't for the starry light screen, the whole segmentum would already be burned up. Such a ruthless resolve? Yi Futian was cold to the core. He said, One day, even if you kneel down to beg for mercy, I will not spare any of the cultivators from the Wang family in the city lord's office of Tianyan City. Countless people had already perished from the previous blow, and there was no telling how many more might follow them under the attack of the heaven-tempering enumeration at this moment. For as long as he lived, one of his goals would be to immolate the entire city lord's office of Tianyan City, and he would be sure to achieve it. Because of you and you alone, Z-Way is where it is today, Wang Xiao said in an icy voice. I will protect Z-Way, Yi Futian replied. Wang Xiao gave a cold snort as he waved his hand. Instantly, the heaven-tempering enumeration closed, and the two worlds seemed to be separated outside of the Z-Way segmentum and inside of Z-Way segmentum. Outside of the imprisoned Z-Way segmentum, Wang Xiao's expression was steely. He did not feel any elation as his eyes were glued on the space below. He could no longer see any signs of Yi Futian. Although he successfully did as he had been told, he did not feel victorious. He did not defeat Yi Futian, not then, and not now. That's it. Is it imprisoned now? Some top cultivators from the Divine Prefecture were speechless as they witnessed the sight before them. It was as if they were utterly superfluous. This war ended like this. Under the heaven-tempering enumeration, Yi Futian's defense would not last long. Sooner or later, it would be incinerated. Then, Z-Way segmentum would follow. Once the great path was refined, everything would no longer exist. This vast world of Z-Way would turn into a world of flames before it was completely consumed. It's over, the city lord of Tianyan proclaimed. His eyes surveyed the cultivators from the Divine Prefecture. He continued, Everyone has worked hard on this quest. Under the heaven-tempering enumeration, Z-Way segmentum will be turned into a realm of hellfire. All the great paths will cease to exist, and with time, it will disappear forever. Then, wouldn't that mean Yi Futian will also perish with it? That would be a shame. Some cultivators from the Divine Prefecture spoke up. Although they were enemies with Yi Futian, they felt conflicted inside. They found it a pity that Yi Futian would fall like this into a realm of fire. He doesn't know what is good for him, so this is the only way it can be. The city lord of Tianyan said loudly. Under the heaven-tempering enumeration, the world will change and will never be the same as it was. The Z-Way segmentum may very well cease to exist. Was Z-Way segmentum to be nothing but a wasteland? Everyone please go back. Business here is over. Now, we just need to wait to witness its final demise, the city lord of Tianyan said to all the cultivators of the Divine Prefecture, but they seemed reluctant to leave. They stood in the boundless starry sky, taking everything in. I'll be here to ascertain their demise, Wang Xiao said to the city lord of Tianyan. He would wait here instead of returning to Tianyan City. He wanted to witness the destruction of Yi Futian and see all of this come to an end. Or else, that shadow in his heart would never be dispelled. Chapter 2575, Indestructible. Within the Z-Way segmentum, everyone raised their heads to look at the sky above. No matter on which continent they were cultivating, they were witnessing this extremely shocking sight. The heaven had turned flaming golden color, with a terrifying pattern of flames, as if it intended to temper the entire world. Someone wanted to destroy the Z-Way segmentum. In Z-Way Imperial Palace, Lord Chen and the others looked up into the sky. They knew that it was extremely far away from them, but they could see it clearly because the entire world was covered by it. The destructive divine light also covered the Z-Way segmentum so that no matter where they were, it was omnipresent. What was the outcome of this battle? The vibration seemed to have stopped, and the Z-Way segmentum did not continue to oscillate. This could only mean that the previous battle had ended. However, what was this in front of them right now? There were many living creatures on the countless number of cultivation continents in the Ziwei segmentum, not just powerful cultivators. Many of them did not understand everything that was happening in their world. However, after today, they would know what this world was really like, and how shocking was the real world. The place where they lived and cultivated was just a corner of the world, as inconspicuous as a grain of sand in the desert. For the endless living beings that existed in the entire Ziwei segmentum, this day was earth-shaking. At the same time, aside from the shock they felt, there was also a disquiet. The golden divine flames filled the sky, and the entire world was wrapped in it. Was this a force that could bring about the end of days? Would Ziwei segmentum be obliterated? And would their place of cultivation be no more? Many people started to pray, bowing to the void. They prayed in their hearts that they would receive the protection of Ziwei the Great. In Ziwei segmentum, everyone believed in Ziwei. Ziwei the Great was their one and only God. Look yonder! Someone looked up into the sky. After the terrifying golden divine flames had shut down their world, these flames seemed to want to swallow the entire world whole. However, at this time, beneath the golden divine flames, an extremely bright starry light screen lit up. Likewise, this starry light screen also covered the entire world, preventing the invasion of the golden divine flames. Someone is protecting us. The people of Ziwei segmentum continued worshipping toward the sky. Is it Ziwei the Great revealing himself? Their belief in Ziwei came from the bottom of their hearts. After all, the entire Ziwei segmentum was a world created by Ziwei the Great. It's Futian. In Ziwei Imperial Palace, Lord Taishian was not surprised when he saw the scene above the sky. The cultivators in the Imperial Palace fixated on the sight above them. They were more worried than shocked. I'll go take a look, said Lord Qin as his body levitated into the air, heading higher up into the sky. Now, the battle seemed to be over. The next step would be to resist that golden divine flames. He wanted to see what was happening there, and how Yi Futian was doing. I'm going too. Many people left by air at the same time, heading towards the sky. This battle belonged to Yi Futian alone. He alone had resisted the army from Divine Prefecture, and blocked the attack of the Imperial arms. And they could do nothing to help him except watch the battle inside the safety of Ziwei Imperial Palace. They were so uncomfortable it felt as if their hearts were on fire. Hua Jiu was also among those who went into the air. Those eyes that stared into the firmament were filled with worries and concerns. High above in the starry sky, Lord Qin and the others found signs of Yi Futian. Here was a starry sky surrounded by billions of stars, circulating between heaven and earth, as if operated by a unique rhythm of its own. Yi Futian appeared in this starry sky as he sat cross-legged with eyes closed. His entire person seemed to have entered a state of chaos and semi-consciousness. Stars and divine light surrounded him, but that body seemed a little elusive. What was even more astounding was that millions of starry divine light bloomed from Yi Futian, as if they were reaching and connecting to the stars in heaven, thus forming a starry defense. It was a coherent starry light screen functioning like a massive umbrella in the starry sky, which blocked the golden divine flames from entering in. Lord Chen and the others saw that destructive golden flames, which were agitated with madness as they swallowed up the power of the Great Path. It wanted to purify all the auras in the world, to burn and refine them. This was the Imperial Arms, heaven tempering enumeration. Terrifying golden divine flames invaded, interwoven with the starry light screen. It seemed to be eating away the light of the starry Great Path slowly, swallowing and refining the Great Path of the stars. Many stars surrounding the sky were covered bit by the golden divine flames as if they could be refined and become part of the divine flames at any time. He is greatly weakened, Lord Chen said as he looked at Yi Futian. Hua Jiu wanted to step forward but stopped herself. No matter how much she wanted to, she had to restrain herself. She was worried that if she touched Yi Futian, there would be unimaginable consequences. Yi Futian, at this moment, had fallen into a state of selflessness. He no longer belonged to himself but this starry world. But at this moment, there was an extremely vibrant aura of life that bloomed from him. As the divine glory gleamed, it seemed that a tree of life appeared upon him, which merged as one with him so that his aura of life could not be extinguished. He is still fighting it! Hua Jiu's beautiful eyes were a little red. Then they saw wisps of aura spreading towards the heavens from Futian. Those ancient branches and leaves spread towards the firmament as if to populate this starry sky. As that aura spread, all the stars in heaven seemed to become one. With Futian as the center, as if he was the root of this divine tree, the stars in heaven became the branches and leaves of the sacred tree. A starry divine tree seemed to have come into being. There was an expression of disbelief on Lord Chen's face, as well as the others, as they watched the incomparable divine light shrouded this corner of the world. All of them looked at Futian and heard Lord Chen say, "Let's leave here and not disturb him." "I'll stay here with him," Hua Jiu said. "That's fine." Lord Chen nodded and led the others away, with only Hua Jiu remaining. The miracles in the starry sky continued to evolve. The outer limits of the entire world were enveloped by the starry divine light. It was impossible to see everything inside of it, but Hua Jiu was standing inside. Vaguely, it could be seen that she was standing underneath this incredibly shocking starry divine tree. Futian had turned into a divine tree, and all the stars in the heavens were growing on this divine tree. At this moment, those golden divine flames on the periphery roared as they were unable to invade anywhere because they were being isolated. There seemed to be 2 layers of seals. The heaven-tempering enumeration imprisoned Ziwei segmentum, as the starry divine tree imprisoned the heaven-tempering enumeration in turn, isolating it from everything else. Hua Jiu sat cross-legged, not far from Futian. She looked at him and believed that he would create miracles. Perhaps to him, this was just another kind of cultivation, and Futian would come through this trial just fine. The vision above the firmament was something that the people of the Ziwei segmentum could neither forget nor ignore. All of them wanted to know what had happened. Afterward, Ziwei Imperial Palace announced to the world that the forces from Divine Prefecture had banded together for the express purpose of attacking Ziwei with the aid of the Imperial arms. They wanted to rob Ziwei of the divine treasures left by Ziwei the Great, and control the Ziwei segmentum. At this time of unprecedented crisis, the heir of Ziwei the Great, the Palace Lord of Ziwei Imperial Palace, Futian, used his power to fight against the Imperial arms, intercepted the cultivators from Divine Prefecture single-handedly. With his body of flesh and blood, aided by the will of Ziwei the Great, he was able to block that tempering Imperial arms outside of Ziwei segmentum, saving Ziwei from destruction. The Ziwei segmentum dispersed this news to all the stars and the forces that were at the level of the overlords until it had spread to all corners of Ziwei segmentum. They assured everyone that there was no need to panic. Instantly, Futian's name became the stuff of legends in Ziwei segmentum. Futian, the heir of Ziwei the Great, was also the spokesperson of Ziwei the Great in this world. Countless cultivators in Ziwei segmentum bowed down and worshipped him. At the same time, this incident incensed everyone inside Ziwei segmentum. The trend to cultivate in the entire Ziwei segmentum had reached its peak instantaneously. Countless aspiring talents had gone to ask permission to be admitted into Ziwei Imperial Palace to cultivate, preparing to fight against the Divine Prefecture one day. Taking this opportunity, the Ziwei Imperial Palace announced to all of Ziwei segmentum that it would have the largest recruitment of cultivators in its history. Those who were the most outstanding in the entire Ziwei segmentum would be trained inside Ziwei Imperial Palace as part of its plan to strike back in the future. For a time, this news rocked all of Ziwei segmentum, making way for a grand occasion that had never been seen before. Ziwei segmentum was a world in isolation, never involved itself in the strife and confrontations of the outside world. The invasion by the Divine Prefecture ultimately ignited the desire for cultivation within the Ziwei segmentum. At the same time, the people inside Ziwei Imperial Palace, Futian's old comrades, also began to cultivate in earnest. No one had any ideas if Futian could survive this catastrophe and emerge safe and sound. They had no idea how this would end, but they did know they had to work hard to continuously elevate their cultivation realm. In this battle of invasion incited by the Divine Prefecture, Futian made good of his promise. The only way the people of Divine Prefecture could get inside of Ziwei segmentum was to step over his dead body. He used his own body to block the threats outside, ensuring the safety of Ziwei Segmentum. When the feast in Ziwei Segmentum was about to begin, countless cultivators gathered at Ziwei Imperial Palace. Lord Chen presided in the upper main seat as the host of the feast, but there was an empty space next to him, right in the center, which he did not occupy. There was one person who had not returned. 3 years later, outside of the starry sky, Wang Xiao was still there. He had not left. He said he wanted to witness the end of everything and confirm the outcome, so he was still here. He wanted to witness the moment when heaven-tempering enumeration melted down the Ziwei Segmentum and Yi Futian's death. But after 3 years, none of this had happened yet. The destructive power of heaven-tempering enumeration seemed to be cut off on the outside, and had not been able to invade the interior of Ziwei Segmentum. Heaven-tempering enumeration was an imperial arm that had covered the entire world, but so far, it had not been able to temper the Ziwei Segmentum. He could even perceive that the divine flames within the heaven-tempering enumeration were still locking horns with those endless stars. The two intertwined, but one had not been able to swallow nor destroy the other. This meant that Yi Futian had been battling with him for 3 years now, and he had persevered. Not only did he not perish, but he also was still resisting the attacks of the heaven-tempering enumeration, protecting Ziwei Segmentum from the fate of extinction. At this time, Wang Xiao opened his eyes and looked at the space below. Could Yi Futian really stave the attack of the heaven-tempering enumeration forever? Chapter 2576. When to return? Wang Xiao took out a jade slip and saw an elusive face appear in it. At the same time, a voice asked him, "Wang Xiao, what's happening there?" This voice was, not surprisingly, the voice of the city lord of Tianyan. 3 years had passed since that battle. Of course, cultivators of the divine prefecture could not have continued to stay there. They were long gone. Only Wang Xiao, with his stubborn obsession, had wanted to wait for a definitive ending, and that was to witness Yi Futian's destruction. But 3 years later, he was still waiting. "Nothing has changed," Wang Xiao responded. "Come back," the city lord of Tianyan said. "The heaven-tempering enumeration shut down the Ziwei Segmentum. Sooner or later, it will melt down that segmentum. He may resist it for a time, but he can't stop it forever. Right now, great changes are taking place in the divine prefecture. It's been 3 years, and it's time for you to let go and come back. No matter what happened 3 years ago, you should always remember that you are invincible under the great emperor." "Invincible?" Wang Xiao murmured. He had said that back then, but Yi Futian's sarcastic voice could still be heard in his head. Was he truly invincible under the great emperor? At least, in the Ziwei Segmentum here, there was one person he couldn't defeat. It was just that now he was trapped by the heaven-tempering enumeration and would eventually perish because of it. After a moment of silence, Wang Xiao took a deep breath and said, "Fine." When his voice faded, he got up and put the jade slip away. He looked down at the place that was sealed off by the heaven-tempering enumeration and said, "Yi Futian, you are unparalleled in talent and endowed with a genius rarely seen in the world. I have to admit that I am not as good as you. However, you are born at the wrong time, and your life is doomed to a tragic end. You will eventually perish under this heaven-tempering enumeration and turn into nothing more than dust and smoke. 3 years ago, you defeated me, but now in the land of the divine prefecture, I am still the unraveled under the great emperor. Although I did use the imperial arms, the ability to summon imperial arms was, in itself, a part of my strength. Under the great emperor, I, Wang Xiao, am still in existence of the unraveled. Unfortunately, you won't be seeing me on my path of ascension as the great emperor." After that, there was a strong determination in his eyes as he turned, leaving this place behind. No matter what happened 3 years ago, the fact remained. He recognized Yi Futian's talent and admitted that he was not better than Yi Futian. However, he firmly believed that he, Wang Xiao, was unparalleled under the great emperor. This was a belief, and for a cultivator like him, this kind of belief was indispensable. If he didn't have this belief to hold on to, how would he embark on the road to become a great emperor himself? He was sure he would be able to achieve this goal. Thus, Wang Xiao left. The boundless space was totally silent. The divine light from the heaven-tempering enumeration dazzled in the endless void, continued to seal the Z-Way segmentum. At this time, within the bounds of the Z-Way segmentum, the war of attrition between the heaven-tempering enumeration and the billions of stars had never ceased. The heaven-tempering enumeration wanted to melt down the stars in the heavens but could not do it. A figure sat cross-legged in the center of these billions of stars, bathed in infinite starlight, like a child born of the starry sky. Even his figure looked a little surreal and elusive. It was as if it did not exist. Next to that ethereal and elusive figure, a gorgeous woman was sitting quietly there, cultivating. She was like Futian goddess, who had been accompanying him always, and never left his side. At this time, some people came from the sky, and several powerful cultivators had arrived. It was Lord Qin and the others, with Gu Donglu, Zhuge Mingyu, Xiao Qingyuan in tow. They were here to see Yi Futian. Unless they are cultivating in retreat, they would come here every year. But everything seemed to be the same as 3 years ago, and no change had taken place. It's still the same, Lord Taixian whispered. There didn't seem to be any significant changes. It's beautiful here. Next to them, Zhuge Mingyu looked at this starry sky world with a smile in his bright eyes. He looked in the direction where Yi Futian was and said, "Little junior brother, I know you can hear me. Your cultivation here must be progressing. Z-Way Imperial Palace has been doing well over the past 3 years and is on the right track. More and more talented figures have poured into the Z-Way Imperial Palace to become disciples of the palace. There are even many Renhuang with endless potential. The senior members of Z-Way Imperial Palace are also working hard to improve their cultivation. Lord Taixian and the others are cultivating the power of Taichu and have made great progress. The 3 little guys are all striving towards the peak of Renhuang. Your 3rd senior brother is almost there as well. Taoist monk Mu's alchemical skill is improving daily, and he's now very handy in refining the subdivine elixirs. The Z-Way segmentum, as well as Z-Way Imperial Palace, are getting stronger than ever. Now we are just waiting for you to return, to break this imprisonment, and lead Z-Way segmentum to a higher high." No one responded. But above the sky, the starlight sprinkled down. Zhuge Mingyu stretched out her hand as if she could see those starlight falling into the palm of her hand. When she saw this beautiful sight, Zhuge Mingyu smiled brilliantly and said, "Little junior brother, is that you responding? In this starry sky world, this is the form in which you existed, right?" Next to Zhuge Mingyu, Gu Donglu looked at the elusive figure of Yi Futian in front. He did not speak, but he also believed that his little junior brother, who had created numerous miracles many times over, would definitely return to them. He had never doubted that because he was the predestined one chosen by their master. They would be going to Dongwang Imperial Palace together to pick up their master. "Let's go," Lord Qin said. They still had a lot of things that needed to be done. They had to cultivate and improve themselves continuously. Everyone nodded. Zhuge Mingyu looked over there and said, "Little junior brother has Jieyu here to keep him company, so I guess he will not be lonely." Lord Qin looked over there and said, "Palace Lord, Z-Way Imperial Palace, and even the entire Z-Way segmentum, will be waiting for you. Now we won't disturb your cultivation." Having said that, he bowed slightly in the direction yonder before all the cultivators turned to leave. They accepted that Yi Futian was cultivating here. After everyone left, the place returned to its previous quietude again. Yi Futian was like an ancient starry tree, erected underneath billions of stars, yet blended harmoniously with it, the two as one. Hua Jieyu seemed to be sitting under this tree, bathed in the starlight and cultivating quietly. This scene was as beautiful as a picture. Time flew, and in a blink of an eye, 10 years had passed since the great battle took place outside the Z-Way segmentum. 10 years was not a long time in the long history of the cultivation world, and it could even be said to be a pretty brief period of time. In the cultivation world, many cultivators were able to break through a realm in 10 years, so it was considered a very short time. But for Z-Way segmentum, these 10 years were a long and endless 10 years. Over the past 10 years, the Z-Way segmentum had undergone a lot of changes. Z-Way Imperial Palace had changed the most. The most obvious change was that all the cultivators in the Ziwei Imperial Palace were constantly getting stronger, and their cultivation was improving. The look of the entire Ziwei Imperial Palace had been completely transformed. Except for the top-level figures, anyone under the realm of tribulation plane was no longer who they were once upon a time. In that gloriously radiant starry sky, a few more figures arrived at this time. It was 4 young people, all of them endowed with extraordinary temperament, and each one of them gave out a sense of being very unusual. Master, Masteress. The 4 of them came not far in front of Yi Futian and bowed slightly to Yi Futian and Hua Jiyu, who was beside him. Yi Futian didn't respond, and Hua Jiyu seemed to have also entered into a certain state of concentration, immersed in a world of her cultivation, so they did not hear the voices of the 4. Hush! Fang Xian, who was at the front, sensed something, made a gesture to silence the others, and shook his head. He whispered, "The Masteress has been with the Master here. She seems to have entered into a special state of cultivation as well." "Well, let's not disturb the Masteress." Little Ling nodded. The 4 of them were not youngsters anymore, and their cultivation had reached a very high level. After all, they were born with the path, with the natural body of the Great Path, who were also enlightened by the teacher, so their cultivation had always been smooth sailing. "Master, we are here to tell you some good news. Not long ago, I have entered the 9th realm of Renhuang. Now, I am at the top of Renhuang realm. If I go further, I will be experiencing the divine tribulation of the Great Path." Fang Xian whispered to the figure in front of him, and continued, "Little Ling and the other 3 are already in the 8th realm of Renhuang. Although Duoyu was late in starting his cultivation, his level was not lower than Little Ling, or Tai Tu. I believe it won't take more than a few years for all of them to be like me, reaching the top level of Renhuang." Obviously, they were here to give the good news to Yi Futian. All 4 of them were born inside the village, so they were different from the people outside. 30 years ago, before they went with Yi Futian to the western heavenly world, they had already entered the realm of Renhuang. Now, more than 30 years had passed. For so many years, they had never stopped working on themselves, whether it was at Spirit Mountain back then or in the Ziwei Segmentum right now. Therefore, they had made rapid progress. There is also another good news. Lord Taixian and the others have been cultivating the power of Taichu, and they have seen its effect already. The path of Taichu gave them the opportunity to transform again. Fang Xian continued. Previously, I had considered taking some elixirs to help me break through the realm, but that old fellow Taoist monk Mu wouldn't do it. He only gave me some useless pills. He said he would save the good ones for when I am ready to experience the tribulation plane. Fortunately, my talent is outstanding and I broke through the realm by myself, so I haven't dishonored my master. Master, don't listen to his nonsense. The elixirs given by Elder Taoist monk Mu are all good, and he has been watching over us. Other elders, such as Lord Chen, have also been taking care of us and instructing us in our cultivation, and that accounts for our rapid progress. When I enter the 9th realm of Renhuang, I will come again to give you the good news." As she was speaking, she looked at Tai Tu next to her and said, "It's your turn. What do you want to say to the master?" Tai Tu scratched his head. Although he was not a young kid anymore, he appeared a little naive as always. He looked in front and said, "Master, I will work hard to cultivate and follow you to the divine prefecture in the future to seek our revenge." After speaking, they looked at Duoyu behind them and saw that he did not speak. Instead, he knelt and bowed in the direction of Yi Futian and Hua Jiu. The 3 of them didn't say anything more, as they understood Duoyu's quiet personality very well. Looking forward again, Little Ling continued, "Master, when can you come back? Little Ling misses you so much." As she was speaking, her eyes became moist and full of tears. It had been 10 years, and the master still hadn't returned. Were they really not worried at all? Actually, they were all terrified. They were scared that the master would never come back. "Don't be weak," Fang Xian whispered. "Master, don't worry. I will take care of the 3 of them and wait for your return." With that, he bowed down in front of them. Little Ling wiped her eyes and bowed down as well. She stared in front for a long time, reluctant to leave. "Let's not bother the master and the masteress in their cultivation," Fang Xiyuan said, pulling little Ling up so the four of them could leave here together. After they left, from Yi Futian's body, those divine lights leading to the heavens were like leaves on branches, swaying as if they were in the wind, and sprinkled the starlight all around. When Feng Xiyuan and the others were leaving, the starlight seemed to be following close behind. Chapter 2577, Divine Prefecture Calendar Year 100128. In the year 100128 of the Divine Prefecture Calendar, a full 28 years had passed since the battle took place in the Ziwei segmentum. Over the past 28 years, the forces from the Divine Prefecture had gradually forgotten about the war that took place in the Ziwei segmentum. Time could fade away many things, especially under the circumstance in which the Ziwei segmentum was sealed. With the heaven-tempering enumeration in place, those in the Divine Prefecture had the impression that it was only a matter of time before the Ziwei segmentum became a world of hellfire, and it was no longer worth their time to give the issue any more attention. On the other hand, all the principalities in the Divine Prefecture had experienced one major event after another, so who else would give any more thoughts to Ziwei segmentum? Even Tianyan City slowly forgot about it. Perhaps only Wang Xiao would still remember it from time to time. He thought that Yi Futian was probably using his own life as the cost to block the destructive power of the heaven-tempering enumeration. In a few more years, everything would be destroyed by flames. At that time, he would be able to retrieve the heaven-tempering enumeration. Just as everyone had gradually forgotten about the Ziwei segmentum, the starry sky inside the Ziwei segmentum had undergone some subtle changes. At this time, in the forbidden starry sky, there were many cultivators there, including Lord Chen and the others, who were there watching the changes happening in front of them. Just as before, Lord Chen and the others would come here from time to time. 2 years ago, they discovered that this starry sky world was a little different from before. Lord Chen and his party stood in the starry sky, looking at the sky full of stars. More and more, Yi Futian resembled a starry divine tree, and all the stars in the heavens were like the fruits upon the tree. At the moment, the sky full of stars was swallowing up the destructive fire from the heaven-tempering enumeration and bringing it back into the stars. In addition, the stars in the heavens seemed to be in harmony with the aura of all the great paths of the world, making the light of the stars even brighter. Faintly, it seemed to overpower the destructive divine glory released from the heaven-tempering enumeration. At the same time, the sky full of starlight even began to flow backward, nourishing Yi Futian's divine body, making him radiant all over, like a bona fide starry divine body. In his elusive body of flesh and blood, the starry sky world could vaguely be seen. The palace lord must still be there, and he is cultivating and getting stronger. Lord Chen looked solemn as he stared at Yi Futian's figure in the starry sky in front of him. The world of heavens was infinitely radiant, like a world of galaxy. This galaxy was dominated by the starry divine tree, and even he was shocked by such wondrous sight. Morongyu nodded. This place here is very suitable for us to cultivate. The palace lord is indeed a genius, the true talent from the heavens. Within the divine prefecture, who can compare with him? Is it possible that this battle was a blessing in disguise for the palace lord? After waiting for a full 28 years, many people had been disappointed, scared, and even became hopeless at times. They came here often to visit Yi Futian because they were worried that it would be the last time and that they would never see him again. However, 2 years ago, this worry gradually subsided as they regained their confidence. Especially recently when the situation had become more obvious. Yi Futian must have retained his consciousness. He had never disappeared, and he had always been there, guarding the Ziwei segmentum. More importantly, in the process of keeping them safe, he was looking for a way to bring the standoff to an end. Now, Yi Futian seemed to have found a solution, as he was seeking a way to break through the heaven-tempering enumeration. Perhaps there was a real chance that it could be done. Is the master coming back? Little Ling murmured behind him. A strong hope surged in their hearts. They had waited for this day for too long. It had been 28 years. Even when he went to cultivate at the Western heavenly world of Buddhism, it had not been as long as this. Maybe he can come back at any time. Now, we have to wait patiently, Lord Chen said. What is strange is that the Palace Lord's wife seems to be the same as the Palace Lord. Her telekinesis power has integrated into the stars in the heavens. We have no idea what she was going through with the Palace Lord. Maybe they are cultivating together, said Moroniu. Now, everyone began to look forward to the return of the Palace Lord. 28 years ago, the Palace Lord was able to defeat Wang Xiao with a single strike. At the level of the first divine tribulation of the Great Path, it was almost impossible for him to find an opponent worthy of him. How strong would the Palace Lord be if he had survived the divine tribulation of the Great Path? Go back for now. Let's not disturb the Palace Lord's cultivation for the time being, Lord Chen said. Right now, they were actually feeling quite relieved that they no longer had to worry about Futian's safety. Very well. Everyone nodded as they withdrew one after the other. Now, they just needed to wait patiently for Futian's return. After the crowd left, the stars in the heavens, as usual, were devouring that heaven-tempering divine fire day after day. It was as if they would never stop. As time went on, day by day, the stars in the heavens released the starry divine light, like the leaves on willow branches, spreading towards the boundless space, permeating into every corner. They had even begun reaching inside the heaven-tempering enumeration, penetrating it, constantly eroding the imperial arms. The imperial arms were imbued with spirit, and the heaven-tempering enumeration seemed to be fighting back as an even more violent heaven-tempering divine fire was burning, attempting to immolate the power of the stars. However, that power of the Great Path was like an indelible and immortal path that could not be tempered. It continued its infiltration and fought against the divine fire, even reversing its tempering and swallowing the fire instead. Buzz! Gradually, a dazzling divine light burst out above the heaven-tempering enumeration, flooding the boundless space. At this moment, inside Ziwei Segmentum, all the cultivators looked up at the sky as if they, too, felt the supreme heavenly might of destruction. It was as if the imperial arms were enraged. At the same time, Wang Xiao had sensed it as well in the divine prefecture, as if the heaven-tempering enumeration was extremely angered. Boom! Above the heaven-tempering enumeration, it seemed as if there was a shower of meteors trying to burn up the stars in the sky, and the sea of fire enveloped the entire periphery of the Ziwei Segmentum, terrifying to the extreme. All the cultivators in Ziwei Segmentum were horrified, their faces full of shock. Many people could feel the fear that came from the depths of their souls. What exactly was happening? The imperial arms were so angry. It was as if imperial might was about to descend. The entire Ziwei world seemed to be refined and immolated. Above the firmament, in the heaven-tempering enumeration, there appeared an awesome figure. It was Tianyan the Great, with extremely dominance. His might was enough to shock the heavens. It was as if the great emperor's will had been awakened. This was the spirit of the imperial arms, and now, it was mad. Because a power tried to eat away the imperial arms and eat away at him. No! Inside Ziwei Imperial Palace, Lord Chen and the others looked up in the sky, as the expressions on their faces changed. The starry sky world seemed to have changed as it had urged the will of Tianyan the Great, so that the great emperor had manifested and sent divine flames to destroy the world. Could Futian bear it? They no longer had the kind of calmness they had before. At this moment, their hearts were in their throats. At the same time, all the stars in the starry sky world were even more dazzling. Futian had morphed into the starry divine tree, as incomparably brilliant divine light permeated from him. Suddenly, his eyes opened, and the stars in the heavens were as one body, and he had incarnated as the ruler of this starry sky. Buzz! Accompanied with the falling starlight, a massive and boundless phantom appeared to cover Futian's figure, as if what was growing on this divine tree of stars was the figure of Ziwei the Great. The moment this figure appeared, everyone in Ziwei Segmentum saw it. All of them were inexplicably excited by this sight. Ziwei descended in the world, the great emperor is showing himself. Some worshipped the sky above. The will of Ziwei the Great seemed to have been completely awakened at this moment. Above the firmament, the two great emperors faced each other. This seemed to have been turned into a battle between the great emperors. Ziwei the Great bathed in starlight as the radiance of all the stars in the heavens merged into him. Suddenly, a supreme murderous might spread out and rushed straight into the sky. That murderous intent was terrifying to the extreme, for it was the murderous intent of emperors and kings. Instantly, the cultivators in the entire Ziwei segmentum were trembling. Their spiritual souls were suppressed as countless demonic beasts prostrated on the ground, daring not to raise their heads. Above the heaven-tempering enumeration, an incomparable divine light of destruction appeared and converged on the phantom of Tianyan the Great. The two great emperors had a confrontation. Buzz! The destructive heaven-tempering divine light came from the top, and the beam of light penetrated the heavens. At the same time, on the body of Ziwei the Great, a Ziwei divine sword with unparalleled murderous aura went up against the momentum. This purple divine sword turned into a ruinous purple light beam as the golden flames and the white and purple divine light collided in the void. A storm of destruction swept out, and the entire Ziwei segmentum shuddered. The purple divine light directly pierced the beam of light that was flaming golden color, then penetrated the phantom of Tianyan the Great through and through. It continued upward and broke open the heaven-tempering enumeration, leaving a gaping hole in it. The imperial arms were destroyed. The blinding divine light caused everyone inside Ziwei's segmentum to close their eyes, and they dared not take even a peek. After a long while, they finally opened their eyes and looked towards the firmament. As that terrible light of destruction gradually dissipated, everything was turning back to normal. Up above the boundless sky, the shadow that had hovered over them for the past 28 years was gone. That crisis of imminent destruction that hung above everyone's heads disappeared just like that. Inside Ziwei Imperial Palace, everyone raised their heads to look into the sky. When they saw the firmament had returned to normal, there was an incredibly brilliant smile in everyone's eyes. The shadow that had been buried in everyone's hearts for the past 28 years was finally gone. Futian had managed to awaken the will of Ziwei the Great. The great emperor had manifested himself to destroy Tianyan and destroy the imperial arms. They had won. Let's go! Lord Qin and the others levitated into the sky and headed higher up into the sky. After some time, they came to the place above the firmament, where the residual of that destructive power remained. Their eyes looked around as if searching for something. At this moment, two figures drifted down from high above the sky. The man wore a white garment. He had a head of white hair, and he was handsome beyond words. The woman with an ethereal visage looked like the Jiotian goddess herself. They stood hand in hand and appeared in front of everyone. Moreover, their temperaments seemed to have become somewhat different yet again. At this time, Futian's closed eyes finally opened. The starry divine light dazzled and blinded everyone's eyes. Lord Qin watched these two returning and revealed a bright smile. They had not been able to laugh with such relief for a very long time. There were also Gu Donglu, Zhuge Mingyu, Xiao Muyu, Dou Zhao, Qin Yi, Fang Xiyuan, Blind Tai, and everyone smiled brightly. After 28 years, they were finally back. Chapter 2578, The Second Tribulation. Futian looked toward the others. They could even see the smile in his eyes gleaming like the stars. 28 years ago, the Divine Prefecture Alliance charged in with Tianyan City. They came with the Imperial Arm in an attempt to wipe out the Ziwei segmentum, which was the great tribulation that the Ziwei segmentum had met. Now, 28 years had passed. They had overcome this tribulation. They did it. Today, they could finally be considered to have won this war. From today onward, the people who should panic weren't the Ziwei segmentum anymore, and it was the powers of the Divine Prefecture. Welcome back, Palace Lord. Lord Qin bowed and greeted Futian. Welcome back, Palace Lord. The cultivators bowed and greeted Futian one after another. Even the powerful cultivators previously from the Ziwei segmentum Imperial Palace revered and submitted themselves to Futian now. Just moments ago, they saw the manifestation of Ziwei the Great. Futian was the true heir of Ziwei the Great. He fought the Divine Prefecture all alone with his power and saved the Ziwei segmentum. He had awoken the will of the great emperor and obliterated the imperial arm. At this moment, countless cultivators were cheering in the Ziwei segmentum. They bowed and prayed to the celestial skies. Ziwei the Great had manifested himself and descended upon this world to resolve the crisis. He had destroyed the menace that hovered above their heads. It was a threat that lasted for 28 whole years. Now, it had finally dissipated. "Thank you for your hard work through all these years," Futian said with a smile. For 28 years, his consciousness had fused into the celestial skies, and his spiritual soul had also fused into the stars above. His life no longer just belonged to him. He actually saw everything inside the Ziwei segmentum. As for everyone who arrived here, every word that they spoke, he heard all of it. He couldn't respond to them. But he saw all of it with his own eyes. "Don't worry about it, Palace Lord. You've stopped the Imperial Arm all by yourself to protect the Ziwei segmentum. How can we be considered the ones who put in the hard work?" Lord Chen said. "For 28 years, I borrowed the will of the great Emperor to block the Imperial Arm, but all of you were also working hard for the development of the Imperial Palace. Throughout the years, the Imperial Palace was continuously getting stronger. I saw it all." Futian smiled at all of the familiar faces. Many of their cultivation levels had become stronger, and it wasn't by a small margin. Without looking at the others, his 4 students from the Four-Corner Village were all Pikrenhuang Plain today, no exceptions. And their cultivation levels were probably extremely stable, allowing them to try breaking through to the plain above Renhuang. The others were all similar, everyone had improved. Compared to 28 years ago, this could be considered a metamorphosis. The overall strength and power of the Ziwei Imperial Palace were not even on the same level as it was before. Now, he was the only lagging behind. "Palace Lord, please return to the Ziwei Imperial Palace," Lord Chen said. He wanted to invite Futian back to Ziwei. Inside the Imperial Palace, there were still many others waiting for Futian. "No hurry," Futian said, which caused a slightly astounded expression to appear on Lord Chen's face. He asked curiously, "Anything else that the Palace Lord wants to do?" "Well, actually not really." Futian shook his head. "It's just that none of you could communicate with me for the past 28 years. But actually, I have never stopped cultivating for the past 28 years, including the past few years. The awakening of the will of the great Emperor this time is the result of my efforts in recent years. Now, I need to cultivate alone for some time to better see the changes that occurred within me." Lord Chen and the others' eyes all gleamed with excitement. Futian's words were a pleasant surprise to them. He didn't waste the past 28 years either. He had been cultivating and improving himself as well. Since Futian had asked to cultivate alone, that must mean that he had some sort of epiphany. Could it be how powerful would Futian be if he went one step further? They were all looking forward to it. "You guys go back to the Imperial Palace first," Futian said. "Yes, Palace Lord. We'll prepare the banquet at the Imperial Palace and wait for you to come back and celebrate your return." Lord Chen smiled. Now that they had overcome the crisis, everyone felt rather happy and relaxed. "All right," Futian nodded. Lord Chen immediately brought the others with him and left the place. "Master, please come back earlier to see us," little Ling called out to him. She was really looking forward to meeting her master and talking to him, but she didn't expect that Futian would immediately get busy with cultivation. They had no other choice but to leave with Lord Chen and the others. Soon everyone left the place, except for Hua Jiyu, who still accompanied Futian. "Let's go." The two exchanged glances, then launched into the air. They actually went toward the outside of the Ziwei segmentum, entering the boundless void above it. Inside the boundless void, Futian sat in a cross-legged stance and started to view himself internally. Inside his life palace, the world tree stood tall. There was only one tree in the entire world, but possessing this tree was like possessing everything in existence. It evolved into the sun, the moon, the stars, the wind, the water, and lightning, all inside the life palace. With a turn of his mind, it was as though the entirety of Futian's being had turned into a divine tree. His body was the trunk of the divine tree. In this boundless void, the stars of the skies appeared. These celestial entities were like the fruits borne by the divine tree. The divine tree morphed into his path. It formed its own space and was capable of forming its own dominion. Furthermore, the power of this path was clearly stronger than before. Throughout these years, he had devoured the powers of the celestial stars and the power of the great path inside the heaven-tempering enumeration. He kept strengthening himself and had never stopped cultivating. A terrifying aura started to appear in the world around him. In the vast, boundless void, it seemed that it had suddenly been visited by waves of obliterating power. An expression of astonishment appeared on Futian's face. He raised his head and looked at the sky and earth around him. Tribulation. He didn't break through his plane, but he had to overcome another tribulation. Hua Jieyu's pretty eyes looked toward Futian, but she wasn't puzzled. She knew that since the first time Futian overcame the tribulation back then, he had entered a different path from the rest. He was different from the other cultivators. He had always been at the Renhuang plane and had never broken through it. That was the case back when he first overcame the divine tribulation of the Great Path. After he had overcome the tribulation, he was somehow still peak Renhuang level. Now, he actually instigated the second tribulation, and he still didn't show any sign of breaking through his current plane. He was still a Renhuang, but he was becoming more and more perfect and certainly stronger. Boom! Terrifying lights of the tribulation converged and arrived. Futian stood that with divine lights circling his body, preparing himself to deal with another divine tribulation of the Great Path. His tribulation was different from the other powerful cultivators. However, it was time for another round of tempering of his divine body of the Great Path. Rewind to the time before Futian faced another divine tribulation the Great Path, back when he broke open the seal of the Ziwei segmentum and destroyed the Imperial Arm. Divine Prefecture, at a palace inside the Tianyan City Lord's office. Wang Xiao, who was in the middle of cultivation, let out a muffled groan as his face turned pale. He seemed to have sensed something. He raised his head to look up above the sky. It was as though his gaze had pierced through the vast space, and he saw the obliteration of the Imperial Arm. A terrifying pulsating aura erupted from him, and then his figure directly appeared in the air above the Tianyan City Lord's office. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper. How could this happen? Blood seeped out from the corner of Wang Zhao's mouth as an expression of utter disbelief appeared in his eyes. Chapter 2579, The Divine Prefecture and Ziwei. Wang Xiao! Up in the air above the Tianyan City Lord's office, the Tianyan City Lord and several other cultivators appeared. They were all very solemn, saddened about the strange thing that was happening to Wang Xiao. Throughout these years, Wang Xiao had been improving exceptionally quickly. He was continuously getting stronger. He hadn't let down Tianyan City. In the future, he would be the most incredible cultivator of Tianyan City. With the Imperial Arm in his hand, he would be unparalleled in this world. No one below the great emperors could stand up to him. As such, they were all naturally very concerned about Wang Xiao's condition. The Tianyan City Lord appeared as soon as he could and asked about Wang Xiao. When they saw Wang Zhao's pale face and the blood that was seeping out from the corner of his mouth, they were all very nervous. Wasn't he cultivating normally? What could have happened to cause the situation now? It was as though Wang Xiao had experienced some drastic change. Was it a problem regarding his cultivation? Or did it have something to do with his mental state? They didn't know. Their gazes all looked toward Wang Xiao. Wang Xiao raised his head and looked toward the sky. After a long pause and silence, he slowly turned back and looked toward the cultivators from Tianyan City and said, "The Imperial Arm was destroyed. The seal of the Ziwei segmentum has been broken." The hearts of the Tianyan City Lord and the cultivators trembled. The Imperial Arm was destroyed. That was the divine Imperial Arm forged by Tianyan the Great himself. Furthermore, it contained the spirit of the great emperor. How could it be destroyed? Who was even capable of such a thing? He had awoken the will of Ziwei the Great, Wang Xiao continued. His face was even more pale and lifeless than before. He looked toward the starry sky. Inside the original realm, there was one being that was almost undefeatable to him. He was born an extraordinary being. He was destined to be the main character of the divine prefecture. From the first time he had shown himself, he had made his name known worldwide. He became renowned throughout the world within a single day of fame. He was the heir of Tianyan the Great, the only person that could communicate with the imperial arm, the greatest armorer. All of these titles were concentrated on him alone. It was as glorious as it could get. As the future lord of the Tianyan city, with such unparalleled talent, he should have been untouchable in the divine prefecture. But he appeared. From the day he appeared 28 years ago, his shadow had completely covered Wang Zhao's greatness. Even the imperial arm couldn't seal and contain him. Now, the seal was broken, and he had broken out of the cage. When they meet once again on the battlefield, what could he do? Who was the one who was born at the wrong time? The face of the Tianyan city lord also turned ugly. Even that couldn't kill him and wipe out the serene segmentum? Now, the beast had broken out of the cage. The expressions of all of the divine prefecture cultivators turned a little stiff. For some reason, as an ancient god clan, the greatest holy land of armoring in the divine prefecture, they felt nervous because of a young cultivator that was only at Pekrinhuang playing. Perhaps it was because he was too outstanding and had brought too much shock to them. Even Wang Zhao couldn't suppress him. In the future, he would surely become one of their greatest foes. Things have already reached this point, no need to think too much of it. It would help if you continued to focus on cultivation. You still control the imperial arm. In the future, when you meet him outside, he will not be able to utilize the power of the serene segmentum. You can still take him down with ease. The Tianyan city lord was indeed an individual who stood at the top of the divine prefecture. He regained his senses rather quickly. Regardless of what it was, they could not induce panic in themselves. Yes, the Tianyan city does not fear anyone. If he dares to come to Tianyan city again, we'll kill him straight away. An older generation cultivator who was standing at the side said as well, in hopes that Wang Zhao would stabilize his mental state. Wang Zhao was essential to Tianyan city, especially during such times where the turbulence in the world was getting more prominent. Clashes and conflicts between the worlds were becoming more and more heated. The war could begin at any time. In such uncertain times, Wang Zhao's growth and development were pivotal. The future of Tianyan city was on his shoulders. Tianyan city lord turned and faced the direction of the city lord's office and announced, "Immediately summon the core members of the clan back here. Come back to the clan, do not exit Tianyan city." "Yes, lord." The cultivators took his orders. Back then, Futian went on a killing spree in the West Sea domain. Many of the cultivators from the West Sea domain chief's manor were killed. Of course, they knew about that. Although Tianyan city wasn't afraid of Futian, they also didn't dare to let down their guard. They wouldn't give him the chance to hunt down the cultivators of Tianyan city. If Futian dared to come to Tianyan city, then they would kill him here. Also, notify the powers of the divine prefecture. The Tianyan city lord continued. Back then, Tianyan city wasn't the only power that tried to get rid of Futian. Today, as the seal of the serene segmentum was released, the various powers of the divine prefecture would naturally need to devise ways to obliterate the serene segmentum again. Many of the ancient god clan had participated back then. Even if Futian's gifts and talents were beyond the limits of the world, how could he possibly fend against ancient god clans? As the Tianyan city lord thought about this, he felt calmer. The reason why he was so shocked before this was likely because it had happened too suddenly. He had thought that the imperial arm was destroyed. But now that he was able to reorganize his thoughts, although it was indeed heartache that the imperial arm was destroyed, they should still move forward. Futian alone wouldn't be able to make that much of a difference. The cultivators of Tianyan city all managed to recover from the panic and become busy again, going back to their work. At the same time, they notified the various powers of the divine prefecture. Those powers that had participated in the besiegement back then were all shocked when they received the news. They all felt somewhat anxious. Especially those powers that weren't ancient god clans, like the West Sea domain and the Donghua domain chief's manor. They could be described as completely defenseless before the power of the serene segmentum today. But the serene segmentum was sealed and isolated for 28 years, so they probably didn't grow much, right? Yi Futian overcame the tribulation in the boundless space outside of the Z-Way segmentum. The tribulation lasted for a whole month, and only after that did he return to the imperial palace inside the Z-Way segmentum. After he returned, the Z-Way imperial palace organized a banquet with the core members of the Z-Way segmentum present to welcome Yi Futian's return. Breaking the seal, destroying the imperial arm, and Yi Futian return, these were all incredible things that were worth celebrating and drinking for. On the banquet in the Z-Way imperial palace, Yi Futian sat at the central seat, while the lord of the heavenly mandate palace, and the spouse of the imperial palace lord, Huajiu, sat beside him. The first seat to his left was occupied by Lord Qin, while to the right were the other three palace lords, Emperor Shi, Murongyu, Taoist monk Mu. Then followed the deputy palace lords. Everyone was here to celebrate the occasion. Behind Yi Futian were the four young cultivators. Fang Xiyuan and the others stood there, serving their master. Although their cultivation levels were all very high, Yi Futian and Huajiu were sitting right there. As students, they had to serve them. Come, let's first toast to the palace lord and his partner. The return of the palace lord this time was the greatest surprise to the Z-Way Semniatum, Lord Qin said as he raised his glass. Immediately, all of the cultivators raised their glasses and toasted to Yi Futian. Yi Futian and Huajiu raised their glasses as well. He looked toward the Z-Way segmentum cultivators and said, "After seeing all of you, I can tell that no one has stopped working hard for the past 28 years. Thank you to everyone here." Then, he drank all of the wine in his glass. Everyone else also followed and did the same before putting down their glasses. Murongyu joked, "Palace Lord, there's one thing that you don't know. Taoist monk Mu, it's impossible to invite this guy to anything usually, and he wouldn't spare any respect for anyone here. But this time, when he heard that the palace lord was returning, he was the first to rush over. He was the lord of the Z-Way palace, while Taoist monk Mu was the lord of the alchemy palace." Everyone started laughing. Taoist monk Mu is almost like a king in the Z-Way imperial palace. Everyone respected him and treated him like their own ancestor. All because of the fear that if he got annoyed with any of them, the quantity and quality of the pills and elixirs he made for them would be at stake. "Aren't you guys aware of why the hell you're even looking for me usually?" Taoist monk Mu sneered. He still didn't bother to spare Murongyu any respect. "Damn, seriously, the palace lord is here, and you're still giving that attitude." Murongyu pointed at him and said, "Back then, I became indebted to the grace of the palace lord, so I decided to heed the orders of the Z-Way imperial palace and take charge of the alchemy palace. Of course, I'll fulfill my responsibilities toward the palace lord and give my all to the job," Taoist monk Mu said. He was still very grateful toward Yi Futian. "Yeah, I know you're loyal," Murongyu rebutted him. "The reason we want the elixirs is that we want to grow and develop ourselves. We want to become stronger so that one day we can charge back into the divine prefecture and seek vengeance for the past 28 years. As he spoke, he looked toward Yi Futian. He continued, "Palace Lord, the forces of the Z-Way Imperial Palace have increased rather significantly. Now that the Palace Lord is back, when will you lead the Imperial Palace to attack the Divine Prefecture? We shall wipe out one of two of their organizations, and make them pay for what they did 28 years ago." Everyone paused when they heard Murongyu and looked toward Yi Futian. For 28 years, all of them had a raging fire suppressed in their hearts. Now that the seal was shattered and the Imperial arm was destroyed, everyone wanted to vent this great fury and strike the Divine Prefecture. Yi Futian raised his glass and drank all of the wine inside. He then looked around at all of the cultivators present. Over the past 28 years, they had significantly improved. No hurry. Yi Futian's gaze was razor-sharp. 28 years have passed, so why hurry now? Although the Imperial Palace has indeed grown significantly, we still lack apex powers. We need more tribulation-plane cultivators. This time, I'll be cultivating in isolation for a while first. Do the same thing as back then, make a batch of subdivine elixirs to increase the power levels of the Imperial Palace cultivators again before we make other arrangements. Right now, His cultivation level was still the same as before, peak Renhuang level, no change. Even the cultivators of the Ziwei Imperial Palace didn't know that he had overcome the second divine tribulation of the Great Path, let alone the people of the Divine Prefecture. At this point, they need to accumulate their powers and make the Ziwei Imperial Palace even more powerful. Then they would give the Divine Prefecture an enormous surprise. He didn't want to face the same situation as 28 years ago, where they were besieged by the Divine Prefecture, powerless against them. At the very least, he wanted more tribulation plane cultivators present in the Ziwei segmentum. Many of them were almost there. They were on the verge of breaking through, all they needed was one step forward. As for revenge, why rush it now? They had managed to make it through 28 whole years. What was so difficult about waiting just a while more? Okay. Everyone nodded. When they heard that Futian would make sub-divine elixirs again, they were happy to hear it. After 28 years, imagine the level of the sub-divine elixirs that Futian could make. Chapter 2580. They are used to it. After the banquet, Futian and other key figures visited the rest of the residents in Ziwei Imperial Palace. Now many new cultivators in the palace were impressed with Futian and admired him a lot. Futian was now a legend in the Ziwei segmentum and the spokesperson of Ziwei the Great. Afterward, he paid a visit to his elders and family. Then, after discussing with Taoist monk Mu, he was ready to start another round of alchemy again. Just when Futian was about to start, suddenly, his mind moved slightly, and he took out the treasure mirror. On the other side, Shiqiao's face appeared. Shiqiao had a smile on her face that made her seem even more beautiful than before. Her temperament was even more outstanding. When I heard the news that you had breached the Imperial arms, I called on you immediately. 28 years I finally got in touch with you again. Shiqiao smiled softly. It was as if she was seeing a long-lost friend with much joy in her heart. Has the West Imperial Palace already gotten the news? Futian asked. Only Tianyan City should have known the news of him breaching the Imperial arms. This meant that Tianyan City had already allowed the news to spread. Such a big happy event. How could Tianyan City not share it with other forces in the Divine Prefecture? Shiqiao teased and continued. However, you are too secretive. If it were not because I got the news from Tianyan City, would you plan to keep this news a secret from me? I just got out, and I was too busy cultivating. I also have a lot of things to deal with at Ziwei Imperial Palace. Now I plan to make some elixirs and retreat, so I didn't think to contact you. Futian said. I saw some changes within you. Did you have a breakthrough? Look at you, Shiqiao replied in awe. You could even see something like that. Yes, I did break through the shackles of Renhuang and went one level higher. However, I am afraid that there is still quite a gap compared to you. You are continuing to make elixirs. Is it because you had another breakthrough in your cultivation? Fortunately, Futian said. Speaking of alchemy, can you use the resources of the West Imperial Palace to help me collect some alchemical materials? The rarer, the better. No problem, I'll do it now. When I have all of them, I will send them to the Ziwei segmentum. Shiqiao responded readily enough without any hesitation. Thanks. Futian nodded, and the two ended their conversation. Although the two were not close friends, they worked well together and trusted each other. Futian asked Shiqiao to find alchemical materials, and she agreed right away. She knew that Futian would not forget the West Imperial Palace's favor. Then, Futian began to make the elixirs and retreat. Although he was still in the realm of the Renhuang, he had experienced the divine tribulation twice already while in the Renhuang realm, and he had no idea if he could produce sub-divine elixirs of the second tribulation. When he returned to the Ziwei segmentum after having survived the tribulation the first time, he could produce the sub-divine elixirs of the first tribulation. He didn't lack any alchemical materials for the time being. He had gathered as much as he could back then on Elixir Emperor's Island and obtained many precious medicinal materials, which had yet been used up. He wanted Shiqiao to help him to collect these materials, so he had some in reserve. After all, there were more and more cultivators in the Ziwei segmentum, and there were not enough elixirs to give to everyone. The alchemy palace, on the other hand, also required a lot of alchemical materials. If they go to the divine prefecture to collect them, it would potentially be a thorny situation. It was much easier to work with West Imperial Palace on the collection of materials. After he produced the elixirs, part of them would be sent over to West Imperial Palace. This way, it was a win-win for both sides. This mutual relationship could ensure their continued cooperation. The secret to getting people to agree to help was never letting them get the short end of the stick. As long as both parties could benefit, the relationship would have no reason not to continue. In the cultivation world, feelings were a thing fragile, to begin with. Not to mention that his relationship with the West Imperial Palace was not at the level where feelings would be a factor. The others in Ziwei Imperial Palace were also cultivating peacefully. After Futian broke through the imprisonment of the Imperial arms and returned to them, these cultivators in Ziwei Imperial Palace seemed to be hopeful once again. They were more motivated to cultivate, as their palace lord was personally working on producing those elixirs that were highly anticipated. This time, Futian first produced a large batch of top wine elixirs. To him, this level of elixirs was far too easy for him, and its mass production did not require too much of his energy. However, the Renhuang elixirs that he produced were absolutely unparalleled in all of the divine prefecture, and their quality was perfection itself. For cultivators in the Renhuang realm, it had a massive effect and could help them lay the most solid foundation for leveling up. After the batches were done, Futian had Blind Tai and Old Ma distribute the elixirs, prioritizing top cultivators in the Renhuang realm, making preparations for the impact to experiencing the divine tribulation of the Great Path. After that, he continued to make higher-level elixirs, like the sub-divine elixirs. For a long time after that, elixir tribulations were frequent occurrences and a common sight in the starry cultivation court. But because of the experience they had many years ago, the cultivators inside Ziwei Imperial Palace were quite accustomed to it. However, they would be surprised if there had been no elixir tribulations when Futian was practicing alchemy. Undeniably, the elixir tribulation this time was clearly much stronger than the last time. A few months later, Futian finished the production of elixirs and distributed all that he had made. Lord Qin and the four lords were the first to receive the sub-divine elixirs, then those who were tittering in the peak of Renhuang for too many years were also given the sub-divine elixirs from Futian. At the same time, they had sought advice from Lord Qin and several other lords who had experienced the divine tribulation of the Great Path. Blind Tai was the first one to pass over the hurdle of Renhuang and experience the divine tribulation of the Great Path. In his time, Blind Tai himself was a genius talent from Foursquare Village. After some plotting from the others, he was blinded, and the teacher had him stay in the village as a blacksmith. Many thought that he had given up cultivation, but in truth, he was learning to return to the basics and what was truly important. Later on, he received the inheritance of the Imperial Star, and Blind Tai's cultivation went one step further. Now, decades later, he finally stepped into the tribulation plane. His tribulation was an incredibly strong one, but Blind Tai was an incomparable figure himself. Not only was he not destroyed by the divine tribulation, but he successfully completed the divine tribulation of the Great Path. Now some of the protectors around Futian were also existences in the tribulation plane. The second cultivator who survived the divine tribulation of the Great Path was Emperor Shi's disciple, Yan Wuqi. This was rather surprising to Futian. However, after some consideration, it appeared quite logical. Yan Wuqi's talents were outstanding, but he maintained an extremely low profile and kept quiet while he followed Emperor Shi. Nevertheless, his mindset was extraordinary. After surviving the divine tribulation of the Great Path, Yan Wuqi was on the same level as his master, Emperor Shi, and this delighted Emperor Shi to no end. As a result, Wanshan Palace now had 2 cultivators in the tribulation plane, which increased its strength considerably. After another 6 months, Shi Qiao took a group of cultivators from West Imperial Palace to visit Ziwei Segmentum. They were led into the starry cultivation court to see Futian. "You are behaving yourself?" Shi Qiao looked at Futian and said with a playful smile. It had been more than half a year since Futian broke the imprisonment and destroyed the imperial arms. However, he did not make any moves but stayed quietly inside the Ziwei segmentum. What else do you expect? Yi Futian replied. I thought you would go to the Divine Prefecture. Shi Qiao smiled. This is unlike you. I'm in no hurry, Yi Futian said. True. Shi Qiao nodded. Presently, the forces headed by the ancient god clans in Tianyan City have already begun their preparations the moment you broke out the imprisonment, so they will be ready for you any time. If you go to the Divine Prefecture now, there are still some dangers for you. If these ancient god clans mean to do you harm, you should cultivate here for some time to come. She saw that Yi Futian's realm had not changed. It was still in the 9th realm of Renhuang. Although his combat effectiveness was extraordinary, and he was also an expert in Buddhist superpower, he had some extremely powerful enemies. If he left the Ziwei segmentum now, there was a certain risk waiting for him on the outside. But in Ziwei segmentum, unless a force as powerful as the Donghuang Imperial Palace were to mobilize, no other principalities would be able to invade it. Therefore, Shi Qiao agreed with Yi Futian's decision. She thought it best for him to cultivate for several years before leaving here, or, at the very least, until he had passed the divine tribulation of the Great Path. Unha. Yi Futian didn't bother to explain anything but asked, Are you here to deliver the medicinal materials? Wow, you get to the point quickly. Shi Qiao gave Yi Futian a look, but she still took out the things in the storage and handed them over to Yi Futian. West Imperial Palace spent half a year's effort to gather these. It's quite a collection, so don't spend them all at once. Yi Futian checked the items with his divine consciousness, then nodded slightly to acknowledge her statement. He simply said, Thank you. As he was speaking, his divine consciousness went inside his own storage ring, and took a considerable amount of pills and elixirs, and put them inside a separate storage ring. He handed it to Shi Qiao. This is for the West Imperial Palace, but there is a condition. These cannot be distributed to those who raised their hands against me last time. You hold grudges forever. Shi Qiao laughed and said, Don't worry. What happened last time will never be repeated again in West Imperial Palace. Once was enough for that kind of situation. When the two were talking, a horrific aura suddenly descended above the sky. The eyes of Shi Qiao and other cultivators from the West Imperial Palace sharpened slightly as they looked towards that side. Soon after, they saw a figure levitated into the air and heading higher into the sky. Yi Futian also glanced yonder. Once he knew who it was, he didn't care too much about it anymore and redirected his gaze. Likewise, the cultivators in the starry cultivation court just glanced to see who it was, with a slightly envious look on their faces, and continued to cultivate without paying too much attention. Above the firmament, that radiant figure was experiencing the divine tribulation of the Great Path alone, with no one even watching him. This strange sight piqued Shi Qiao's curiosity. The reactions of these people didn't seem normal to her. This is divine tribulation, Shi Qiao said to Yi Futian. Unha. Yi Futian nodded. Seeing his nonchalant expression, Shi Qiao felt even more curious and asked, Did none of the people at the Ziwei Imperial Palace care about that? They got used to it, Yi Futian replied. Got used to it? Shi Qiao stared at Yi Futian incredulously with her beautiful eyes. These people got accustomed to seeing divine tribulations? As the goddess of West Imperial Palace, the entire West Imperial Palace attached great importance to her when she was experiencing the divine tribulation, and all the cultivators in the entire palace were observing her at the time. She cultivated many years before she experienced the divine tribulation, and the whole clan witnessed it. But now, someone was experiencing divine tribulation at Ziwei Imperial Palace. No one cared. You are tough, Shi Qiao said. It seems that the elixirs are effective. Let's see what good elixir you have made this time. As soon as she said that, Shi Qiao checked the elixirs that Yi Futian gave her with great anticipation. Yi Futian didn't mind it, merely turning his head to look higher into the sky. Soon, Shi Qiao's body stiffened, and her heart trembled violently. Her beautiful eyes fixed on Yi Futian. Qiao, what is it? The cultivator from Western Imperial Palace asked. Shi Qiao didn't seem to have heard them. After a while, she looked at the people from West Imperial Palace and took out an elixir. Second Tribulation, Subdivine Elixir. When they heard what Xiqiao said, the eyes of all the cultivators from the West Imperial Palace were frozen as well. Chapter 2581 The Plan. Subdivine Elixirs of the Second Tribulation. Technically, elixirs of this level could only be produced by a cultivator who had survived the Second Divine Tribulation of the Great Path. But this was just in theory. In reality, not all alchemy masters of this realm necessarily had the ability to produce the subdivine elixir of the Second Divine Tribulation. But at this moment, Xiqiao had the elixir of the Second Divine Tribulation in her possession, which Futian had just given her. How could she not be shocked? There were only two top alchemy masters in Ziwei Segmentum, Futian and Taoist Monk Mu. However, the cultivation of Taoist Monk Mu was only at the first level of the Tribulation plane. So, who made these subdivine elixirs of the Second Tribulation? Xiqiao's beautiful eyes fell on Futian. Did you make them? After the medicinal materials from the goddess are made into elixirs, I will have someone deliver some of them to the West Imperial Palace. Or the West Imperial Palace can also send someone here to fetch it. Futian did not respond to her question directly, but his words made all the cultivators from the West Imperial Palace tremble in their hearts. Was this evasion some silent acquiescence? So, the cultivators in the Ziwei Segmentum were immune to sights of the divine tribulations of the Great Path? Was it something they grew accustomed to? Obviously, someone had already survived divine tribulation before that, which accounted for their nonchalance. When I fought with you many years ago, I had planned to stay in the Heavenly Mandate Academy to cultivate. But for so many years, it had never become a reality. Now, what do you think about me staying in Ziwei Imperial Palace to cultivate? Xiqiao asked with a smile as she looked at Futian. She was not joking. This was a real desire that she had. The cultivation environment of Ziwei Segmentum was pretty good, and there were also elixirs to help with the cultivation. More importantly, she wanted to see what was going on inside the Ziwei Imperial Palace now. Since the Ziwei Segmentum was freed from its imprisonment, and the news got back to the Divine Prefecture, all the forces in the Divine Prefecture had made preparations. However, there had been no movement in the Ziwei Segmentum for such a long time that they assumed it was because Ziwei Imperial Palace itself was still weak, and that they did not dare go to the Divine Mountain for revenge. Right now, all these forces figured Futian and his people would temporarily stay put inside the Ziwei Segmentum and continue to strengthen themselves. Futian, too, was cautious and did not dare to take any additional risks. How could the cultivators from top principalities in the Divine Prefecture know that the current situation in Ziwei Imperial Palace was so prosperous? They were mass-producing existences of Tribulation Plane. Was Futian planning to create a camp of cultivators in the Tribulation Plane? If the goddess desires to do so, of course you can, Futian responded. He didn't mind Xiqiao cultivating here at all. Now that Ziwei Segmentum was enemy with all of the Divine Prefecture, West Imperial Palace was a rare ally and could provide them with lots of help. Of course I want to, but I am afraid I'm going to have to trouble you from time to time, said Xiqiao with a smile. She was serious about staying. She turned to the cultivators from West Imperial Palace and said, You guys take the elixirs back and let them know that I will be cultivating here for some years. Very well. These people nodded, not at all worried if something would happen to Xiqiao while she was in Ziwei Segmentum. Even in the outside world, not many could touch Xiqiao in her current realm of cultivation. The cultivators from the West Imperial Palace left, and Xiqiao stayed behind. Futian turned to look at the cultivator experiencing the tribulation and saw it was Qinyi. He who had inherited the relic of light for nearly 50 years was finally beginning to experience the divine tribulation of the Great Path. Qinyi's tribulation was an incredibly terrifying tribulation of light. Although everyone was getting used to seeing tribulations, especially after they had so many experiences in elixir tribulations, there were still many who paid close attention to Qinyi's tribulation as this particular tribulation descended. They could see that his was very powerful. Every cultivator would encounter a different kind of divine tribulation, as they were not all the same. However, Yi Futian was most eager to witness the birth of cultivators in the second divine tribulation, but he recognized that it would be a little difficult in the short run. Prior to this, the only cultivators in the first tribulation realm were Huajiu, Taoist monk Mu, Murong Yu, and Emperor Shi. Taoist monk Mu was the one who had stayed in this realm the longest, followed by Emperor Shi. But their realm was not yet deep enough. After Qin survived the divine tribulation of the Great Path, he continued to cultivate in seclusion. There were two in the tribulation plane among the four great protectors around Yi Futian, Blind Tai and Qin. The qualities of the cultivators in Ziwei Imperial Palace were getting more powerful by the day, and now their strength was almost comparable to that of the ancient god clans. The ancient god clans possessed the inheritance of the great emperor, but in Ziwei Segmentum, the will of Ziwei the Great remained. The combat effectiveness of all the peak cultivators, aside from those who had survived the first divine tribulation, also included the Supreme Elder Lord Qin in the uppermost level, then Yi Futian himself. This kind of makeup was enough to collide head-on with the ancient god clans. But Yi Futian had no intention to stop there. He was not yet satisfied. The enemies of Ziwei Segmentum were not just one ancient god clan, but all 6 of them within the Divine Prefecture, as well as some other top forces in the Divine Prefecture. Therefore, they needed to be stronger. "It seems that alchemy is far better than armor-making," Shi Qiao whispered. Those top alchemy masters were tremendously awesome. "You can't think it's as simple as all that," Yi Futian replied. "In Ziwei Imperial Palace, the people who have experienced the divine tribulation of the Great Path are all of the cultivators with extraordinary cultivation already. Even if they relied solely on themselves, they could pass over this hurdle on their own. The aid from the elixir was to make their foundation more stable and shorten the time it took. That's why we are seeing a series of tribulations in a short period of time." Blind Tai, Yang Wuqi, and Qin were all very strong in their own right. "The elixirs are produced by you, so whatever you say is right." Shi Qiao didn't refute him but looked at Yi Futian with a smile. As a cultivator in the tribulation plane who was also the goddess of West Imperial Palace, she looked like a little girl. There was some hero worship in those beautiful eyes of hers, which was rather deceptive. A character like her had a majestic authority all of her own, for she was an unattainable goddess to most. "Goddess, cultivate as you please. I will have to get back to practice alchemy." Yi Futian deliberately avoided Shi Qiao's gaze. His figure flickered as he left. Watching Yi Futian's departing figure, Shi Qiao chuckled. Was it possible for this guy to feel embarrassed? Now, that was something really interesting. After Qin, there was another person who experienced the divine tribulation, and it was Hua Qingqing. To the cultivators of Ziwei Imperial Palace, she had always been shrouded in mystery. She was sisters with the palace lord's wife, Hua Jieyu, and she was not often out and about. Most of the time, she spent it with Hua Fenglu and Nanda Wenin, but her cultivation was astounding to the point of being fearsome. The seniors within Ziwei Imperial Palace knew that Hua Qingqing had accompanied the Buddha in cultivation. In the Western heavenly world, she was respected by the Buddha lords as a great Buddha herself. After Hua Qingqing, there was another cultivator who survived the divine tribulation, and by this time, it was already 3 years after Ziwei Imperial Palace broke out of its imprisonment. This time, the person who survived the tribulation was a pleasant surprise to Yi Futian, and he was the one person that Yi Futian looked forward to the most so far. Gu Donglu finally ushered in his divine tribulation of the Great Path. In the past 3 years, 5 cultivators had survived the divine tribulation. Most of them had something to do with the great emperors or figures on that level. Blind Tai had been instructed by the teacher and later on inherited an imperial star. Gu Donglu had inherited from the demon monarch and also inherited an imperial star at some point. Qin inherited the light, and Hua Qingqing had accompanied the Buddha in his cultivation. Only Yang Wuqi was totally unexpected by everyone. For Ziwei Imperial Palace, it was a pleasant surprise, but it also demonstrated that this quiet man, who was not fond of showing off and kept an extremely low profile, was, in fact, incredibly talented. After Gu Donglu survived the divine tribulation of the Great Path, The number of people in the tribulation plane inside Ziwei Imperial Palace had reached double digits. Gu Donglio's tribulation had attracted many people to watch. People in Ziwei Imperial Palace knew that the Palace Lord had a special affection for this third senior brother of his, just like his second senior sister and the elder brother. As far as they knew, the Palace Lord had been cared for by these several senior brothers and sisters of his when he was young. They were very protective of him, and they had a deep affection for one another. This kind of feeling may not be something they could understand now, but the people in the Imperial Palace were a little envious. They would really like to see what Yi Futian was like as a young kid, but few people had that privileged experience. Gu Donglu stood above the starry sky as the last light of tribulation fell, his whole body radiant and sacred. His entire temperament had transformed. The aura that permeated from his body was already the aura of a powerful cultivator of the tribulation plane. He stood there quietly, and no one disturbed him. Yi Futian was standing with a lot of other people, such as their elder brother and second senior sister. If our master sees this today, he will be very happy. Their elder brother, Sword Saint, said with a smile. His eyes were full of happiness. He had seen these junior brothers in their growth. Yi Futian nodded. Definitely. Elder brother, after you experience the divine tribulation, when we see our master one day, he will be so pleased to know he has 3 such outstanding disciples. Zhuge Mingyu said with a small smile. For many years, the Sword Saint's cultivation was not inconsiderable, as he was already in the 9th realm of Renhuang. Although he was blessed with less natural talent, Yi Futian had guided him step by step and reshaped his talent with elixirs. He had received the best elixirs from the first batch back then, so he had been doing very well indeed. Not only him, but others like Yi Wuchen, Sworn Master of Lihin, Dou Zhao, and Xiao Muyu, none of them was weak in their cultivation. Without exception, they were either in Upper Renhuang or in the realm of Peak Renhuang. If the Divine Prefecture was not a constant threat, a few people from this group was enough to sweep through and lord over the 9 supreme regions of the original realm. I'm still not there yet. Sword Saint said. If Yu Xing is here, Futian and Yu Xing would make a peerless duo. Then, with the cultivators from Ziwei Segmentum, they could probably vanquish the forces below Imperial level sooner rather than later. I am rather looking forward to what you have assessed. No one knows what is the situation with Yu Xing's cultivation in the Devil World. Zhuge Mingyu murmured. They had never worried about Yu Xing. When the time was right, Yu Xing would come to Yi Futian's side once again. In this world, Yu Xing and Hua Jieyu were the closest people to Yi Futian. The disciples from the cottage could only be seconds after the two of them. Yu Xing? Yi Futian thought of his brother and said with a smile. How could he be falling behind? The whole Devil World must have heard of Yu Xing's name by now. What plans do you have next? Continue to cultivate in retreat to improve your strength? Zhuge Mingyu asked. No. Yi Futian shook his head. It's been so many years already, and it's time to go out for a while. What is your first step? Asked Hua Jieyu. The first step would be sweeping through the original realm. Yi Futian said. The land of the original realm was once ruled by him as he was known as the king of the original realm. It was the involvement of other major worlds that caused the chaos and disorder in the original realm. After so many years, the original realm was in need of reorganization. Chapter 2582, Deity. The resources in the former Void Realm, a part of the 9 Supreme Imperial Realms, had been thoroughly looted. Everything had been turned inside out. The Dark World, the empty Divine Realm, and forces from the Divine Prefecture had not spared the lands of the 9 realms. Once the lands of the 9 realms had been plundered, in the following few decades, all the major worlds began to shift their focus on the new continents and relics that emerged in the original realm. Gradually, they started moving outwards so that the lands of the 9 realms nowadays lived in the shadow of their former glory, now a barren wasteland. Ever since the Heavenly Mandate Academy was destroyed by the City Lord of Tianyan, and Heavenly Mandate was relocated to Ziwei Segmentum, the Heavenly Mandate Realm and the Heavenly Mandate City began their inescapable decline. There were not many powerful cultivators in Heavenly Mandate City today, and the resources for cultivation were particularly lacking. Even if there were young people with outstanding talents, they would not get the nurturing they needed to develop their full potentials. The former site of the Heavenly Mandate Academy had long been nothing but ruins. People often came here to mourn and commemorate the glorious days of Heavenly Mandate. Back then, the Heavenly Mandate Academy ruled over the 9 realms, and Futian was known as the king of the original realm. How mighty the Heavenly Mandate Academy was once, and who could have predicted that it would have become what it was now? Even today, people often came to the ruins of what was left of the Heavenly Mandate Academy and look at the ruins while remembering the past. At this time, in the ruins, a group of people appeared. It seemed as if they were busy working on something in that location. Next to the ruins, there were some crowds scattered here and there. In one of them, there were an old man and a boy. The old man looked more than 50 years of age, while the young boy was about 15 or 16, still looking a little childish. "Grandson, this is the place I wanted to show you." The old man touched the boy's head and said with a smile, "Grandpa, isn't this the ruin? Why are we here?" The boy raised his head. His innocent eyes were filled with some confusion and curiosity. "Yes, it is a ruin here now, but before you were born, when I was still a boy, this was the most glorious holy land in the world." The old man looked at the ruins and spoke emotionally. He seemed to be remembering those glorious days. How they missed the Heavenly Mandate Academy of yore. The most glorious holy land in the world. The boy was a little puzzled. The Heavenly Mandate realm he knew was a chaotic world. He had no idea what the Heavenly Mandate realm was like at all before he was born. After all, when the Heavenly Mandate Academy was most prosperous was some 50 or 60 years ago. The Heavenly Mandate Academy and the Heavenly Mandate realm existed only in history. Looking back, he founded the Heavenly Mandate Academy to preach to the world and brought the most glorious era to the Heavenly Mandate realm. But those hateful foreign forces invaded us, which led to the destruction of Heavenly Mandate, so he had no choice but to leave. Now, no one knows if he's alive or dead. The old man looked at the ruins, and he was full of intense emotions. Once, he was also a member of the academy, although he was just a most ordinary disciple on the peripheral. However, he was proud because he was part of something great. No matter when or where, he could always stand tall and tell others that he was a disciple of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. "You mean deity?" The boy thought of a name and whispered. "That's right. He is the deity that you guys talked about," the old man said with a smile. "In the Heavenly Mandate realm, he is, indeed, a deity." A different kind of light lit up on the boy's face. Among the younger generations of the Heavenly Mandate realm, that legendary figure had been turned into a myth referred to by many as deity. "Grandpa, how is deity now?" the boy asked. "Deity went to a place far away, and even Grandpa has no idea what happened to him." The old man looked up into the sky. He had witnessed with his own eyes that battle once upon a time when all the powers from the upper worlds of the Divine Prefecture had encircled and suppressed them. Even Dongwang Imperial Palace, a ruling principality in the Divine Prefecture, had stood on the opposite side so that there was nothing much that Futian could do. A legend of their time was forced to leave Heavenly Mandate. "Will he come back?" the boy asked. "Probably not. Not anymore." The old man sighed silently in his heart. "Elder, who is the one that you called deity?" a voice asked. The old man looked to his side and saw several young people approaching. Their temperament was superb. The old man could tell with a simple glance that these 4 young people were unusual. "Deity is the title given to the former college chief of Heavenly Mandate Academy, Futian. It was created by some youngsters in the later generations of the Heavenly Mandate realm," the old man asked. "And you are? Is that so?" The young man in the lead displayed a gentle smile and said, "Perhaps deity will come back." Before he spoke, a group of people in front had actually started rebuilding the structures. This sight caused the old man to frown. He walked up to look at them and asked, "What are you doing?" This was the old site of Heavenly Mandate Academy, and someone wanted to build other structures here. "Sir, please be patient," the young man next to him said. The old man looked at him again and continued. I know you are no ordinary common folk, but this place is the site of the Heavenly Mandate Academy founded by Deity Yi. It has great significance to the people of Heavenly Mandate Realm. If you want to build a mansion, you can find some other place to do that. If you are building here, I'm afraid it will anger the entire Heavenly Mandate Realm. Is that so? The young man asked with a smile. Deity Yi held such a lofty position in Heavenly Mandate Realm? Without question. The old man's eyes were solemn. Then, there was even more reason to rebuild here, the young man said with a smile, looking in front of him. The old man's expression was getting unfriendly as he said, Do you insist on choosing this site? Elder. The young man turned his attention to the old man and said, Don't you get it? Your deity is coming back. The young man's words made the old man tremble all over. His face turned red. It seemed as if he was extremely excited, as he looked at the man in the eye and asked, Don't toy with me. Are you serious? What they are building is the Heavenly Mandate Academy. The young man pointed to the front and said. It turned out that he was Yi Futian's disciple, Fang Xiyuan. Naturally, the other three were Little Ling, Tai Tu, and Duo Yu. The old man clenched his fists, and his expression was quite emotional, and he couldn't speak for some time. He took his grandson by the hand and started running with all his might. The deity of the Heavenly Mandate Realm was returning soon. Construction of buildings by cultivators in the Renhuang realm was extremely expedient, not to mention there were multiple Renhuang working on it at the same time. Tall buildings and magnanimous halls soon rose from the ground. In one day, new and magnificent structures appeared on the old site of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. The buildings stretched for hundreds of miles. Soon, people from the Heavenly Mandate City were gathering in the location of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Everything they were seeing in front of them was simply like a dream. Today, there were even rumors that Yi Futian would be returning. However, many people didn't quite believe it. People from the older generations knew what happened back then. How could he return after he had made enemies with so many top forces in the upper worlds? The legendary story of Yi Futian and Heavenly Mandate Academy seemed to be fairy tales from another time. Even the memory of it was a little blurred now. But that era was the most glorious age in the history of the Heavenly Mandate Realm. Those people are very strong in their cultivation. Who are they exactly? Someone looked at the cultivators busy working on those newly built structures and noticed they were all Renhuang cultivators. Just observe. We will figure it out soon enough. Many of the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate City stopped outside to watch. In the following days, the buildings were getting more magnificent and impressive and far surpassed the original size of the previous Heavenly Mandate Academy. However, none of those cultivators seemed to be finishing any time soon. There were even Peak Renhuang who seemed to be working on a spatial teleportation matrix. Gradually, the cultivators outside of the Heavenly Mandate Realm had gotten wind of this news as well and rushed over to see for themselves. This included those forces in other realms that had also received the same information. Half a month later, even more cultivators appeared outside the old site of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. At this time, not far from the old site of the Heavenly Mandate Academy, a group of cultivators appeared in the sky above. This group of people had an incredibly powerful aura as their eyes looked forward and their brows furrowed. The person in the lead was Jianao, the former college chief of Tianshan Academy. Back then, when Yi Futian unified the 9 realms, Jianao and the others submitted to him in defeat. However, when Heavenly Mandate Academy was in peril and forced to leave, Jianao told Princess Dongwang that they were forced into submission and not out of their own free will. They had betrayed Heavenly Mandate Academy in the end. Later, they returned to the Central Emperor realm, and the group of cultivators who had rebelled allied their own and gradually rebuilt their forces in the Central Emperor realm. After the forces of the Divine Prefecture had finally finished their plundering and pillaging of the 9 realms, they shifted their attention elsewhere. Jianao and the others became powerful forces in the Central Emperor realm once more. But recently they had gotten the news that someone was rebuilding the Heavenly Mandate Academy, so they came to see it for themselves. Go and find out from which principalities they are from. Jianao spoke to the person next to him, and immediately the cultivators from Tianshan Academy went forward until he came to the outside of the reconstructed Heavenly Mandate Academy. The aura of Upper Renhuang was released from him as he asked, loud and clear, "What are you building?" However, no one paid any attention to him, as every one of these cultivators was preoccupied with their own business. Their blatant disregard for him caused the man to frown. "If there's nothing else, please stay out of the way," a cultivator inside said lightly as he glanced at the other man. He completely paid him no mind. At the same time, in the reconstructed academy, a spatial divine light suddenly pierced through the sky. It was the spatial teleportation grand matrix. The spatial divine light seemed to have opened up a channel between the firmament and the lower worlds, as a divine light appeared to form a pillar of light in the space. The hearts of the cultivators in Heavenly Mandate City were palpitating. What a terrifying teleportation grand matrix! And just who was to be teleported? Buzz! The divine light descended, and a group of mighty cultivators appeared in the sky above. As soon as these people appeared, everyone who was watching from the outside held their breath collectively. What powerful auras were from these Renhuang cultivators, and many of them were in peak Renhuang no less. In the distance, Jian'eo saw the appearance of those cultivators, and his heart suddenly twitched. He saw many familiar faces. Some of them were once latecomers who were junior to him. Dou Zhao from the Dou tribe, Xiaomuyu from the Xiao clan, Yuan Hong from the Yuanyang clan, all ghosts of the past from the 9 realms. More importantly, their auras had become extremely horrific. The divine light was still descending, as another group of cultivators appeared, with familiar faces as well. Gu Donglu was among this group with an even stronger aura. A terrifying divine might came pressing down and shrouded the boundless space. Seeing those faces, the cultivators on the outside were instantly electrified. Was it really them who came back? At this time, an extremely brilliant divine light fell from the sky, as a figure with a white garment and white hair appeared in the sky above. As soon as he appeared, many older cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate realm froze. Burning tears filled their eyes. He came back. This legendary man of Heavenly Mandate realm was back. Jian'eo and the others, however, turned terribly pale. Their bodies felt a deep and involuntary fear. It was as their hearts were beating violently in their chests. They turned around, wanting to escape. The aura of the great path of space fluctuated, and they wished they had not come here. However, they discovered that several people were blocking their way, and the same powerful spatial light screen had already cordoned off this space, blocking Jian'eo's way out. At the same time, a supreme pressure came down above the firmament, directly enveloping Jian'eo and the others. Frankly, Jian'eo had goosebumps all over his body, and he felt suffocated. This aura was truly terrifying. Chapter 2583, Expedition. Futian's figure descended over the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Everyone in Heavenly Mandate City was thrilled. Ever since Futian and the others left back then, the Heavenly Mandate Academy had become history. The Heavenly Mandate realm had also been destroyed. In the several decades that followed, the realm was in a constant decline. It was not just the Heavenly Mandate realm. The 3,000 realms of the Great Path of the original realm were picked clean. Anywhere with resources was plundered by the cultivators of the various worlds. The 3,000 realms of the Great Path were no longer the center of the original realm, but had become old abandoned lands. They never imagined that the once ruler of the original realm would return. Futian unleashed his spiritual will and enveloped the vast space. Jian'eo and the others were even more terrified. However, they did not dare to move as their expressions turned pale. How was it that Futian dared to return? Decades ago, the Heavenly Mandate Academy taught the way in the Heavenly Mandate realm and ruled over the lands of the 9 realms. However, it was invaded by outsiders. Today, I wish to rebuild the Heavenly Mandate Academy, declared Futian in a loud voice as he glanced around at the crowd. Although Dongwang Imperial Palace was previously displeased with me, I still agree with the way Dongwang the Great teaches the way. Regardless of his stance, I am still willing to uphold the will of Dongwang the Great now and in the future and teach the way in the original realm. The 3,000 realms of the Great Path was previously the cultivation court for people from all walks of life in the original realm. Now it has been devastated. Yet, from this day forth, the Heavenly Mandate Academy will once again rule over the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Any cultivator who cultivates in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path must obey the will of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. The Heavenly Mandate Academy had returned to rule over the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. All the cultivators in the Heavenly Mandate realm were astonished. Futian had such lofty ambition. Currently, the original realm was in chaos. Although the cultivators from the top forces of the various worlds were not currently in the 9 realms, some of their remaining forces were still here. The 3,000 realms of the Great Path had long been taken over. Could Futian seize control again? How would he make the cultivators from the other worlds yield and submit? Futian, someone called out. As expected, a person dressed in black robes emerged. Although the person's aura was not very strong, he had an eerie vibe. He was a cultivator of the Dark World. Back in the day, he had followed the forces of the Dark World during their invasion. Now, he acted as though he owned the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. The person stood there and asked loudly. The 3,000 realms of the Great Path has long been a chaotic place. It does not belong to any person or force. Even Dongwang the Great has no right to rule over it. It is also the same for the entire original realm. How do you plan to rule the 3,000 realms of the Great Path? Futian wanted to rule over the 3,000 realms of the Great Path? He surely had huge ambitions if he wanted to reinstate order here. Futian swept a glance at the other party and did not respond. He said, "Currently, the original realm has changed drastically and is chaotic and lawless. As a member of the original realm, I am willing to restore order to the original realm, not just the 3,000 realms of the Great Path." He used this opportunity to let the world know that the Z-Way segmentum would restore order to the original realm, not just the Heavenly Mandate realm, or the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. They would do so for the entire original realm. Preposterous, another cultivator from the Dark World said. You actually dare to claim that you will achieve something that even Dongwang Imperial Palace has failed to do. Even if I do not manage to do so, I will strive to achieve it, Futian replied. Just then, beside Futian, Hua Jieyu glanced at that person. With just a glance, that person felt as though her eyes had pierced directly into his soul. Terrifying will invaded his mind, and many pictures appeared within his head. You have killed innocent people in the original realm. You deserve death, said Hua Jieyu. As she said this, the figure of the cultivator from the Dark World immediately exploded, and he perished. For a moment, the surrounding space became exceptionally quiet. The cultivators from the Dark World were all silenced. The cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate realm were admiring that beautiful figure. She was very beautiful, yet very cold. The position of college chief of the Heavenly Mandate Academy will be held by Gu Donglu, the lord of the Z-Way segmentum Heavenly Mandate Palace. He will oversee order in the Heavenly Mandate realm as well as the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, continued Futian. It was as though he had not seen Hua Jieyu's actions. After his third older brother broke through to the tribulation plane, Futian allowed Hua Jieyu to step down. Gu Donglu replaced her as lord of the Heavenly Mandate Palace. With second older sister as his support, they would be together as husband and wife. As for Hua Jieyu, she would no longer need to hold any positions. With her status, she did not need any positions. Futian continued. When the Heavenly Mandate Academy is rebuilt, the Academy will accept disciples from the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Next, the Heavenly Mandate Academy will establish teleportation grand matrices linking it with the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. The realms will be linked together and become one, allowing for easy access between all realms. All the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate realm were emotional when they heard this. The Heavenly Mandate Academy would teach the way, and the 3,000 realms of the Great Path would become one. One could foresee the trend of martial arts starting up again in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Third older brother, I will leave the 3,000 realms of the Great Path to you, Futian said to Gu Donglu. Gu Donglu nodded his head as his figure floated in the air. He swept a gaze towards Jian'eo and the others. A terrifying aura pressed down across the space, causing Jian'eo's group to shudder. Jian'eo, the Heavenly Mandate Academy had once spared your lives. Yet, when we were faced with a crisis, your lot immediately betrayed us. You deserve death, declared Gu Donglu. Jian'eo's expression changed drastically. A terrifying aura pressed down on him, making it hard for him to remain standing. He wanted to flee, but he discovered that he could not move at all. How could Gu Donglu be this powerful? Jian'eo's group thought to themselves as their hearts beat wildly. What level was Gu Donglu's ability at? With Jian'eo's cultivation, he once stood at the peak of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Yet, before the pressure Gu Donglu exerted, it was as though Jian'eo could not resist at all. After several decades, had Gu Donglu already become so powerful? Other junior figures, such as Xiao Muyu and Dou Zhao, all had frightening auras. None of them were inferior to Jian'eo. Could it be that Jian'eo had truly made the wrong move? Back then, he had always wanted to return to the Divine Prefecture. He wanted to pave the way for his junior, Jian Qingzhu. However, he realized that in the original realm, all those who followed Futian were already so powerful. If he had stayed with Futian back then, how would he be now? He did not manage to think much. Gu Donglu's palm struck down on where he stood. Immediately, the place where he stood was swept over by swords. His body could not move at all. Beams of sword light directly penetrated his figure. He revealed a look of absolute terror. With great difficulty, he lowered his head and inspected himself. He was not the only one who had been pierced through the heart by tens of thousands of swords. In the area around where he stood, the cultivators of the original realm who had followed him in betraying Futian all met the same fate. Die! Uttered Gu Donglu. As he said this, the various cultivators were immediately massacred by sword will and were reduced to dust, which dissipated. The once college chief of Tianshan Academy and a figure who stood at the top of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path had perished just like that. He had been immediately killed off. When the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate realm saw this scene, all of them felt their hearts throbbing. They were naturally aware of who Jian'eo was. He was a super cultivator, renowned in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path for many years. A top figure like him had actually been easily killed off by Gu Donglu. How powerful was Gu Donglu now? On that note, how powerful was Futian currently? Before this, the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate realm had all been wondering about this. Back during the war, Futian and the forces of the Heavenly Mandate Academy had been forced to abandon the Heavenly Mandate realm. Now that they had returned, were they powerful enough? Did they have the confidence to deal with the various cultivators of the Divine Prefecture? After Gu Donglu killed Jian'eo, he said, "The members of the Heavenly Mandate Palace will hold the fort in the Heavenly Mandate Academy as we restore order in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path." "Yes, Lord," replied the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate Palace as they bowed slightly. Back when the 4 palaces were established, the Heavenly Mandate Palace mainly consisted of the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate realm, such as Lord Taishian, Emperor Nan, and other members. Such a force was already very powerful. "Lord Qin, you will remain in the Heavenly Mandate realm to hold the fort until the Heavenly Mandate Academy establishes the matrices," Futian instructed Lord Qin. Lord Qin nodded and replied, "Rest assured, Palace Lord. I will hold the fort here with Donglu. I will leave it to you," said Futian. He then looked at the people around him and said, "Lord Murong and Lord Mu will watch over the Ziwei segmentum while third older brother and Lord Qin hold the fort here. Senior Emperor Shi, Uncle Tai, and Qin Yi, please follow me." "Yes, Palace Lord," they answered as they nodded their heads and received their orders. They naturally knew where Futian was leading them. They would leave the rebuilding of the Heavenly Mandate realm to Gu Donglu and the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate Palace. As for them, they naturally had a score to settle with the other forces from the war. First were the 6 major ancient god clans. They needed to sever the connection between the 6 major ancient god clans and the original realm, and deprive them of everything they had here. Palace Lord, be careful, Lord Chen cautioned Yi Futian. No one knew how powerful Yi Futian was now. After sealing himself away for 28 years, followed by concocting pills for another 3 years, Yi Futian's cultivation was a mystery. He was still a level 9 Renhuang, yet he could concoct 2 tribulation subdivine elixirs. However, the enemies Yi Futian needed to face were the ancient god clans. The ancient god clans also had a passageway to the original realm. They could not predict what level of opponent they would encounter. Lord Qin was naturally somewhat worried. Responded Yi Futian with a nod. He then said, "Let's head out." As he said this, Yi Futian, Hua Jiayu, Blind Tai, Qin Yi, Emperor Shi, and Yan Wuqi headed up into the sky. Their group of 6 would be heading deep into the original realm to the continents that had been established. 6 beams of flowing light instantly vanished before the eyes of the crowd. All the cultivators of the heavenly mandate realm were looking up at the sky. Astonishment welled up inside of them. Yi Futian had just returned, but he was actually leaving again immediately. From their conversation, it seemed as though he was heading out into the starry sky to restore order to the original realm and eliminate powerful enemies. "God Yi!" a youth mumbled. Then, more and more voices could be heard reverberating throughout the heavenly mandate realm. Yi Futian was merely stopping by the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. His expedition would lead him to the vast starry sky. Chapter 2584, Revenge. The various major forces of the Divine Prefecture descended upon the original realms several decades ago. Starting from the 9 realms, they began expanding outward. All of them already possessed their own territory. As the strongest forces of the Divine Prefecture, the ancient god clans had naturally done the same. As one of the most powerful ancient god clans of the Divine Prefecture, Tianyan City naturally did the same. They had established a huge territory in the original realm. This region was called the Minor Tianyan Segmentum by Tianyan City. It went without saying that, as the top armory zone of the Divine Prefecture, Tianyan City was extremely exceptional in some aspects. This Minor Tianyan Segmentum once floated deep in the original realm. It was surrounded by chaotic currents with extremely destructive power. However, the cultivators of Tianyan City discovered that there were starry mineral deposits in this segmentum. Further within this region, hidden within the chaotic currents, they found a relic. With the terrifying power of Tianyan City, they walled off the area and immediately conquered and restructured it, forming the current Minor Tianyan segmentum. For the past few decades, Tianyan City had spent an extremely large amount of resources to restructure the Minor Tianyan segmentum. They made this once desolate land into a prosperous region. In order to prevent the Minor Tianyan segmentum from being infiltrated by outside forces, Tianyan City had set up a powerful matrix outside of the Minor Tianyan segmentum that isolated the space from the outside world. Only the core cultivators of Tianyan City could open this matrix and come and go freely. Besides that, there were countless cultivators on the main planet, Tianyan Planet, of the Minor Tianyan segmentum. They were all cultivators who had migrated over from Tianyan City. Most of them were craftsmen. Some were even proficient in forging. Over the past few decades, they had already transformed Tianyan Planet into a city of gold. Golden divine light enveloped the entire Tianyan Planet. Of course, the surface area of the planet was not very big. It was even smaller than a small city of the Divine Prefecture. However, there were also a few ancient stars around that contained mineral deposits. These deposits had formed naturally and could replenish themselves infinitely. Hence, the members of Tianyan City firmly controlled this area and mined these deposits. They used the minerals they mined in the construction of Tianyan Planet as well as transported them to Tianyan City via the spatial passageway. Tianyan City placed great importance in the Minor Tianyan segmentum. These mineral deposits were rare forging materials and were extremely precious. While other forces were busy fighting over the inheritances of ancient great emperors, Tianyan City had their eyes fixed on this place. Right now, many cultivators were busy on Tianyan Planet. At the same time, outside of the Minor Tianyan segmentum, a group of figures appeared. The leader was Yi Futian. Yi Futian and his group looked ahead. They could faintly see a light screen. A gigantic matrix enveloped the entire minor Tianyan segmentum, hiding it from the eyes of outsiders. The segmentum was hidden within the matrix. On top of that, the surrounding currents were turbulent. Hence, the segmentum was difficult to locate. "It has been an arduous journey getting to this point," Emperor, she exclaimed. "It took them quite some time to locate this place, even with the hints from West Imperial Palace. Without the hints, it would have been even more difficult for them to reach here. Tianyan City did a good job in hiding this segmentum. The deeper they hid it, the more it showed that they placed great importance on this segmentum. The Tianyan City Lord Office was ambitious to claim this area as their own. They wanted to have absolute control over it, and did not want others to set foot on it. However, this segmentum would belong to Futian and his group from now on. The matrix is powerful. Let me break through it, Blind Tai offered. Then, he took a step forward, and immediately, a gigantic phantasm of a god appeared in the sky. It wielded a divine hammer and looked imposing. The phantasm of the god slammed the divine hammer downwards and hit the light screen. The matrix shook violently as cracks appeared on it. However, it was not destroyed. Blind Tai did not cease attacking. The godlike figure once again slammed its hammer down. When Blind Tai delivered the first blow, the entire Tianyan planet shook for a moment. This caused everyone on the planet to look at the sky as their hearts raced. What happened? Someone wondered. It seemed like somebody was attacking the defense matrix of the minor Tianyan segmentum from outside. Rumble. Yet another loud sound thundered. Everyone felt their hearts tremble. Someone was invading the minor Tianyan segmentum. Clearly, they realized what was happening. Figures rose to the sky one by one. A terrifying aura was unleashed from a palace on Tianyan planet. It was an aura unique to a tribulation plane cultivator. The cultivator strode forward as he looked at the sky. Yet another intense rumbling sound could be heard. The matrix was shattered into pieces. A few silhouettes appeared in high heavens. The spiritual soul of the tribulation plane cultivator on Tianyan planet swept out. His will covered the vast space in an instant and headed upwards. Once he stepped forward, his figure appeared above Tianyan planet. He waved his hand, and a terrifying aura was immediately unleashed. Golden divine light illuminated the vast space. In the sky, a pattern appeared. It was akin to a matrix and could smelt all existences. This was the minor heaven tempering enumeration. In the past, Tianyan the Great invented the heaven tempering divine method and created an imperial arm called heaven tempering enumeration. His descendants in Tianyan City imitated his creation and made this minor heaven tempering enumeration. It was a two-tribulation subdivine arm with appalling might. However, as the minor heaven tempering enumeration loomed over the space, a figure directly disregarded the long distance and appeared on the ground of Tianyan planet. He went straight to the core region of the planet. There, a beam of spatial divine light pierced through the heavens and connected the planet with another place. This was the passageway that connected Tianyan planet to Tianyan City. Futian cast a glance at the passageway. Immediately, the space twisted and collapsed. The passageway distorted as a terrifying spatial storm was stirred up. Futian waved his hand, and the passageway was severed right away. His first step was to cut off the connection between Tianyan City and this place. The cultivator, who was in midair, turned around quickly. His facial expression turned extremely ugly when he saw that the passageway had been destroyed. He glared at the silhouette with white robes and white hair as he roared. Futian! How could he possibly not recognize Futian? In the Divine Prefecture, only very few people were unaware of his existence. He turned around and looked at the sky. 5 cultivators were standing there. Without exception, all of them were tribulation plane cultivators like himself. His face turned pale. How could this lineup be so powerful? Was the Ziwei segmentum already capable enough to come up with such a frightening lineup? Rumble. The minor heaven tempering enumeration expanded and blocked off the sun. It enveloped the vast space, shielding Tianyan planet within it. The divine light of heaven tempering poured down on the 5 cultivators. At the same time, the cultivator of Tianyan planet charged towards the high heavens as divine light surged from his body into the minor heaven tempering enumeration. A menacing swirl appeared in the sky, intending to swallow everything around it. Rumble. No! Cries of agony could be heard. The might of minor heaven tempering enumeration was too domineering. Many cultivators on Tianyan planet could not withstand its power and melted right away. They screamed as they died. This technique would actually smelt even the allies of the user. Buzz. Futian appeared directly beneath the minor heaven tempering enumeration. Destructive swirling storm and light of catastrophe wrapped around his body, intending to smelt him. However, Futian's flesh was indestructible and remained unaffected. This caused the facial expression of the Tianyan City Tribulation Plane cultivator to turn even uglier. He was in despair. Futian was even more terrifying than the 5 Tribulation Plane cultivators. He had no hope to win at all in this battle. Moreover, the passageway to Tianyan City had been ruined. He had no means to call for reinforcements. Only death awaited him. In the Tianyan City Lord Office of the Divine Prefecture, figures rose to the sky one by one. The entire City Lord Office had been thrown into chaos. At a core region of the City Lord Office, a spatial frenzy storm rampaged. The spatial passageway leading to the original realm had been destroyed, causing time and space to warp and go berserk. Rumble. A shocking aura swept across the sky and loomed over the City Lord Office. It even covered the entire Tianyan City. The Lord of Tianyan City floated up into the sky above the City Lord Office. All the cultivators had their gazes fixed on him as their hearts quavered. They were aware that their stronghold in the original realm had been attacked. However, who was the invader? City Lord, what has happened? A cultivator in the City Lord Office asked quizzically. They had yet to fully comprehend what was going on. One Yu has fallen, announced the Lord of Tianyan City. His words put the cultivators in great dismay. One Yu was the younger sibling of the Lord of Tianyan City. He had high standing and powerful cultivation. He was assigned to go to the original realm and hold the fort on Tianyan planet, while contributing mineral deposits to Tianyan City. Wan Yu's position and ability were indisputable. However, the Lord of Tianyan City had just declared that this younger sibling of his had fallen. Wan Yu had fallen in the original realm. He was murdered. Who did it? Someone asked. Who dared to act so presumptuously? Did someone from the dark world or the empty divine realm do it? He was killed by Futian from the Ziwei segmentum, said the Lord of Tianyan City. His tone was as cold as ice, and his murderous intent filled the sky. This familiar name caused the City Lord Office of Tianyan City to fall into a short period of silence. It was Futian from the Ziwei segmentum. Chapter 2585, Kill Order. In the Divine Prefecture, a storm that involved the 6 major ancient god clans erupted. Futian led 5 tribulation plane cultivators from the Ziwei segmentum, and they consecutively invaded the bases of the 6 major ancient god clans in the original realm. Futian and his group plundered the possessions of the ancient god clans in the original realm and slaughtered the cultivators who held the forts. They were domineering and ruthless. By the time this news became known to the masses, the bases of the 6th major ancient god clans had been destroyed. Only later did this news spread across the Divine Prefecture and cause an uproar among the cultivators. While all the cultivators were in shock, a question surfaced in their minds. Why was it that only after the bases of the 6 major ancient god clans of the original realm were destroyed did news of this happening slowly spread? The news did not spread immediately. Instead, it was delayed by a few days. It was only after the fact that the Divine Prefecture suddenly realized that all 6 major ancient god clans had been attacked. Something suspicious was happening behind the scenes. The 6 major ancient god clans would certainly be able to communicate between themselves and send messages to each other. After the first ancient god clan in Tianyan City was attacked, they could have immediately informed the other ancient god clans as well as the forces of the Divine Prefecture. However, they had not done so. Hence, the other ancient god clans were also unprepared and were immediately ambushed and destroyed. Their connections between the Divine Prefecture and the original realm were severed and out of reach for them now. Otherwise, if the armies of the ancient god clans were to retaliate, Futian's group would not have dared to act recklessly. They would have invited destruction upon themselves by attacking the ancient god clans. However, all of this had not transpired. Futian had very smoothly destroyed the bases of the 6 major ancient god clans. All of the ancient god clans suffered heavy losses. The ancient god clans all had their own agendas. Once their base in the original realm was destroyed, they hoped that the other ancient god clans would suffer the same fate as them. When that happened, the various forces would be antagonistic towards Futian. In the Tianyan City Lord office in the Divine Prefecture, before a golden throne in a palace, there were many cultivators. Wang Xiao was also there. All those present were core members of the Wang family. "How did it go?" asked the Lord of Tianyan City. A person down below said, "The news has already spread, and the Divine Prefecture already knows. Of the 6 major ancient god clans who participated in the siege of the Ziwei segmentum back then, none of them were spared." Responded the Lord of Tianyan City, as he nodded slightly. It was as he expected. When he received word that the minor Tianyan segmentum had been attacked, he was very surprised. His younger brother had also been killed. One could imagine the fury he felt inside. However, after he calmed down, the Lord of Tianyan City did not spread this news. He instead kept it under wraps. After Futian destroyed the Imperial Arms seal and destroyed the Imperial Arms, his cultivation might have become even stronger than before, making him even more dangerous. Futian had to die. He could not just rely on Tianyan City to kill Futian. Other forces had to play their role too. Hence, he had to reel in the other ancient god clans. The deeper the hatred the other ancient god clans felt, and the greater the losses they suffered, the greater effort they would commit to killing Futian. "Won't we offend the other ancient god clans by doing so?" asked a cultivator. He was somewhat worried as they were the first to be attacked. "Those who were attacked after us also did not inform the other forces," said the Lord of Tianyan City nonchalantly. "In the battle back then, we went in the hardest and also suffered the greatest losses. How did they kick us when we were down? They actually claimed that we had not gone all out. They wished that the members of our Tianyan City had fought to the death and perished along with the Ziwei segmentum. Back then, the various forces had hoped that Wang Xiao would take down the Ziwei segmentum at all costs. Our Tianyan City lost an imperial arm and was then attacked. How could we just let the other forces remain safe and sound?" he continued. His tone was indifferent, seemingly containing resentment. "Wouldn't we miss the opportunity to kill Futian?" asked an elder. He was an elder of the same generation as the Lord of Tianyan City. Otherwise, he would not have dared to question the latter now. "We won't," answered the Lord of Tianyan City, not minding the questioning. "More than 30 years have passed. Futian wouldn't come seeking his death so easily. He has cultivated the Buddhist superpower celerity. It won't be easy to kill him. If we had informed the other forces and set up an ambush, he might not have attacked the other bases." "That is true. With Futian having cultivated celerity, taking him down will be very difficult unless he barges into one of the core regions of the ancient god clans," the elder said as he nodded. "However, what should we do next?" "We wait," said the Lord of Tianyan City. "We do not need to do anything. Back then, we took the lead to attack the Ziwei segmentum while the other forces watched from the sidelines. Now, it's their turn to take the initiative." He had been brooding over previous events. He seemed to have forgotten that Tianyan City had organized the armorer competition and shocked the Divine Prefecture. He had allowed Wang Xiao to bear imperial arms and head to the Ziwei segmentum to kill Futian. He had done so because he wanted Wang Xiao's name to be known all over the Divine Prefecture, and for him to become the unrivaled. However, things didn't go as planned, and it did not end well. His resentment over the outcome back then made him say these words today. "Will the other forces take action?" someone asked skeptically. "It does not matter. This time, if no one makes a move, either will we," said the Lord of Tianyan City. "We only need to wait." As he said this, his will suddenly shifted. With a wave of his hand, an illusory image appeared before him. It was the image of a figure. "Someone's here," the Lord said. The cultivators of Tianyan City narrowed their eyes when they saw the scene. From the looks of it, other ancient god clans had gotten impatient and had come to meet them. "Lord Hua," greeted the Lord of Tianyan City. It turned out that the person who arrived was the Lord of the Futian clan. The cultivators of Tianyan City heard rumors that the Futian clan had suffered severe losses this time. Their loss was even greater than that of Tianyan City. The Futian clan was most probably enraged by this incident. "City Lord, what are your thoughts on the current situation in the original realm?" asked the Lord of Futian clan. He appeared calm and did not seem out of the ordinary. The Lord of Tianyan City answered coldly. "Futian went on a massacre in the original realm and wishes to occupy the realm by driving out the forces of the Divine Prefecture. He is cruel and ambitious." It seemed that he loathed Futian. In his words, Futian was an evil villain who wanted to occupy the original realm by any means necessary. "You and I are of the same mind," replied the Lord of Futian clan. "Clan Lord, what are your thoughts on this matter?" asked the Lord of Tianyan City. He had speculated that the person who would act first would be the Lord of Futian clan. It was as he had expected. After Futian's attack, aside from the foothold of the Futian clan in the original realm being destroyed and them suffering heavy losses, they also lost an extremely crucial figure. He was a descendant of the Futian clan and one whom the Lord of Futian clan had valued highly. The former was born from one of his concubines in his later years. The Lord had high hopes in this youngest child of his, hence he had allowed him to come to train in the original realm. This youngest child had exceptional talent and ability. Yet, he was killed in the original realm. He had perished when Futian and his group attacked their base. This blood debt had to be repaid with Futian's death. "An eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth," the Lord of Futian clan coldly declared. "I am inviting all the forces in the Divine Prefecture, including you, the other ancient god clans and top forces, to issue a kill order to hunt down all the cultivators from the Ziwei segmentum. What do you think?" The murderous intent in his speech filled the sky. Chapter 2586 Contempt. A kill order! When the cultivators in Tianyan City heard these words, they realized just how strong the murderous intent from the clan lord of Futian clan was. It seemed that the death of his youngest son had a tremendous effect on him. Ever since Dong Huang the Great unified the Divine Prefecture, the Divine Prefecture was operating according to its own rules and order. A massacre on a grand scale would be inhumane and against all reasons of logic. But now, the Futian clan, as part of the ancient god clan, wanted to issue a kill order against the entire Ziwei segmentum. "Specifically, how do you want to put this in motion?" the city lord of Tianyan asked. He had kept his silence until now because he was waiting for the other forces to act first. Now that the clan lord of Futian clan took the initiative to come to him, seeking an alliance in taking down Futian, he was naturally more than agreeable. Futian led the entire Ziwei segmentum to attack the principalities in the Divine Prefecture simultaneously. I found out that he has already dispatched cultivators into the former Heavenly Mandate realm, intending to regain control of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path and even the entire original realm. The man's ambition knows no end. The clan lord of Futian clan continued coldly. Such an evil force should not exist in the world and ought to be rooted out. He wants to push the Divine Prefecture to the side, then we will summon all the forces in the Divine Prefecture to slaughter Ziwei in return. The clan lord of Futian clan continued. I, and all of you, will each provide our strongest support to execute the killing order. We will summon the cultivators from all sides in the Divine Prefecture to go to the original realm, hunt down, and terminate the cultivators of the Ziwei segmentum. Every one of them who comes out will be killed. He wants to occupy the land of the original realm. Let us promise that the land of the original realm will no longer have a place for Ziwei segmentum. This proposition of massacre did not just involve themselves, but also required the participation of all the forces in the entire Divine Prefecture. He meant to make Futian and Ziwei segmentum the enemies of the world. Admittedly, this plan hatched by the clan lord of Futian clan was incredibly ruthless. He was mobilizing countless cultivators in the Divine Prefecture to launch a massacre against the Ziwei Segmentum through the kill order. Although they could not get inside the Ziwei Segmentum, each person that came out of the Segmentum would be killed. The cultivators of the Ziwei Segmentum were dispersed in many different territories, such as the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, or at their camps within the original realm. They could all be killed and slaughtered in those places. If you want to execute the kill order and put the people of the Divine Prefecture at risk, I am afraid it won't be that easy. You might need to give them some incentives, the city lord of Tianyan replied. The 6 ancient god clans, in cooperation with some of the top forces in the Divine Prefecture, will give out different levels of rewards to those who carry out the kill order. I believe with the leadership of the ancient god clans and the top powers of the Divine Prefecture, the entire land of the Divine Prefecture will be willing to get involved. The clan lord of Futian clan spoke in an extremely icy voice. From beginning to end, the murderous intent from him had not dissipated one bit. Very well then. The city lord of Tianyan spat as sharpness flashed across his eyes. Obviously, he was in support of the kill order as issued by the clan lord of Futian clan. If their plan succeeded, the cultivators of all parties in the Divine Prefecture would be actively executing the kill order. From then on, the cultivators of the Ziwei Segmentum would no longer dare to move about at will, as each person who came out would have a target on their backs. This would make their foolish dreams of occupying the entire original realm a totally impossibility. Moreover, the cultivators of Ziwei Segmentum would always live in fear, not knowing who would be the next, or who would be the ones to kill them. As soon as they left Ziwei Segmentum, it was certain that they would be hunted. Even if they stayed within the Ziwei Segmentum, there was no guarantee that they could evade death. When the kill order became a reality, it would undoubtedly be another major disaster for the Ziwei Segmentum. What does the clan lord plan to do next? The city lord of Tianyan asked. The kill order was difficult to implement because not everyone would dare to act on it, especially now that Futian was on a roll with great momentum, having destroyed the base camps of the 6 ancient god clans and unified the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Who would be crazy enough to touch Futian and Ziwei Segmentum? Futian clan will summon the cultivators from all sides of the Divine Prefecture to gather together and announce the kill order officially. Therefore, I will require the cooperation of the city lord and the others to generate the momentum for this event. Once all the cultivators from the Divine Prefecture receive the kill order to carry it out, there is no need for us to keep tabs on them in the future. I will have others in Divine Prefecture monitor their progress. Futian and the people of the Ziwei Segmentum will be trapped inside Ziwei Segmentum. The clan lord of Futian clan continued. In addition, the call this time is also to find a solution to deal with Ziwei Segmentum once and for all, and how we can sack Ziwei Segmentum and bring Futian to justice. Fine. The city lord of Tianyan City nodded and said, I will fully cooperate. As long as Futian clan let me know when in advance, Tianyan City will be there. The clan lord of Futian clan nodded slightly. Then he disappeared immediately, as he went to rally the other forces of the ancient god clans. Once the news came out that all 6 ancient god clans of the Divine Prefecture would push forward the killing order together for the sole purpose of destroying Ziwei Segmentum, it caused great shockwaves across the Divine Prefecture in a very short amount of time. Futian had boldly led the cultivators from the Ziwei Segmentum for a coordinated attack on all 6 ancient god clans. That was something so unimaginably arrogant on his part. For this, each of the 6 ancient god clans paid a heavy price. Therefore, they not only wanted revenge for themselves, they also wanted Futian dead. So, they would implement a blanket kill order to get the entire Divine Prefecture involved in the hunt to eliminate all the cultivators from the Ziwei Segmentum. It was, indeed, something crazy and inconceivable. The 6 ancient god clans were all peak-level principalities, but they now employed a strategy on such a massive scale just for one person. They even went as far as to leverage the power of the entire Divine Prefecture. It was very clear to everyone just what a great threat Futian and the Ziwei Segmentum had become. For a time, the entire Divine Prefecture was boiling over because of the news. Countless cultivators set off toward the continent where Futian clan was located, as if there was yet another feast of terror after the alchemy competition. This time, it was to kill, as a way to deal with Futian and the Ziwei segmentum. When Futian received the news, he was in Ziwei Imperial Palace. They were busy moving the resources that they had plundered inside Ziwei segmentum. He got the news from Shichiao first. Shichiao was cultivating in the Ziwei segmentum but kept close touch with the West Imperial Palace. After receiving the news, West Imperial Palace immediately informed her. A kill order? In Ziwei Imperial Palace, Futian seemed to be a bit contemptuous when he heard Shichiao's words. It was as if he did not even feel anything about the kill order that had created major shockwaves in the Divine Prefecture. Seeing Futian's indifferent expression, Shichiao asked, "The Futian clan is the one that initiated the kill order. If it is implemented in the Divine Prefecture, it is impossible for Ziwei Imperial Palace to expand into the original realm, and it will be limited only inside the Ziwei segmentum." Didn't Futian understand that? How could he have such disdain? "Do you know why I first moved in to take down the 3,000 realms of the Great Path and have my senior brother take over, before I started the attack on the 6 ancient god clans?" Futian looked at Shichiao and asked her pointedly. Shichiao was stunned for a moment as she looked at him, and a strange brilliance flashed across her beautiful eyes. Obviously, she understood what was unsaid by Futian. "Do you want them to come to you in the original realm?" Shichiao said. "Of course." Futian nodded. "Compared to me going to the ancient god clans, it is much better for them to come to the original realm, which will make it a lot easier to deal with them. But," Futian's eyes swept to the place higher above the sky, "I don't care if the Futian clan gave out the kill order, but if it is implemented, it will be detrimental to cultivators in the Ziwei segmentum. It seems that I needed to personally take a trip there. You want to get back to the Divine Prefecture again?" Shichiao stared at Futian in disbelief. After so many years, and long after the armor competition, Futian would once again step into the Divine Prefecture. Chapter 2587 Tempting Rewards. Futian clan in the Nantian domain was the absolute dominant force in that region. So indomitable were they that even the domain chief's mansion could not hold them down. For as long as anyone could remember, the Divine Prefecture was nicknamed South Vast Heaven. As a principality that belonged to the ancient god clans, the Futian clan had countless years of history, passing down since the time of Futian the Great, who was once an awesome ancient emperor of his time. As part of the ancient god clans, this meant that it had received the very powerful and indestructible will of the Emperor even to this day, passing down from generation to generation. The will of Futian the Great was inside Futian clan. And now, in Futian City, where Futian clan was located in the Nantian domain, several cultivators from the Divine Prefecture had gathered here. The Futian clan had united with the other 5 ancient god clans and invited outstanding cultivators from all over the world to gather here to initiate the kill order. This had caused a great sensation in the Divine Prefecture. For a time, numerous cultivators from the Divine Prefecture rushed here to join in on the action. Some wanted to see just how tempting the kill order was as issued by the alliance of all 6 ancient god clans. They wanted to see for themselves whether it was worth it for them to be used by these forces to assassinate cultivators from the Ziwei segmentum. For the kill order to become a reality, there must be sufficient rewards to tempt them. After all, the strength of the Ziwei segmentum was considerable, and Futian's potential was terrifying. However, since the Futian clan had gathered the cultivators from the Divine Prefecture, they must have been quite sure about their chances to succeed. All of them were curious just how much these 6 ancient god clans were willing to pay for this endeavor. Inside Futian City, every major tavern and inn was booked. In a tavern, many cultivators were discussing the kill order that would be officially issued the next day. "I heard that all the ancient god clans have arrived. For the 6 ancient god clans to ally to issue a kill order, this is probably the first time something like this happened since Dong Wang the Great unified the Divine Prefecture?" Someone commented. "Uh-huh." Someone nodded. In fact, the battle before was already the ultimate battle that ever took place in the Divine Prefecture's countless years of history. Even though imperial arms were used, they failed to destroy Ziwei. In Ziwei Segmentum, Yi Futian was its absolute king. He can use the will of Ziwei the Great, and he did just that to destroy the heaven-tempering enumeration, the imperial arms from Tianyan City, 3 years ago. No wonder the 6 ancient god clans have allied. This time the 6 ancient god clans have suffered hefty losses. Futian clan had obtained a relic of the great emperor in the land of the original realm, but it was taken away before it was fully excavated. The clan lord's youngest son was killed in the process, so there was little wonder that Futian clan was so angry that they now wished to exterminate the Ziwei Segmentum completely, hence the issuance of the kill order. It's just that the 6 ancient god clans and the top principalities of the Divine Prefecture formed an alliance, and Wang Xiao even took the imperial arms there, but none of them were able to kill Yi Futian or to destroy the Ziwei Segmentum. Now, just because they are about to issue a kill order, do they think that these cultivators in the Divine Prefecture will be able to get inside the Ziwei Segmentum? Isn't it just as futile as before? You don't understand so much, do you? Let's talk about the first point. The original realm is vast and boundless, and the Ziwei Segmentum is located inside the original realm. This is their home base, and they have geographical advantages. Now Yi Futian wants to expand with the Ziwei Segmentum as the center and control the entire original realm. Yi Futian himself is an expert of Buddha's superpower, the Buddha's celerity, which allows him to come and go without a trace. If he were to become even stronger in the future, the 6 ancient god clans would not have any advantages in the land of the original realm, so they want to use all the cultivators in the Divine Prefecture to pressure Ziwei Segmentum. The second point, do you think there are no top cultivators in the Divine Prefecture? What's the year right now on the Divine Prefecture calendar? It's more than 10,000 years. How many cultivators had been born during the past 10,000 years, and how many cultivators had been hidden from the world? It is said that in these years of chaos in the original realm, there have been many powerful figures that came out of hiding to fight for the relics. I think the ancient god clans must understand this more than we do. As long as the temptation was great enough, these extraordinary cultivators will come out of the woodwork and take action. Of course, the third point is also extremely crucial. Once the kill order is successfully implemented, the Ziwei Segmentum will truly become public enemy number 1 of the Divine Prefecture. It is a war between the Divine Prefecture and the Ziwei Segmentum, a battle for the original realm. But more forces might get involved in the end, and even the Imperial Palace might. I didn't think so deeply. If the kill order is implemented, with so many cultivators from the Divine Prefecture enticed to hunt and kill the cultivators from the Ziwei Segmentum, it will no doubt cause a battle between the two realms, pushing the Divine Prefecture and Ziwei Segmentum to an absolute standoff. Moreover, it will make people feel that Ziwei Segmentum represents the original realm. Therefore, the cultivators discussed and chatted enthusiastically. In this scenario, the situation that was waiting for Ziwei Segmentum would be a very bleak one. Even if it could not be breached for the moment, once the opposition was formed, the Ziwei Segmentum would be destroyed sooner or later, as it was all related to how things stood in general. Unless the Divine Prefecture could tolerate the advent of another great emperor, using the Ziwei Segmentum as his base and center, ruling the original realm from there. Yi Futian is indeed a bit too brazen, someone said. He dared to attack the 6 ancient god clans and uprooted all the strongholds of the 6 ancient god clans in the original realm. It's like he wanted to unify the original realm and expel the Divine Prefecture. It was too much. If you have Yi Futian's strength, you'll be more brazen than him, someone teased. Everyone nodded and agreed this was quite true. Now Yi Futian was like the sun in the sky, with no one in the world who did not know of him. The armorer competition in Tianyan City was meant to propel Wang Xiao into fame as the first person under the great emperor. Still, it was also an effort stymied by Yi Futian. No one knew who else could hold down someone like him. No one knows how the confrontation between the 6 ancient god clans and the Ziwei Segmentum would end this time, someone said. We can only wait and see. These cultivators were all looking forward to it with heightened anticipations. Tomorrow they could see whether the kill order would be implemented. Futian City, this ancient city that had been through numerous years of challenges and strife, had a glorious past but had never been so lively since the unification of the divine prefecture. In anticipation of countless people, Futian's city finally ushered in the day when the kill order was officially implemented. On this day, golden sunlight sprinkled down from the sky above Futian's city. The weather, like the mood inside the city, was extremely warm and vibrant. In the city, countless people whispered as if waiting for something incredible. Finally, a sound rang throughout the entire city. It was the sound of a bell that was like a bell from the gods, resounding in the hearts of everyone who heard it. At this moment, on this boundless land, those countless cultivators in Futian's city quieted down as they looked up to the sky above. Suddenly, there was an extremely brilliant golden divine light that appeared above the sky. With the convergence of that divine light, a boundless and massive figure appeared above the firmament, as if it was the figure of Futian. "It's the clan lord of Futian clan!" Someone recognized the figure, and that gigantic face, and it belonged to the most powerful man in Nantian domain. The clan lord of Futian clan appeared directly above the sky, so that the whole city could see him. Behind that Futian-like figure were also many elusive figures standing in the sky like divine generals. They were the top figures from Futian clan. Then, there was another divine light blooming, and in 5 other places, figures began to appear one after another, projected onto the firmament. In one of the places, golden light filled the sky, and it was the cultivators from the Vajra realm. In another direction, a majestic figure, incomparable, and terrifying aura, was the city lord of Tianyan City with the cultivators from Tianyan City trailing behind him. Many people looked at the one person next to the city lord of Tianyan, Wang Xiao, who was praised by the city lord of Tianyan himself as the first man under the great emperor. In the other 3 directions, there were infinite mountains, the ancient god clan from the boundless domain, the ancient god clan of Jiang from Taishang domain, Yuanshi Palace from Yuanshi domain. All these major forces had arrived in person, with many cultivators gathered besides. At this moment, the 6 ancient god clans appeared in the sky above Futian's city at the same time, as if they were the spokesperson of the vast heaven. In each of the major direction of Futian's city, on top of many buildings, cultivators from all sides were sitting there. They were top forces from the divine prefecture, and they were now inside Futian's city. At this moment, above the sky, the clan lord of Futian clan spoke with gusto. "Today, we invite the cultivators from all over the divine prefecture to come to Futian city, and I think you know why. The land of the original realm has long been ruled by divine prefecture as a vassal of the divine prefecture. Yi Futian, who, as a cultivator of the divine prefecture, abused the benevolence of the great emperor, who was merciful enough not to punish him for what he did. After he fortified himself, he wreaked havoc in the land of the original realm. Now he slaughtered at will and on a massive scale. First, he led his hordes of cultivators to commit a massacre in the former 9 realms, forcibly occupying it. Then, he proceeded to attack the major strongholds of the divine prefecture in the original realm, killing indiscriminately, and intending to expel everyone from the original realm and occupying the original realm by force. He spoke with a booming voice that resounded throughout the void. He depicted Yi Futian as some great demon lord of the world, who had done all the wicked deeds and slaughtered indiscriminately. The clan lord of Futian clan paused for a moment, and then continued to speak loudly. "Therefore, we are here today, in conjunction with other ancient god clans, to initiate a kill order to execute the cultivators from Ziwei Segmentum. In Ziwei Segmentum, there is the Starry Cultivation Court, a holy land for cultivation. I promised that anyone who had made a kill of the cultivators of Ziwei Segmentum, regardless of realms, may enter the Starry Cultivation Court to cultivate and bath in the imperial glory as soon as Ziwei is sacked." The heart of those cultivators from Futian's city skipped a beat. This was too easy. Anyone, as long as they had made a kill, no matter who or what realm the person was, would have the opportunity to experience the will of the great emperor in the future. However, there were still some questions, of course. All these promises had to wait for the actual demise of the Ziwei Segmentum, and everyone knew it was easier said than done. More importantly, Yi Futian was the heir of Ziwei the Great. If Ziwei was sacked, no one knew whether the great emperor's will would still remain. Furthermore, in the future, when the 6 ancient god clans regained our territories in the original realm, all of you can come at any time and cultivate within. Those who executed Renhuang will be granted entry to all the relics unconditionally. Even the excavated relics of the great emperor would be made available to you in cultivation. In addition to all of the offers I just mentioned, those who slaughtered cultivators in the tribulation plane may choose to enter any of the 6 ancient god clans to cultivate and experience the will of the great emperor for themselves. There will also be rewards of the subdivine arms, along with a top cultivation method of your choice, as each of the 6 ancient god clans will make one set of their top-notch methods available for your choosing. For anyone who killed Yi Futian, the 6 ancient god clan would be made available to you without any restrictions. The clan lord of Futian clan spoke loudly, his voice resounding through the void, causing countless cultivators to tremble in their hearts and souls. No matter who it was, these conditions were extremely tempting. Even those who were existences in the tribulation plane were quite enticed. There was a high probability that this kill order would be successfully implemented. Many cultivators would be willing to take the risk and participate in the hunt for the cultivators from the Ziwei segmentum. The Ziwei segmentum would be in peril once more. Chapter 2588 One Man. When the reward was suitable, there was no lack of brave men willing to risk their lives, especially when the compensation was so generous that it was a major temptation. All anyone had to do was kill a Renhuang in exchange for the opportunity to cultivate Imperial-level relics. If it was too difficult to capture the entire Ziwei segmentum, it should not be as difficult to regain the territories that the 6 ancient god clans had lost in the original realm. As for the rewards laid out for slaying cultivators of the tribulation plane, it was even more enticing. The opportunity to experience the will of the great emperor, the gift of the subdivine arms, and top cultivation method from the ancient god clans. This kind of temptation would entice even those cultivators of the tribulation plane from the outside. The assassination of Yi Futian. This was not something that ordinary people could even remotely think of. Even among those who had survived the divine tribulation of the Great Path, few dared to entertain that possibility. The West Sea Domain Chief's mansion had wanted to kill Yi Futian for a very long time. The same with many top forces in the Divine Prefecture, including the 6 ancient god clans. Who among them didn't want to see Yi Futian dead? However, as of now, Yi Futian was still alive and well, and he was getting stronger as they spoke. He had destroyed the Imperial arms, broke through the imprisonment, and annihilated the territories of the ancient god clans. The people of the entire Futian city couldn't stop talking about this. Above the sky, the clan lord of Futian clan surveyed the crowd, and his phantom, like a god in heaven, was extremely mighty and authoritative. He continued, "This time, it's a war between us Divine Prefecture and Ziwei Segmentum. Yi Futian wanted to expel the Divine Prefecture and slaughter the cultivators of the Divine Prefecture so that he could occupy all of the original realm by force. In that case, we will let the cultivators of the Ziwei Segmentum disappear from the world forever. The kill order is issued today, which will be permanently effective. After the new channel is opened, whoever is willing may band together to go to the original realm and annihilate Ziwei." The kill order was officially promulgated and implemented on the land of the Divine Prefecture. As for the actual number of people who might participate, no one knew. And the key was, from this moment forward, no one would know if any cultivators that came to the original realm from the Divine Prefecture would be the ones to carry out the kill order and hunt the cultivators in the Ziwei Segmentum. From this moment on, they had to guard against all the cultivators that were from the Divine Prefecture. Anyone could deal a fatal blow to them at any time. According to the clan lord of the Futian clan, from this moment forward, the order would be permanently in effect. If the Ziwei Segmentum ever wanted to befriend any other forces in the Divine Prefecture, it must always be on guard. This was a bit of a ruthless trick, as it would compel the Ziwei Segmentum to be on the opposing side of the Divine Prefecture. Yi Futian had led the Ziwei Segmentum to slaughter at will. As a member of the Divine Prefecture, we must stand up against this abuse and destroy the Ziwei Segmentum for good, punishing Yi Futian for what he has done. At this moment, on top of a tavern, a cultivator announced loudly, his voice sent a shockwave through the void. It was a cultivator from Celestial Worthy Mountain, one of the top principalities in the Divine Prefecture. They were part of the group that had participated in the battle to destroy Ziwei Segmentum back then. They had long held a grudge against Futian, and there was no better time than this for them to stand up and accept the kill order, and use this opportunity to punish those who cultivated in Ziwei Segmentum. As the Domain Chief of the West Sea Domain Chief's Mansion, I, too, have the responsibility to come forward and destroy Ziwei. Domain Chief of the West Sea Domain also announced loudly. After that, cultivators from all sides expressed their stances successively, accepting the kill order and clearly stating that they would destroy Ziwei and kill Futian. Moreover, these were all peak forces whose position had always been aligned with that of the 6 ancient god clans. But as each of these cultivators made clear their intention, Haotian's city became a little eerie, as all sides were responding to its call to arms. Destroy Ziwei, kill Futian. A voice sounded inside Haotian's city. Destroy Ziwei, kill Futian. Those voices were heard one after another, resounding through heavens and earth, echoing in the space, as if the entire Haotian city was responding to the kill order, to destroy Ziwei and to kill Futian. This terrifying sound drowned out the whispers of the crowd and everything else. In this vast ancient city, it seemed that only this sound existed with its monstrous, murderous intent. Obviously, this was not a spontaneous response from the cultivators within Haotian's city. This was someone intentionally driving the crowd to a crescendo and creating a sense of frenzy. At this moment, in another direction, many people seemed to be affected by this frenzy. They seemed quite excited, as they were shouting the slogans, "Destroy Ziwei," and "Kill Futian." The kill order was issued, and Ziwei Segmentum would face the onslaught of countless cultivators from the Divine Prefecture. Ziwei ought to be obliterated. At this time, a cultivator who was deeply affected by this frenzy levitated slightly into the air as he continued shouting, "Destroy Ziwei, kill ye!" Before he could finish his words, a light flashed across his throat, almost to the point where it was unimaginable, and it was gone in a flash. He wanted to finish his sentence but found that he could no longer make an audible sound. As if he suddenly realized what had just happened, his eyes were filled with extreme terror. Trembling, he put his hands to his throat, and as he lowered his head to look, he saw that it was covered with his blood. "No!" He managed to let out a fearful low growl, but it was so hoarse that it was drowned out in this lively atmosphere. At the same time, in other directions, traces of sword intent passed by, like rays of light. Many were still shouting in excitement as the sword intent passed through their throats directly. "Look there!" At this moment, someone made a horrific sound somewhere as he looked at a cultivator not far away. He saw the other man was holding his throat with both of his hands, but bright red blood spurted out and was impossible to stop its wild flow. His head began to slant to one side as his throat was cut clean through by the sword intent. "What's going on?" The cultivators in that direction suddenly felt cold all over, and their souls shuddered. Soon, the same thing happened in other places in Haotian City, and not only in that one direction anymore. "Be careful. Someone is attacking us," warned a roar, effectively suppressed all the excitement inside Haotian City and those noises of jubilations. In an instant, Haotian City was silenced. As these cultivators released their divine consciousness, they saw many people clutching their throats and falling in pools of blood. Moreover, it did not just appear in one place but was happening in many places all at once, and some places were far apart in the distance. It seemed that many cultivators had launched the attacks at the same time. "Who is it? Show yourselves." Above the firmament, a cold admonishment was heard, and the figure that looked like Haotian had his eyes fixed on Haotian City. As his majestic gaze passed over, his terrifying divine consciousness covered the entire city. However, no culprit was found, as if no one was there. But he did see that in those different directions, some were very far from each other. They were all being subjected to these deadly attacks as men were slaughtered. In this case, how could they not find even one culprit? Could it be that all the attackers were experts at concealing their auras? All the leaders from the 6 ancient god clans were here in the sky above Haotian City. Futian clan had summoned the cultivators of the divine prefecture here, but it was right at this moment that someone was hunting and killing them here. How humiliating was that! Auras of horror shrouded the entire Futian city, and the divine consciousness from those cultivators swept over everyone inside. They were checking one by one, and they were sure they would find out who it was. No need to look further. At this moment, in the void, there was a voice that came. It sounded as if it was close, but it also seemed to come from afar, from nothingness. Even divine consciousnesses could not lock onto the source of the sound. As soon as their divine consciousness followed the voice, they found that there was no one at the other end at all. But this voice could be heard by everyone in the entire Futian city. Yi Futian. Wang Zhao's eyes suddenly sharpened. This was Yi Futian's voice. His sworn enemy appeared again after more than 30 years, even though this was not how Yi Futian viewed him. But for him, Yi Futian was his sworn enemy. Yi Futian. The people in Futian city suddenly quieted down. Even just a few moments ago, they were still clamoring to obliterate Ziwei and hunting down Yi Futian. Still, when Yi Futian really appeared in person, they fell into a deep and embarrassing silence. On the day when the Futian clan issued the kill order, Yi Futian dared to appear in person. How preposterously arrogant and confident was this? Did he kill that man just now? How did he do that? Buddha's celerity. Some cultivators remembered that Yi Futian was an expert at Buddhist superpowers. This meant that Yi Futian could change his position in an instant without any warnings. He could appear in different places to kill almost instantly, but gone without a trace because he had already been teleported away with Buddha's celerity. This was far too preposterous. Just as the 6 ancient god clans jointly issued the kill order, Yi Futian descended in Futian city to slaughter them instead. 50 years ago, I cultivated in the original realm and obtained the inheritance of Ziwei the Great as well as several other great emperors. The forces of the divine prefecture coveted the inheritance, and joined forces to invade Heavenly Mandate Academy. Don't you remember how high-handed was the city lord of Tianyan? Just because I won't surrender the divine body, he annihilated Heavenly Mandate Academy in one strike, treating human lives like garbage. Since when did the lives of those cultivators in the original realm been valued by the haughty ancient god clans? 30 years ago, in the armorer competition at Tianyan City, the forces of the divine prefecture were called once again to bear imperial arms to destroy Ziwei. Under the attack of the imperial arms, the power of destruction penetrated Ziwei's segmentum, and countless people lost their lives again. At that time, who amongst the divine prefecture cared about these lost lives? That voice was icy as it resounded through Futian city. Every time the voice came, it sounded as if it was from a different position, totally unpredictable. Now, just because I took my revenge, destroying the strongholds of the 6 ancient god clans in the original realm, you dared label me and what I did as the indiscriminate killing of innocents. What a joke. Now you even issued a kill order. Yi Futian's voice was dripping with extreme sarcasm. When the voice fell, a group of people on top of the tavern noticed a strong sense of threat all of a sudden. Their expression changed drastically as the aura of the Great Path exploded from them. However, in the next moment, their bodies froze right where they were, unable to move as if they were constrained by space. In the next moment, the sword will burst forth, and the space was ripped to pieces. Blood spattered, and those cultivators were instantly crushed and killed. They were cultivators from a major principality, and some of them were Peak Renhuang. They, too, had threatened to kill Yi Futian and destroy Ziwei just moments ago, but in an instant, none of them were left alive. This? In front of everyone, Yi Futian had started a massacre of his own. Boom! The 6 powerful clan lords, including the clan lord of Futian clan, released a monstrous coercion at the same time, covering the boundless void that extended to the entire city. Since you are already here, why bother hiding? The clan lord of Futian said coldly. As soon as his voice fell, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky above Futian city, as if emerging out of thin air. The man was clad in white garments that were whiter than snow. He bore an incredible presence. It was Yi Futian. Your kill order, destroy Ziwei, kill Yi Futian. He said this indifferently as his eyes swept across all the cultivators below. He continued, I am right here. Whoever wants to destroy Ziwei and kill me, stand up and come forward. Chapter 2589 Killing Against Killing. Haotian's city was unusually quiet at this moment. Only Yi Futian's voice echoed in the sky above the ancient city. On this day, the divine prefecture gathered here, as the 6 ancient god clans jointly issued a kill order to destroy Ziwei and kill Yi Futian. However, at this moment, Yi Futian was standing above Haotian's city. One man alone to face down the 6 ancient god clans and all the cultivators from the divine prefecture. Renhuang in the 9th realm! The city lord of Tianyan stared at Yi Futian, as did Wang Xiao behind him, his eyes fixed squarely on Yi Futian. His cultivation was in the 9th realm of Renhuang, and it had not changed. The city lord of Tianyan was a bit more relieved when he realized this. In the past 30 years, Yi Futian had been trapped by the imperial arms and had not had a breakthrough in his cultivation. If he had stepped into the tribulation plane already, it would be that much harder to deal with him. However, if Yi Futian dared to come to Haotian's city, presumably he had some plan because he was so confident. Seal the city! The city lord of Tianyan commanded. As soon as his voice fell, a terrifying aura bloomed from him, which soon covered Haotian's city. Above the firmament, a divine matrix appeared, and it was the heaven-tempering divine matrix. Tianyan the Great had used this divine matrix as the foundation in the creation of the heavenly tempering enumeration. Not just him alone, but other cultivators were also taking action. The peak giants of all 6 ancient god clans had released their greatest abilities. Above the firmament, the boundless space seemed to be shrouded by a supreme will. The entire sky turned into a gigantic face, like Haotian's will, overpowering the whole city. Since you are here, don't leave, the clan lord of Haotian clan said coldly. While he was speaking, the face representing Haotian's will above the sky also spoke at the same time. The entire Haotian city could hear what was said clearly. The clan lord of Haotian clan's youngest son had perished at the hands of Yi Futian, and that was why he gathered the 6 ancient god clans to issue a joint kill order. But Yi Futian was bold enough to appear in Haotian's city on this very day, and start a killing spree of his own. How could they allow Yi Futian to leave here alive? Why would I leave? Yi Futian looked at the clan lord of Haotian clan and replied. Above the firmament, a supreme divine might now gathered. Everyone could see that Haotian divine shadow raising his hand and slamming it in the direction where Yi Futian was. It seemed to contain Haotian's supreme will. At this moment, the cultivators in the entire city felt a tremor from the depths of their souls, and it was difficult for any of them to move. As if they were being pressured with no room to breathe. The city seemed to be frozen solid. Authority of heaven! Countless people trembled in their hearts. This was the real authority of heaven, Haotian's will. A radiant divine aurora burst from that great handprint, which contained the might of heaven. The moment the handprint disappeared from the firmament, everyone inside Haotian's city trembled in their souls, as if it was an apocalyptic attack that they had encountered. Boom! There was a loud noise, and there was no way to see where the handprint fell. The divine light exploded in an instant, and the next moment, a massive handprint left its mark somewhere else in Haotian's city, like a huge sinkhole. In that area, all the buildings had crumbled, and the cultivators who once stood there had turned into dust. No one saw how they died before they disappeared forever, as all traces of them were erased. No one knew who they even were. All of them, dead. The cultivators who were near the deep pit, survived by pure chance, shuddered uncontrollably. Those people were all dead. Many cultivators had gathered inside Haotian's city. The blow just now must have slain a lot of cultivators. The clan lord of Haotian clan watched what happened with an extremely terrible look on his face. His eyes fixed forward, as he saw that Yi Futian was still standing where he was, as if he had never moved a muscle. Yi Futian did not block the blow, choosing to disappear instead. The authority of heaven did not oppress him, and could not lock onto him. After the attack landed, he returned to where he was. His comings and goings were completely untraceable and unpredictable. It was precisely because Yi Futian did not block this attack that the attack was allowed to land where it did. Not only did it not kill Yi Futian, it killed those unlucky cultivators inside Futian City instead. Because you tried to save yourself, that so many cultivators died because of you, the clan lord of Futian clan said coldly. His voice was full of indifference and rage, as if it was Yi Futian who had killed those people. However, it was he who killed those men. Naturally, the clan lord of Futian clan understood that, but what could he do about it now? Today, it was him who invited these people of the Divine Prefecture here so he could make the kill order official. Now, he had killed these cultivators from the Divine Prefecture by mistake, so even if he knew it was his fault, what of it? How could he admit it? If he were to admit wrongdoing, then how would he account for the doings of the Futian clan? Because even if everyone was here to witness it, and the fact was right in front of them, he would still say that it was Yi Futian who killed these men. The cultivators in Futian City said nothing when they heard his words, maintaining their dead silence. Yi Futian was a little bit astonished. Looking at the others, he said, "I can hardly believe there are actually such shameless people in the world like you. Did the Futian clan survive these countless years purely on the power of such outrageous shamelessness?" Today, all those who were here were for the sole purpose of the kill order. Should he even care about the lives of these people? If the clan lord of Futian clan didn't care, why should he? The expressions of those giant figures from the 6 ancient god clans did not look very good. Yi Futian showed up here as if he was holding the cultivators of the entire Futian city hostage. With his Buddha celerity, unless an attack on a massive scale was carried out to destroy this entire area, there was almost no other way Yi Futian could be killed. If he chose to attack this way, he would endanger the entire Futian city. In Futian city, a lot more people were going to die. The intensity of the kind of attack that could kill Yi Futian was not likely to be survivable by people inside Futian city. No one dared to go ahead with a plan like that. But, at this moment, a powerful aura of the Great Path appeared in the area surrounding Yi Futian, attempting to superimpose his surroundings with this domain of the Great Path. However, nothing inside the entire Futian city could escape Yi Futian's sharp perception. A sarcastic amusement appeared in his eyes as his body disappeared directly from where he was standing. In the next moment, he appeared in a place beneath Futian city. Here, there were cultivators from a major principality in Nantian domain, a part of the Divine Prefecture. Just now, they had chanted the threats of destroying Ziwei. They saw Yi Futian suddenly appeared in front of them, and their expressions changed to one with horror. In the next moment, they felt it was difficult for them to move, as the entire space was absolutely frozen. All around them, the divine splendor of the space was shining, along with an extreme sense of coldness. "Destroy Ziwei, kill Yi Futian!" Yi Futian spat. In the next moment, the space where all these cultivators were in front of him was shattered. Blood spurted everywhere as this group of cultivators was obliterated by a thought, dead, nothing remaining. Everyone around them only felt an unspeakable horror as they paled. After Yi Futian had slaughtered these people, he disappeared again and reappeared somewhere else. It was impossible to lock on his location. After the second tribulation, Yi Futian's Buddha celerity was approaching perfection, and he could do whatever he wished. How could he possibly be locked down by anyone? Above the sky, Yi Futian stood there, surveying the crowd. Then he said coldly, "When I cultivated in the original realm, I had not offended anyone. But disasters came from the heavens nonetheless, as the powers of the Divine Prefecture coveted the divine treasures and tried to assassinate me many times. Now, they even issued a kill order. This being the case, anyone who agreed to the kill order, let me tell you this, no matter where you are, I will end you. If you dare to harm my people in the Ziwei segmentum for your own gain and are willing to harm the innocent to get it, don't blame me for my ruthlessness and destroy you and your clan. From today on, only killing can stop killing." Yi Futian's icy voice resounded through the space and gave everyone chills. Today, Futian clan had issued a kill order which was without restrictions, and took effect immediately. People from Ziwei segmentum would be killed indiscriminately. Therefore, he could only employ the most ruthless means in return to ward off these cultivators from the Divine Prefecture. To stop killing by killing, so that no one would be so bold as to risk responding to the kill order. Just as Yi Futian's voice faded, the terrifying spatial divine light descended right away, flooding that space in an instant, tearing up that space into pieces, as if everyone in this space was condemned to die. However, Yi Futian's figure appeared in another area, still beneath Haotian's city. With a wave of his hand, he claimed the lives of some more people, another group of cultivators who had clamored to destroy Ziwei not too long ago. It seemed that for whoever dared touch him, he would retaliate immediately and unequivocally. The person who made a move before was the clan lord of the ancient god clan of Jiang. His face had a terrible look as he witnessed this scene. Yi Futian's keen perception was terrifying beyond imagination. As soon as his will arrived, his attack followed instantly, but Yi Futian had somehow managed to evade it immediately. This kind of precision attacks could not touch him at all to even hurt him, so their only choice was to sequester a large area to trap him within. For instance, they had sealed off the entire Haotian city at this moment, and they could launch a destructive attack on the entire Haotian city. But who would dare to do this? Yi Futian's figure, once again, appeared in the void, facing them as he said, "You still won't unseal Haotian city? Those who threaten to destroy Ziwei and kill me, remember that your faces are all imprinted in my mind. As long as I am inside Haotian city, I will slowly settle these accounts with you. Since you all claim that I killed indiscriminately, and you wanted to punish me for it, your wish is granted. Let's see how the 6 ancient god clans want to handle this." The cultivators in Haotian city trembled when they heard Yi Futian's declaration, especially the cultivators who responded to the killing order with much enthusiasm before. They were now sorely afraid. Today, Yi Futian would stop killing by killing. In this sealed-off ancient city, he would massacre anyone who had threatened to destroy Ziwei and kill Yi Futian. And Haotian city was sealed off by the 6 ancient god clans. Yi Futian couldn't get out, but neither could anyone else. However, within the sealed city, no one was able to do anything to Yi Futian. No one could have imagined that this was the situation they were facing. He came alone to face the peak giants of the 6 ancient god clans, as well as countless cultivators from the divine prefecture. He had launched a killing spree inside Haotian city, yet no one could stop him. The clan lord of Haotian clan and the other 5 cultivators looked pretty bad, and they were hesitating. If they were to release the seal, he could escape at any time with Yi Futian's ability. It would almost be impossible for them to find a similar opportunity to kill Yi Futian. Today, Yi Futian came to slaughter them, but it was also the best chance to kill him. Would all 6 ancient god clans relent on the imprisonment and let Yi Futian leave? Everyone in Haotian city was watching this. Chapter 2590 Massacre. If they removed the seal, Yi Futian could leave the place at any time. The 6 major ancient god clans would not be able to keep him around. If they refused to remove the seal, the lives of the cultivators who responded to the kill order to eradicate Ziwei and hunt Yi Futian would be at the latter's mercy. Yi Futian had put the 6 major ancient god clans in a predicament. How would they resolve the situation? None of the 6 major cultivators retracted their domain, or removed the seal they placed on Haotian city. All of them did not wish to let Yi Futian go. The core figures of all 6 major ancient god clans were backing them up now. They would not face any danger. The people who were truly at risk now were the cultivators of the divine prefecture, and those insignificant figures. How could their lives weigh more than the life of Yi Futian? Too many people had gathered here today in Haotian city. These people had all gathered here by Haotian clan, and the impact of losing them was too great. Otherwise, if it were just any random group of people, they would not need to consider the impact at all. If they could sacrifice the lives of these people in exchange for the death of Yi Futian, they wouldn't hesitate to make that exchange at all. Seeing that the 6 major ancient god clans were unmoved, a look of mockery flashed in Yi Futian's eyes. These cultivators claimed that they upheld righteousness, and accused him of killing the innocent. Their hypocrisy was laughable. He merely needed to put up a little test to reveal their true nature. Yi Futian extended his hand, and a silver spear appeared. It was the sub-divine arm he won when he was at 13th flight of Tianyan City. He raised his arm and pointed the spear toward the cultivators of the Haotian clan. His voice was as cold as ice as he said, The Futian clan gathered the cultivators of the divine prefecture here. The cultivators responded to your call. Yet is this how you treat them? The Futian clan's refusal to remove the seal meant that they would ignore the lives of the cultivators who responded to their call. If you still do not remove the seal, I shall begin my massacre, threatened Futian as he pointed his spear forward. A menacing and destructive light shone. It was as though he would attack the others the very next second. With Futian's powerful ability, how many people in this ancient city could withstand a blow from him? The cultivators needed to have at least undergone a divine tribulation of the great path to survive a blow from Futian. No one whose cultivation was below the tribulation plane could survive his attack. They would surely die. Even the cultivators who had undergone the first divine tribulation of the great path were equally at risk. To their knowledge, even Wang Xiao, the unrivaled and the successor of Tianyan City, failed to take a blow from Futian. Seeing that the other party had no intention to respond, Futian sneered, and his body disappeared from his spot. He appeared in another area. The crowd only managed to catch a glimpse of a moving light before his spear slashed across the space. Instantly, spear will penetrated through all the cultivators in that area. Their bodies were disintegrated, and they died tragically on the spot. These cultivators were people who responded to the kill order. After killing them all, Futian returned to the sky and stood back in his original position. He pointed the long spear in his hand at the 6 giant-level figures ahead and asked, "Are you going to remove the seal?" The 6 giant-level figures still did not respond. They seemed to be having a discussion via transmitted thoughts over how they would proceed. However, they could not find a solution. They could not remove the seal. If they did so, they would lose this opportunity to kill Futian. However, if they did not remove the seal, the situation in Futian City would remain unsolved. They could only watch as Futian massacred the people here, and they would not be able to save anyone. Futian's figure disappeared once again and appeared in another location. Same as before, with one swipe of his spear, all the cultivators in an area dropped dead. It was indeed as he had said. He remembered all the cultivators in Futian City who had claimed to want to destroy the Ziwei segmentum and kill him. Their faces had already been carved into his memory. Futian City was as silent as a tomb as Futian carried out his threat. He would stop the killing by killing. Today, in Futian City, the 6 major ancient god clans issued a kill order. Futian descended with a spear and began a massacre. Whoever answered the call would be killed. "Various seniors, please remove the seal and allow us to leave," someone cried out loudly from within Futian City right then, pleading with the 6 major ancient god clan cultivators. "Various seniors, please remove the seal," others cried out. Once someone started pleading, others continued to chime in. Very soon, within Futian City, countless cultivators were begging the 6 major ancient god clans to remove the seal. The people who had spoken up were naturally the cultivators who had answered the kill order prior. They regretted having done so now. Not even in their dreams had they imagined that Futian would actually dare to begin a killing spree with just a spear right in front of the 6 major ancient god clans and that no one would be able to stop him. Now, their lives were all in danger. If they had known that they would face such a situation, they would not have answered the kill order, effectively seeking their own deaths. In order to escape, you are actually willing to massacre innocent people. Are you holding us hostage with the lives of the cultivators of the divine prefecture? Said the lord of Futian clan as he stared at Futian with a cold look in his eyes. It seemed that he had no intention of removing the seal and letting Futian escape. In reality, among the 6 major ancient god clans, the Futian clan was facing the greatest pressure. After all, this was their territory, and the lord of Futian clan was the one who had invited all the cultivators of the divine prefecture over. Aside from that, Futian City was originally under the rule of their Futian clan. Countless industries here were theirs. There were also many powerful cultivators here who belonged to the vassal forces of the Futian clan. Hence, his Futian clan bore the greatest burden here. Just now, when they were communicating amongst themselves over transmitted thoughts, the other 5 ancient god clans were unanimously against removing the seal. Even if he wanted to remove the seal, it was pointless. As long as the other 5 ancient god clans did not agree to do so, the result would remain the same. He could only twist the facts. He knew how ridiculous his words sounded. However, his tone was extremely stern and serious. It was as though all the blame was on Futian. Even if they did not remove the seal to let Futian out, and resulted in the other cultivators being killed, all of this was Futian's fault, and had nothing to do with him. Now, he could only stick to this claim stubbornly. The Lord of Tianyan City coldly smiled and sighed. Of course, he would not agree to remove the seal. He only wanted Futian to die. As for the lives of the cultivators in Futian City, how were they his concern? His Tianyan City was not the one who invited them over. It was the Futian clan. Issuing the kill order was also the Futian clan's suggestion. This was also why the Lord of Tianyan City had not taken the initiative, and had instead waited patiently. When Futian heard the Lord of Futian clan's ridiculous words, he did not respond. He disappeared once again. This time, he appeared in yet another location in Futian City. Frightening flashes shone from his spear continuously as he massacred the people. Each flash appeared sporadically. Cultivators perished one after another. No one could withstand a strike from Futian's spear. Everywhere it passed, the cultivators there were killed instantly and perished in Futian City. As the death count piled up, the 6 major ancient god clans did not do anything. Terror began to spread across Futian City. The people who answered the call clearly felt that their deaths were approaching. None of them knew whether the next person to die would be them. Futian stood in midair. Right now, he was like a god of death dressed in white robes. The silver spear that he wielded was dripping with fresh blood. Below where Futian stood were people trembling from head to toe uncontrollably as their eyes were filled with terror. Just now, they had also answered the kill order. Right now, Futian was above them. Did that mean that they would be next? If Futian attacked, they would certainly die. We merely came to join in the fun. We had no intention of answering the kill order. Renhuan Yi, please forgive us, said the crowd as they lowered their heads. They bowed towards Futian in the sky, wanting to plead for their lives. They were afraid. Buzz. Futian's figure disappeared instantly. When he appeared again, many people looked down below. They discovered that those who had begged for their lives had already been killed. They had died instantly. Futian did not give them any chance of survival at all. What use was there in apologizing and admitting their wrongs now? Wouldn't everyone be able to act presumptuously and recklessly if issues could be resolved so easily? Due to benefits, these people were willing to destroy the Ziwei segmentum and kill Futian. Now that their lives were in danger, they suddenly had no intention of answering the summons. Today, he would kill as many cultivators of the Divine Prefecture as he needed to instill terror in everyone's hearts. Seniors, are you really going to watch and do nothing? Questioned someone with bloodshot eyes. Enraged, the crowd glared at the cultivators of the 6 major ancient god clans. The latter witnessed Futian killing the rest of the cultivators, yet they did nothing to help. The cultivators of the 6 major ancient god clans saw the others being killed one by one. Up until this point, they were still pondering their next course of action. They could only watch as this massacre unfolded before their eyes. More and more voices sounded, urging the 6 major ancient god clans to remove the seal. The Lord of Futian clan announced coldly, "The kill order has been issued and is in force. Since Futian is here today, the conditions outlined in the kill order hold true for anyone who can kill him. The conditions similarly hold true for anyone who can kill the cultivators of the Ziwei segmentum." He emphasized once again that the kill order had officially begun. Regardless of what happened today, it would not affect the kill order. Of course, this required Futian to be able to leave this place alive first. This time, they certainly would not let Futian leave here alive. As long as Futian died, everything would be over. These are the high and mighty ancient god clans of the Divine Prefecture. Futian mocked loudly. His voice reverberated across the land. With a shift of his will, tens of thousands of arms immediately appeared behind him. Each hand contained frightening sword will. A destructive, murderous aura enveloped the entire ancient city. What is he planning to do? The various cultivators thought as they watched Yi Futian in astonishment. The ones who answered the call were trembling even more. Was Yi Futian about to begin a frenzied massacre? You're tuning into the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.